Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me as always, my co-host RHYS2753.
And I'm joined by our resident Canadian longneck, FDDNM.
Sweaty DNM here. And
all right.
joined by our co-host, OG.
OG, yeah.
OG.
Augie.
Otaku
no.
Games.
Say it's time to get down and dirty tonight.
That was a cue to change it. But it
Yeah, I got that way late. Okay, so guys, I've got just like the worst fucking news ever that I have to go through right now. And this really sucks because I've been at my new shift where I'm working nights. So night shift like completely doesn't observe the no earbuds rule at all. So I've listened to the depositions again for Vic and Ron and Monica. And then after that, I started listening to the podcast again because actually right now, in 20 minutes from approximately right now, that podcast or the OCA podcast has 500 hours worth of content in it. So I sat back and I started like listening to the original podcasts again from episode 1 at like 1.5 to 2 times speed in order to, just refresh my memory on things, and also keep out an eye for like things I want to clip out or whatever. And I gotta tell you, it really sucks hearing the tragedy of my life that is the beginning of the podcast most weeks. And I'm really seeing a trajectory of bad things equating to worse things over time. So, as you guys know, I mean, when I started the podcast, my car was in the shop, right? You guys know I just spent about $2,000, a little over that, to get my car repaired. And then there was that thing they asked me to go back and have them check out the leaks to make sure they weren't worse than they thought they were. And I did that. And everything was like, okay, they're about where we thought they were. And then I go home and the check engine light comes on. And then they want another $2,000 out of me and all that. It's just been hectic with that, right? That's not been fun. Well, yesterday, because I'm now in a supervisor role, it would be good on me to be a little bit better groomed, right? So I was heading down to the barbershop yesterday when I got up in the afternoon. And on my way there, my car started making a noise, but I couldn't tell if it was actually my car because of how much construction is around that area. But I crossed this lane and it's like they've got those cones to kind of like redirect traffic around this construction, and my power steering went out. And I don't know how I made it, but I managed to not hit anything. My battery was dying because a belt snapped that keeps the alternator charged. And that belt, as it snapped, took out another belt in my car because, it's Arizona heat. These things deteriorate. So it was a really not fun day. It didn't get my hair cut and my beard shaped up. But that was like the best part of my day yesterday because it took me about 5 hours to get the car towed and all that fun stuff. And then after I got home, I got a call from my landlord saying that he wants to sell the house and he's giving me 30 days. Now, he wants me to buy the house, but he is asking an absurd price for this piece of junk that I live in. And even if the house was worth that, I can't swing that. I spoke to a realtor today, and I spoke to like a loan officer, or broker, or whatever,
to Ron Toy.
To just find out what my options are. Because the market at this time for renting has gone up so astronomically due to coronavirus that I can't afford to live anywhere out here. I can't afford to live here at all if I am not in this place. And the buying market is significantly better right now, but I can't afford this place. You know, even if this is the thing that sucks, is that you guys remember last year, I was in that place where I was trying to get a new career because I wasn't making consistently enough with visual effects in the work I was doing previously. So I had to live off of savings for months and pay everything on a credit card in order to have cash left over in my bank account so that I could pay for rent, because that's something I can't put on credit, right? Well, literally 6 days ago, I paid off that credit card. You know, I spent $8,000 and paid that off. And now I'm completely fucked because my bank account is low. I don't have money for a down payment now because of that, obviously. Presumably my credit's probably a little better. So I might be able to qualify for a loan. But the bottom line is that I don't have that nest egg anymore. Like that cash that I had been saving and trying to, like build back up from nothing like I did last year, because I paid off that debt. And now if I buy this house, I'm going to have to pay $600-700 more per month. And I'm not going to have any of my stuff taken care of. I'm going to be the homeowner, you know? Now, I asked the insurance broker, like, what is the range of price for a house that would keep my payments roughly what they are now? And it's basically $100,000 less than this house is worth. So in 30 days, I will have to find and buy a house that I don't want, that I have rushed to find, in a place I don't want to live, that's more dangerous for my kids, or I have to uproot my family again and run back home to California and live in my wife's grandmother's house. My wife's grandmother, who is like on her deathbed, living in this 5-bedroom house, and we would need to change her diapers and do all that palliative care, you know. And even still, once she kicks the bucket, that just puts us in another place of that uncertainty. So this is a really, really terrible week for me. Terrible month, terrible year. You know, I mean, 2020 has been way better to me than it has been to a lot of people, because I worked in a job that provided me so much fucking work when everybody else was losing work. But now I'm going to lose it. You know, I can't keep working this job. And if I even tell my employer that this is happening, then they're just going to let me go because they need to replace me, because there's no helping the situation, you know? Now, look, things could change. I don't know how, but I didn't know how I was going to survive last year. You know, you got to give it up to God for that one. So things can change. I just don't know how. And because I paid off all that debt, I don't have the cash that I need in order to do any of the stuff I would need to do. Like I've gotten a raise at work, but that's not going to cover that big of a jump in rent or, you know, monthly payments to a mortgage. And because I'm literally at that point right now where, like, my option is to get a second job, work every single day, and on some days work like a 20-hour shift in order to cover that. You know, like work 10 hours at one job and immediately run over to the other job and have to work an additional 10, because that's how things work out here. You know, I will literally die doing that. I would not make it 3 weeks doing that. You know, that would absolutely kill me, because the work I do is kind of dangerous to a degree. And that amount of not sleeping and all that, I can't do that, you know? So look, I'll just tell you guys, I don't know what I'm going to do. You know, I would say the time is now to, you know, start sharing the podcast and asking people like, hey, have you checked out Stealth Weeb and all that stuff? But honestly, the time isn't now. The time was a year ago, 2 years ago, when that should have been happening. And I mean, I can't begin to tell you how awful it is that I was back on my feet enough to pay off $8,000 in debt. And then this sidelines me 6 days later. So I don't know what the podcast will look like going forward, but it ain't going to look like it has. And it probably won't have me in it, at least for a while. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the future holds. As soon as this podcast is over, I got to pack everything up, and I don't even know if I'm going to get to keep this. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, if I move back to California, I'm going to have to work with my father-in-law probably 10 plus hours a day, 7 days a week without breaks, because that's what he does, and that may turn into a better life eventually, but I'm also going into a place where the cost of living is like twice as much. I'll probably actually make less doing that job 7 days a week than I would be making if I got to stay here. I mean, the best case scenario, literally, this is sickening that this is the best case scenario. The best case scenario here is that my employer will see me as necessary and will not let me go. Right? Which ain't going to happen. But I'm saying best case scenario, because somebody that I work with last year during peak, they sent them to work in Houston at a different warehouse that they also had. They managed things over there. The company paid for their hotel where they lived for 5 months straight. All of their food, everything was paid for by the company. So best case scenario, and again, this is horrible, but best case scenario would be that I, by the grace of God, get to keep working here out of a hotel for the next 5 months while my family goes to California without me, which is fucking terrible because the election is going to happen during that time, and they're going to be in California, a place that I absolutely do not want to be right now with the uncertainty of the coronavirus and the presidential election and all that shit. I don't want to be in California. That sounds like a death sentence. I sound like I literally feel like I'm leaving the stable home that I built in order to go to the front lines of Afghanistan or something like that. That's what it feels like right now. That's the situation that I've been put in. So this really fucking sucks. And I don't know what to do. And I'm really sorry, guys, that it's coming on this abruptly. Because at least before I was able to tell you, like, hey, I'm going to keep doing this for as long as we can, but eventually things are probably not going to work out. I'm really sorry about that, but I managed to make something work. I got that job. I got 2 jobs last year, and I worked my ass off. And we did the podcast in spite of that. I did all of the compilation of articles in the car during my breaks, and we made that work. But I can't see this working that way. I just don't see it happening. Maybe next week. I don't know. But I'll tell you this much, my wife ain't going to be happy if all of my free time where I'm not working is spent doing this instead of getting us out of here. Okay, so that's why I just got to let you guys know that this is so fucking unfortunate. But this is where we're at right now. Now, I would normally tell you at this point that if you want to support the podcast, you can do so through the Patreon, liking and subscribing, stealthweeb.com. All of those are options for how you can support us. But I honestly can't even tell you that I'm going to be able to continue doing the podcast. So why would I send you guys to Patreon for a monthly payment for a show that might get canceled? So I do appreciate the prayers. Greenline 743, I really do, for everybody out there who has been rooting for me all this time, because this is just the absolute worst right now. But I don't want this to be, if this is our finale, I'm not gonna brood on this the entire podcast. Okay, we're gonna have a good time, and we're gonna go out with a bang if we have to. Okay, so would you guys like to say anything? Do you have any questions? Anything you want to talk about before we jump into things?
Not that I can think of currently.
Well, don't all jump on it at once. Sorry. Go ahead, Augie.
When will your final decision where you're going to live be? Will that be in the middle of the month, or what's
so
your set
here's the
timeline?
Thing. So
There you go.
thank you. I got my 30-day notice last night over the phone. Now, my mother-in-law is a realtor in California, and according to California law, which again is not Arizona law, but according to California law, you have to get your 30-day notice in writing. It is not binding over the phone. right? A verbal contract doesn't exist, right? In that regard, because
well,
right. So theoretically, I need to get a written contract coming in very soon. But according to Arizona law, from what I heard from the realtor I spoke to over here, they said that 30 days is always from the first of the month. So worst case scenario, I'm here until September 30th. That's the day when like I'd be evicted or whatever. I'd be like forced out of the house if I was still here. So I do not have a lot of time, not at all. 34-ish days maybe, but I'm going to be working 5 days a week, 10 hours a day for pretty much all of those. And I'm working nights. So it's not exactly something where I can just drop everything and go meet with, a loan officer or whatever at any willy-nilly time, because I'm stuck on this shift. I can't change it, So anyway, LRWTZ up, or LR what's up, I guess. What is up? I'll tell you a lot. I am not in a good place. So anyway, if you guys are ready, I'm ready to go.
Let's get this party started.
All right, here we go. So updates on what happened. What we covered last podcast, the hexadecimal proton mail account that was supposedly blackmailing Ron Toye and Monica has been probably suspended by Proton Mail. So that's the news there. I just thought I would follow up. Continuing here. So getting into coronavirus news. Shinichiro Kamio tests positive for COVID-19. So all of these, from what I recall, by the way, there's a bad echo happening on somebody's end. From what I recall, all of these articles basically said, "Oh yeah, he tested positive," but I know. Thank you, Random 11, noticing the. I did that just for you. Oh, it's Lance.
Hey, Lance.
I haven't seen you in a while. I hope we are still the 500 hours worth of content that is in the playlist. I hope that carries you through every moment you need to clean your apartment from now on. I'm pretty sure that was you who used to clean your apartment while listening to us. Yeah, because we've been dealt pretty much a death blow to the podcast yesterday. So this may very well be our last hurrah. Now,
Lance, check your Twitter. I'm linking you my new demos, which you can also access on patreon.com/the Anime Collector.
All right. So Lance was here last week. I just didn't recognize the username.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, regarding this, I just want to get through this real quick. So, so he tests positive. He is the voice of Kuro Kiryu in Ensemble Stars and Ryo Mason Busujima in Hypnosis Mike Division Rap Battle. So nothing that we care about. But again, this is just the last guy we talked about. Toshihiko Seki, Duo Maxwell, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, tested positive, but he has already recovered, right? So continuing here. Japanese band Flow's guitarist Take contracts the coronavirus. So Take, a member of the Japanese band Flow,
He contracts it. He has signed a contract with the coronavirus.
With a 6 month lease?
Hopefully only 6 weeks. Has now been stricken with the monstrous affliction, though he is already seemingly on the path to a swift recovery. Continuing here. Interesting news. Some foreigners are being denied re-entry into Japan despite testing negative for the coronavirus. So those foreigners, of course, are, like this 25-year-old Chinese woman, right? Oh, I gotta tell you guys, I'm just like, I know I've been sounding the alarm that World War is coming, but World War is coming. And I really think that the spark will I have a good feeling it's either going to be in the United States domestically due to a civil war breakout or some failed, misguided, completely missing the point revolution. Just because I don't think that any of the talking heads out there of the different groups and segments are right in their effort to how they would go forth with a revolution. But alternatively, the place I really feel like I think it's gonna happen in Japan. I think it's gonna be China, Japan, Korea, or one of those areas. They are going to be the launch pad through which World War III is enacted. I mean, I'm sure China's going to be involved. I'll tell you that much right now. But I got to tell you, so regarding this particular article, and I'll get more into that other shit in just a second. But regarding this particular article, it says here that the reason that they're being denied is because the only test that the Japanese are taking. The only test that they're taking as a negative or whatever, like if you have a negative coronavirus test and it was this type of test, you're okay, is the one that goes through the nostril into the back of the throat or whatever. So the ones that go through the mouth to the back of the throat, those don't count. And that's apparently what they're doing in China, which is probably why the numbers keep getting so low. Also because they're killing half of their, I don't know. This is deep lore of the podcast. Now I've got another article here I want to share with you, kind of segueing from the coronavirus towards the war. Kim Jong-un orders North Koreans to hand over pet dogs so they can be used as meat. All right, let me tell you, I'm not sure I believe this article.
Oh.
Okay. Because first of all, nobody in North Korea is well off enough that they are able
to even have a pet dog,
right? First of all, but also because all of these the articles that have covered this are citing a South Korean news outlet. This very well could be propaganda.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know, but I thought I would share it so that we could laugh for a minute and say hashtag fuck communism. You were perfect on that one, Reese. But yeah, so I'm not gonna. We've got a lot to go over. Versus Seed wants to know: isn't Kim Jong still in a coma? No, he returned from the isekai world. Remember? So,
he got isekai'd, and then his younger sister, who is a dictator who was too cute to be what did they call it? Can't be this cute, right? That's the
or emo.
The dictator cannot be this cute. Yeah. So anyway, he's not. I don't believe he's in a coma. I don't think he was, but he did disappear for a while, and I'm pretty sure he's back and everything. So.
He's back and ready to feast on some dog.
Yeah, he looks like he's feasted on some dog already in this picture.
You can take all the chihuahuas. I don't care about those. Once you go with the beagles, I'm gonna fuck some up.
I always believe he ate a human just because you can't naturally be that weight.
Okay, excuse me while I consult Lord Google to find out how much Kim Jong-un weighs.
I don't think he'd want to disclose that information.
How heavy is Kim Jong-un?
His latest weigh-in happens to be.
Hold on. Yeah, I like to think he's at the Japanese school weigh-in where they have like the health exam.
They have physicals every week.
How heavy is Kim Jong-un? How old is Kim Jong-un? How much is North Korea worth? Less than nothing.
I was going to say probably not much.
Kim Jong-un has gained weight and struggles to sleep, says spy agency. All right. I'm just going to link. We're going to read this one. This seems like a good use of our podcast time. We're skipping over the dog article to find out how much Kim Jong-un weighs. All right, here we go. Anybody want to cast bets? Because Augie made a pretty bold statement there.
Well, what's his height?
That's a good question. He went. Oh, he weighs 40 kilograms, 90 pounds. No, Kim Jong-un has gained about 90 pounds in weight since becoming North Korean leader 4 years ago, and binges on food and drink to cope with his constant fear of being assassinated, according to a report by South Korea's spy.
Human meat.
Gee, maybe you wouldn't risk getting assassinated if you weren't a terrible dictator.
He's like, sir, an assassin has been caught. Bring him to me.
With salt and pepper.
Kim, who became leader after his father Kim Jong-il died of a heart attack in December 2011, also suffers from insomnia. The National Intelligence Service told a closed session of the South Korean parliament. The 33-year-old, who weighed 90 kilograms when he became leader, saw his weight balloon to 120 kilograms by 2014. Okay, so Kim is now thought to weigh 130 kilograms. So, Footnum, what is 130 kilograms to pounds?
I think it's for every
140 or 120?
Every 5 kilos is 11.
130.
140 or 120?
130.
Wait, so how many is he?
286.6 pounds. All right.
Yeah, I guess that's he's really filling out that coat he's got.
286.
Richard Tester wants to know if we can actually read that page. Are you asking about the one about the dogs?
No, the other one you went to right
the
after.
The Asian one that you couldn't read because it was in another language.
Oh,
it had like.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
We'll be weeaboos in a second.
Richard Tester is a buddy from my Minecraft days. How you doing, man? So anyway, yeah, let's. I mean, it was kind of funny. Maybe we just keep reading. So I was weight balloon. Lee Chol-woo, a member. See, the thing about Kim Jong-un is that you can't tell him that he's unhealthy because you'll be assassinated. He'll be executed.
His next meal.
He's like, honorable leader, I'm sorry to tell you, but your weight has increased and it's in dangerous levels. And then, whistle snaps points. Execution happens. The next guy comes up. Today we have new news that the safe weight. Oh, hey, I got kiddos coming in here.
Our honorable leader has lost 4 pounds since last week.
No, the recognized healthy weight has been increased to 130 kilograms. Good night, baby. Oh, baby, I love you. Okay. Let me throw you to your mom.
Baby's already.
She's rejecting me.
All right. Okay. Good night.
Good night, thank you. Bye.
All right. That was sorry for the interruption. Okay. Yes.
I think what they should do is encourage him to become a fat ass so he dies of obesity.
That's an interesting
Low-key assassinate.
What if no, that okay, so that's a completely opposite from what I was saying. I was saying that like the doctor says, honorable leader, for this safety, for your own safety and the safety and continuation of the great country of North Korea, please, your weight, you must lose 50 pounds. You're 50 pounds overweight. And snaps, whistle points, right? Execution. And then the next guy comes out and says, good news, everyone. The healthy weight of North Korea has been observed to be between 20 pounds, as most of our people are, all the way up to 289, right? Or whatever. But the other idea is even funnier because it's like, okay, how do we get rid of this guy? Well, he likes to eat and he's got a fear of assassins. Okay, so we need to convince him that the fatter he is, the less likely a bullet will get to anything worthwhile. Boy, he did gain a lot of weight. Look at this picture of him. Oh dear, he's still pretty fat. But yeah, the glasses aren't helping.
I like how he got his arms like watch out.
Jello.
I like how he's in a factory that's like, is this where they make Nickelodeon slime? And why is it overflowing? All right, here we go. The intelligence service attributes Kim's binging and lack of sleep to concerns over his personal safety, possibly fearing reprisals for several top-level purges he has presided over in recent years. What? That sounds like some South Korean propaganda to me. So he keeps a close tab on any potential threats to his power, including the military, and he is obsessed with ensuring his personal safety, Lee said, citing intelligence reports. Because of his habitual binge eating and drinking, he is likely to develop adult lifestyle diseases.
Oh, no.
I think you mean like obesity is what you mean.
He's trying to avoid assassination. Come on.
Kim has been ruthless in his treatment of perceived opponents, dashing any hopes that he would be a more flexible leader than his father and grandfather Kim Il-sung, North Korea's founder. So in China, in Asian countries, they have this saying that it takes that a business lasts for 3 generations, right? There's the founding generation. That's the grandparents, right? Then their kids, the parents, they see how hard they work, right? And they're brought up during that time when the family had nothing, and they know what it's like to have nothing.
And then the spoiled kids come in when it's an empire and then neglect it.
Well, in terms of how they apply it to business, the middle generation sees what it's like to have nothing and how to build something out of nothing, right? So they understand the dedication and the hard work, and they put in that work. And then by the time their kids are born, they have something. So the kids don't value the hard work, right? Because everything is given to them. They've got the newest iPhone. They've got everything, right?
Are you trying to appease the North Koreans by saying that they
have iPhones?
No, that the Kims have built quite an established good empire.
What I'm saying is that there's already
you're praising their empire.
I'm saying that there's already in Asian countries, there's already this like saying or idiom regarding the 3-generation rule regarding to the birth and death of a business. If you apply that to the founding of North Korea, of course Kim Jong-un is going to be the one to destroy it. Right? I love this. I love this here though. Richard Tester says, hard to avoid assassination when you're a bigger target, right? I am not following that at all, Lance.
He says, haha, callback.
Okay.
How do you not know what ballet stuff is?
I don't speak lorem ipsum. Anyway, so speculation over Kim Jong-un's health rose in late 2014, after he failed to appear in public for 3 weeks, missing a session of the Supreme People's Assembly. Earlier that year, state TV footage showed him limping during a factory inspection, fueling rumors that he was suffering from gout or diabetes. North Korean authorities, in a rare display of openness about their leader's health, admitted that he was suffering from an uncomfortable physical condition. I mean, did he sit on a fish? Let's be real. That seems popular in Asian countries. An uncomfortable physical condition. Yeah, maybe he had to be rushed to China so they could remove the magnetic ball bearings from his penis.
You see, in their dynasty, the way they graduate and become the next ruler, they put those magnetic balls in their penis.
It's like a rite of passage, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's a rite of something. Passage used loosely here.
Oh God, the passage physically. Oh.
I'm glad you caught that.
Okay. Apparently, the result of ankle injuries sustained during grueling visits to factories and military. God, you have the easiest job of anybody at that factory. You just have to walk around and be stern, you know. Last month, Kim was photographed with a cigarette during a visit to a children's camp.
What?
In the capital of Pyongyang. Even though the country was in the middle of an anti-smoking drive.
Wait, what? I'm so confused.
Okay. Let me address this. $10 super chat. Duo says, what if I popped in and donated haha JK unless also Nyan Neko Sugar Girls podcast went? Let me tell you three things. Number one, today has been perhaps or actually last night, perhaps the worst of my life. Duo, I'm really sorry to tell you this here instead of messaging you privately, but I may have to leave Arizona. I have been given a very impossible situation that I outlined at the beginning of the podcast. So you'll have to catch up on that, or we'll have to catch up at a later time. However, literally before I got that news, I'm asking you, FDDNM, RHYS, did I or did I not specifically say, hey, we should consider doing, instead of a watch club, Doki Doki Literature Club podcast, where we all play it.
You did indeed say that.
You did indeed say this.
I said that, right? So I was suggesting that we should all record our gameplay and like our face cams and stuff, and then edit it together for how each of us answered questions differently and where the story went. I thought that would have been a great idea. Can't do it now because of this. Now, regarding Nyan Neko Sugar Girls, that's the horrible, cringy, awful, terrible MS Paint style animation, right? Okay, I need to know from you, are you in touch with the creator of that? Because now that the Broly video isn't on my hard drive anymore, I need to find a way to get podcast 98 or whatever it was back on the channel, because that Nekopara clip got us blocked worldwide.
Right.
So what I was thinking is I would hire the artist and voice crew from Nyan Neko Sugar Girls to record that exact thing, to just basically redo it in their god-awful MS Paint style, so I could put that up instead. Or I would literally just take the worst clips from Nyan Neko Sugar Girls and just splice that into that part of the podcast. So I'll get with you later. I don't know if I have the money for that now. Obviously, it's gotten, my life has turned completely upside down, but yeah. I do appreciate the $10, and YouTube appreciates the $3. Anyway, back to this. God, I still think that's hilarious. He went to a children's camp smoking a cigarette. That is so funny to me. He had not been seen with a cigarette in public since mid-March, when he lit up during a test on a rocket motor. He literally goes up, like they're showing him, like, this is the nuke that we're going to send over to Japan.
Oh my God.
They blast out the rocket in the back, and he just takes a cigarette, you know, like lights it on the rocket blast. Oh, God, that's so good. Okay, an analyst said Kim, a heavy smoker, may have been trying to avoid smoking while on official visits. Oh, no, Duo says, I unfortunately cannot contact Nyan Neko Sugar Girls. The creator is a mystery, and they've practically disappeared from the internet. Also, geez, Frick, I really want to hear what's going on later. Yeah, I'll get with you, man. Yeah, go ahead. Anyway, yeah, God, I'm so pissed that I just got that raise and I haven't even gotten my paycheck from it yet before I'm like, oh, gotta quit now. Anyway, his father, who is said to have given up cigarettes on doctor's orders more than a decade before his death, once singled out smokers as one of the, quote, 3 main fools of the 20th century, along with people who knew nothing about music or computers. Yep, those are the 3 fools. Hey, you know nothing about music, you know nothing about computers, you're smoking, you're all fools.
I'm like anti-fool.
The older Kim also had an overdeveloped concern for his safety. He was reportedly terrified of flying, a fear he has not passed on to his son, who has a private jet, preferring to travel around North Korea and to China and Russia on a heavily armored train. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's hilarious. I like that idea. I want to see a movie about that. Get him to the China. Maybe a better title. I don't know. South Korean intelligence officials said they had confirmed that Kim Jong-un's aunt, Kim Kyung-hui, was still alive despite her prolonged absence from public view. Her husband and one-time close aide to Kim, Jang Song-taek, was executed in late 2013 for treason and corruption after being denounced as a traitor for all ages.
Well.
At least he's child-friendly traitor. Okay. There you go. So may everyone in the podcast crew and audience especially not be maintaining the unhealthy weight of what was it, 289 pounds? Is that what we come up with?
Something like that, yeah.
286.601 pounds. As long as you're below that, you aren't Kim Jong-un level unhealthy.
However, unless you weigh at least that much, you don't qualify as a leader.
Right. There is a trade-off.
It's like convert it to 2 times RHYS.
RHYS is the typical North Korean weight.
That's like the unit of measurement over there. How many RHYSes are you?
2 RHYSes to 1 dictator.
Okay. All right. Okay. So closing the
Reese pieces and Pico Reese pieces.
Okay. So I have an article here for you because I could not find a single article in English that covered this. So I'm just going to tell you what's going on. So there is a party in Korea, literally called No Japan Party. Okay.
We got a new Korea.
They are anti-Japan and especially anti-anime. Okay. So here is their fucking poster where they present themselves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the Gatchaman. Right? So they have taken on the mantle, like they literally call themselves the Tokusuri 5 Kyodai, I think it is. Is that the other name for Gatchaman? The 5 brothers team or whatever. I forget what it is. Anyway, but they have also decided for some reason to cosplay as characters from Interstellar. Galaxy Express 39, not Interstellar 45. They'd be blue. But yeah, so that's a thing. And then I have some comments here that I decided this was a good one. Number 1 comment here. The Korean peninsula itself is the remnants of the Japanese emperor. The remnants of the Japanese emperor should be liquidated. Yes. So now here's the thing. Like I was trying to tell you guys that the Japanese, I'm telling you, war is coming, guys, especially in Asia. Like, as bad as things are right here in the US, I mean, stuff is not going so well for Asian countries getting along, especially in crisis like coronavirus and stuff. So I've got here the hashtag No Japan hashtag right here to show you the sentiment of a lot of the Japanese people. Although, unfortunately, when I saved this to the doc and then opened the page, I lost where I was. But apparently BTS is ripping off Isuzu. That's sentiment the Japanese have in there.
I don't care for BTS. Never did.
Here's the party that we're just talking about, dressing up in the thing. So we've got these Ministry of Foreign Affairs Japan explain about the rising sun flag. If you think they don't have enough explained, then email them. That's some good English right there.
Not much explained.
Oh, here we go. Japan won again. Fuck off, Korea, right? Stomping on those bugs, because this is how largely the Japanese feel about the Koreans, right? And then continuing, there's another one here. Please, Korea, apologize and compensate Vietnam. So I'll tell you this much. I'm going to put it this way. The situation in Asia, to me, knowing almost nothing about anything, kind of looks like the situation in the United States, except that, like regarding Native people, like Native Americans and whatnot, except that Japan didn't conquer all of them and call it Japan the way that America conquered everybody and BTFO'd them into submission and called it America, right? It just like they all hate each other, just like the Native Americans largely did before they were largely conquered by the Americans. But it just seems to me like each individual little country just didn't become, I guess it kind of did, Genghis Khan and all that, for a while, but you get what I'm getting at, right? It's a much more ancient problem than, hey, maybe we're about to revert into that over here as we burn down this whole country, which is hitting the apex of that lifespan of the empire, 250 years. We're almost there. What do we got till 2026 maybe? Is that 250 years from 1776, which isn't even the actual.
That sounds about right. Yeah,
that sounds about right, doesn't it? So yeah, we're right on it, and that's the average, by the way. So might be a little sooner, might be a little later. Now continuing here, we got, they keep talking about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, right? They keep talking about that. Now I can't find the one I was going to show you that was going to be the branching off point. So I'm just going to jump into it. One of the things that they were like, again, one of it said, "Get the fuck out, Korea," is what it said, right? And it was linked to some images for the Senkaku Islands. Again, I'm on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, official Japanese like .gov.jp, right, kind of site. Mm-hmm. And they have a thing here about like a leaflet and pamphlet of the Senkaku Islands. They've got their whole propaganda ready for their people. Oh, you're ready to learn about the Senkaku Islands. The little globe and everything. Seeking, I love this, seeking maritime peace based on the rule of law, not force or coercion. What is law? So I love this. And by the way, this is one. There's also Takashima, which, like, the Senkaku Islands are very largely debated between China and Japan. Takashima Islands are between Korea and Japan, and that's the get the fuck out Korea one that person was talking about. So we've got here Japan's sovereignty over the Senkaku Islands, chronology of major events, history of the Senkaku Islands, incorporation of the islands into Japanese territory and control as part of Okinawa under international legal frameworks. Yep, we did it all legal. The Senkaku Islands are historically consistent territory of Japan under international law. Challenges by China. China and Taiwan began to claim sovereignty over the islands after the discovery of the potential oil reserves in the East China Sea. Fuck them, right? China's maritime activities in the Asia-Pacific region and Japan's reaction. Hey, we're the SDF, bro. Self-Defense Force. We didn't colonize this. We're just defending our, that's the thing here. And again, this is just to be abundantly clear. This is what this is. This has always been this way. War is about land and ultimately resources, which land provides you, right? Gold, oil, whatever it is. It's always going to be that way. Fertile land for crops. That's every war is fought over that. Right now, it's a kind of more like, we're just kind of like we don't like you guys, and we're kind of pissed that you're invading our land, and we just like kind of doing it out of spite because we don't maybe need it as much anymore. But that's as good a reason as any, right? Anyway, yeah, so we've got China and Taiwan's unfounded claims over the islands. That's part 4. They devoted entire from page 12 to 18. There's a good 6 pages devoted to that, maybe 7. Strengthening Japan and China's mutually beneficial relationship based on common strategic interests. Yeah. So here's the mutually beneficial relationship that Japan is proposing. We keep this. You stay the fuck out and you don't die, right? That's the mutually beneficial relationship they're proposing. Anyway, I'm just echoing once again that this is going to be a very interesting couple of months coming up. Be very surprised if we don't have a hot war happen over there. Now, again, it's not going to look like World War II. It won't look like that at all. I'm not sure exactly what it's going to look like, but eventually they're going to press the button. I don't know if that button is going to knock out power for the entirety of China and not get it back on until 3/4 of the country dies of starvation. I don't know if that's what it'll look like, or if it'll be a nuke. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm just saying things are going to get real ugly, and this is a predictable strategy of propaganda and whatnot, leading up to weaponizing your people, getting them to vote in favor of motions that result in things that they otherwise would not have been on board with, blah, blah, blah. You guys get it.
Oh my God.
All right. So it's kind of fun, right? Fun topics today, right? So let us do some. Oh, no, we got to talk about the Act Age manga artist. No, let's do pickups first.
Okay. I shall start.
You shall start.
Mob Psycho 2.
All right.
This is the best fitting sleeve I've ever made. Not actually, but this is one of the top tier.
You want to make one for my Blend S?
I could, but I could use one of my Blend S sized anaplexes or whatever and base it off of that and then send it to you in the mail to your presumably new address.
Yes. Yeah, in fact, RHYS, regarding El Promisio de Wonderlando, you're gonna probably that. I hope that gets here soon.
Oh yeah, it went out today, so you should probably have it.
Okay, good.
And I took out the case before I put the sleeve on because you're presumably watching this.
Okay.
I should watch it anyway.
You did get my message about that, though, didn't you, AC?
Oh, was that what that was? That most recent?
Yeah, that was.
Most recent.
I thought that was something else.
I feel like this camera's lingering on me for far too long.
All right, so keep going. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's all one of my pickups.
Oh, that's all one of your
Oh,
pickups?
that's it?
Yes.
All of your pickups. Well then. So, I read. So, prior, I showed that I had these Votom collections. Now I did a grade and got
the complete.
Complete TV series in the bullet case box.
That is a lunchbox, my friend, not a bullet box.
Boom. But if you open inside, we have the 4
Shocker.
Digipack, the 4 Digipack DVDs, a bookcase, not a book. Sorry,
a whole bookcase. Damn.
Holy wow!
Can't believe it.
I heard you like bookcases, so I put a book in your case so you could put it in your bookcase. All right.
And a DVD that contains the first dubbed episodes, along with some other specials with it.
Did that get re-released on the Sentai or made in Japan?
Yeah, that got made in Japan. Like I said, this is a mid-grade. So, following next is Mob Psycho 102. And The Demon Girl Next Door Complete Collection, which I don't know why I'd say complete collection. It was just one season of a TV series. And
that makes even more sense. Well, is there a second season?
Not sure. I don't think so.
Well, it makes complete sense for it to have complete collection rather than Steins Gate Complete Collection Part 1 when there's 2 parts.
Yeah. Okay. That didn't make sense for Steins Gate. I'll agree there. So that is all I'll show for right now.
That's all yours.
Versus Seed says, at least if there's a world war and we get nuked, then that live action Powerpuff Girls show on the CW won't come out. Yeah, so here's the thing. You shouldn't expect, there's going to be a gap of content on TV, new TV shows, new movies for at least a year. See, right now, movies are currently coming out that were in production already before the coronavirus because the post-production can happen remotely, right? Mm-hmm. But in the time since then, nothing new can get filmed. You can't film movies. You couldn't make animation.
The only thing you could do is film a Viking music video in your field in the snow.
Not going to find a lot of either of those things in my neck of the woods. I'll just have to drive north for about 12 hours to find that Colorado snow and fields. Anyway, but so I think I skipped that topic about the Powerpuff Girls show on the CW. Same sentiment. Also, $5 super chat from Greenline743. He says he just got familiar of Zero. Anybody else notice comedy and tsundere at the bottom with the ratings or like the genre? Also, come out here, Otaku. So I've given Brad 90. What? Is that your total?
His total stocks
equal to Persona
5.
What is he talking about?
Duo's about to tell us what he got in terms of his pickups for games. And Versus Seed says, I think Sentai also calls Oregairu / Snafu release as complete collection, even though there's a third season.
Okay, that's because at the time it's like, okay, seasons 1 and 2, so that is complete. But the thing is, they're not like season 3. Yeah, it's going to come out, but wait, hold on.
It has a different.
Which collection are we talking about?
Okay.
Yeah, so, it's got a different subtitle.
Real quick.
The point I'm going to get at, though, is that Sentai didn't officially have the third license at the time that they released those. Yeah. So at the time, it was complete.
Well, and not only that, but I don't think they had even announced that there was going to be an additional.
That even aired.
So the point is that calling something a complete collection when you're kind of releasing it within relative recent airing, you're burning yourself over the fact that you're probably wrong, right? That should not be a terminology.
It should be something like Mob Psycho 2. They can just say Mob Psycho 2, and then it's left open for the third and all that.
Right. So Duo says that he recently picked up the Zelda Collector's Edition for the GameCube that includes Zelda 1, 2, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask, and also picked up Link's crossbow training for some reason. Yeah, why? That sounds awful.
Probably like less than $2.
Whoa.
Last podcast, I got something mid-podcast that I forgot to show.
Is that right, Anal Corruptor?
Am I missing a comment here? What's going on?
Yeah, Anal Corruptor.
You changed my name?
Your name tag?
Wonderful. So I picked up the Double Dragons show and the live-action Double Dragon movie with Jimmy and Jimmy. And stuff I'm really going to regret having now because it would have been nice to have canceled that order before it shipped out. But here I got the Your Name Steelbook.
Ooh, shiny.
I got Record of Grand Crest War Volume 2.
Record of Incest War.
That would have been nice to have not picked up at this time. I got Death by Hanging by Nagisa Oshima. This is a movie that is critical of Japan's treatment of foreigners, particularly a Korean guy. It's basically, what's that movie where it's like a trial about a black guy who like supposedly attacked or raped or whatever.
Angry Jurors?
No,
To Kill a Mockingbird?
Is it To Kill a Mockingbird?
Oh,
I think it might be.
Should know that.
I always get mentally I get confused To Kill a Mockingbird with One Flew Over a Cuckoo's Nest, which are completely different things. But for some reason, I always think about the One Flew Over a Cuckoo's Nest when I think of To Kill a Mockingbird. I'm pretty sure it is To Kill a Mockingbird. But the point is, that's basically what this story is about, except the guy's Korean. So I wanted to check that out. And I'm pretty sure they hang him even though he's proven innocent. Then My Hero Academia Season 3 Part 2. Which I picked up recently. And then this fell out of, I guess, a Right Stuff box.
Yep.
No,
they're giving you like sample cards or some of the like tabletop card games or whatever.
From Anime Games.
Yeah.
You even have to see a Machikuro card in there.
I mean, not
Machikuro, Tantekiro.
My wife, while I was like sleeping or whatever, like came in because I'm supposed to sleep during the day for my night shift. She told me that my Japanese testicle candy arrived, right? And she handed me a package from Japan, and it just went into my drawer, right? My end table, right? Just okay, whatever. Yeah, it's there. I need it for the future, right?
I can just imagine your wife like stone faced coming into the room. Your testicle candy.
She just let me know because I told her that it was coming, and I wanted to make sure it didn't sit in the mailbox. By the way,
like a
mailman,
business.
I should have much more pickups. So the way that mailboxes work now is like you've got like instead of them being at your house, which is one of the reasons I'd actually like to move back to California and get a house there, is because I could at least have my package delivered to my fucking doorstep instead of the central hub of mailboxes. But they have the mailbox. You open up the mailbox and there will be a key in there that's labeled 1P, 2P, ABC or whatever for the big package parcel boxes, right? Well, the E key doesn't open that stupid latch. I'm like, I spent, it's like 112 degrees at like 3:30 or 5:30 in the morning. I think it was 3:30 in the morning when this happened. And I'm just sitting there wrestling with that thing. I'm sweating profusely trying to get the stupid thing open. Could not fucking get that stupid lock open. Had to leave a note. So I have a Right Stuff order in there that I can't get right now. And the mail guy said it'll be a while. I'm sorry about that. Like he reported it and stuff. So anyway, but back to my main story. My wife told me, okay, it arrived, right? And then I go to work and I get the mail at like 5:30 in the morning on my way home, and I feel something. I'm like, I wonder what this is. You know, it feels kind of like maybe yarn. I thought my wife bought something that was for like a crochet project.
Well, then a crochet made of that.
Crochet made out of testicles.
I feel it, and I'm like, this feels like the candy. Like if I had to guess, because it's in like a bubble mailer and stuff. I'm like, this feels like the candy if I had to guess. But I know that that's at home, right? That's already in my drawer. Well, it was the candy, right? Coloro, and then I'm like, what the fuck is in my drawer? And I'm like, oh shit! Yes, I forgot I bought something off of Amazon. So I found something amazing. I had to buy this on Amazon Japan.
You bought real testicles.
You bought real Japanese testicles this time.
Fresh from the human.
Let me grab something. QR.
Fresh, never frozen.
Like right here. Sailor Moon. Hold on. Rurouni Kenshin. It should be right here. Here it is. Right. So you guys are familiar with Rose of Versailles, right?
I've never seen it.
But you
I know of it, yes.
I bought them on Right Stuff because I wanted to gouge them later.
In other parts of the world, particularly France, this is called Lady Oscar, right? And I found out while I was looking up how many live action movies there were of anime that were like not Japanese made, right? That the French made a live action movie of this, but I couldn't find a DVD that looked good and was a good price and stuff. And then I found out Amazon.jp has a Blu-ray of it, right?
Uh-oh.
And here's the thing. Blu-ray is region A in Japan, just like the US. And although...
And France would be region B, technically.
Yeah.
Although this doesn't... I don't believe this says it has English on it. Actually, that might be the kanji for English. It's so small. It's in English. It's got an English dub on it. So that was a great buy, right? For a purchase. Nice. So happy about that. So anyway, those are my pickups.
All right. My turn.
Oh, yeah. My friend, go for it. Oh, wait. You're probably going to want to put it on a...
There you go. All right. I got JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden
yes.
Part 1.
AIDS edition.
On Blu-ray.
Yeah, this didn't even respond to my thing saying, yo, your Boruto and your JoJo are like not even listed on Amazon.ca, yet your newest Boruto release coming after the one that's not listed is already listed. Hey?
And I saw this while we were talking about Kim Jong-un, and I had to share it. I thought that was fucking hilarious. Augie, you see this?
I do.
I don't understand.
I can't believe that they did that. They made accessories for that. But yeah.
In context with the scene, he's poisoning.
We're not going to talk about it.
Guys, the podcast lore is developing a million miles a second right now. First of all, Lance says, if there is a war, we need to get together and start a rebellion. Our organization named Otakus Protect Anime Independence. We could get with Opie printed on our flag. Yes, I'm down for this. I'm liking this idea. Also, Versus Seed in reply to that said, boy, this connection is bad. I'm sorry for that, guys. We must strap AC's chipboard anime to our bodies as makeshift armor. Yes, that will save you about as good as Kim Jong-un's fat. And then Green Line 743 came in with a follow-up. He said, when quarantine first started, I didn't think I would get Persona 5 Royal. Otakuso gave me shit and told me to just spend it on the podcast.
I think I remember.
There it is.
I think I remember that. I thought similarly. I'm like, are we gonna not get it? But they assured people on Twitter that would come, and I got it early.
Well, I'll tell you this much.
Actually, no, I got it on time.
I think I can say with full certainty that we have provided you with greater enjoyment, more hours of content, and
memories.
All of those things better than you would have got spending it on Persona 5 Royal, and you got a legal document acknowledging your stakeholdership in
Frederick Daniel Douglas Nelson. What is it?
Norman Maxwell. Okay. And then we were continuing here. Lance says, suit up, pass the meat and down your rum, grab the sausage and load the bun. All right. To which Versus he also had to say, I'll throw the discs up people's asses too.
I think from the chipboard boxes.
Right. And I cannot believe how slow this is going. Hard as fuck. All right now. Okay. Okay, so did you finish? Sorry, I interrupted you, Reese.
Yeah, I'm done.
The Corruptor interrupted. You are a Corruptor interrupter.
All right. So the Act Age manga artist Shiro Usazaki released a statement on the writer's arrest supporting the victims. Recall?
Tangentially related. He was anally corrupting them with his 50-kilometer-an-hour spank.
Yes, but again, just to remind you guys, the manga author of Act Age, and this is the actual story, not just the version I'm telling on the podcast because it's hilarious, rode by at 30 miles an hour to forcibly smack the asses of junior high school girls so he could try to get away, but was dumb enough to do it on security camera. But the artist wasn't involved in that. And so the series has been canceled and the artist has been left high and dry. But the artist has finally come out with a statement which we're about to read. And in all seriousness, this is a very heartfelt statement. I want to just up front say that, okay? So, Weekly Shonen Jump backed up their statement, giving her their full support.
What?
The artist behind
the backed up. I thought you meant backtracked.
Oh God!
What?
I just opened up that
testicle
Japanese testicle bag, and it's like Jesus Christ!
Guys, you have to save that for the.
I just ripped off the tab thing. I'm not even open. I just opened it. I just pulled off the tab. I'm not.
It's okay. It's funny.
RHYS can use his testicles the way he wants.
I bought this for everybody on the podcast at the end of last podcast, right? I bought these for everybody on the podcast, but because FDM is in Canada, I had to buy a different flavor because this wasn't available for him, or it was like $40, right? So I bought the peach version of it for him, but that isn't going to be here tonight. I mean, it might be, but I doubt it. That would get here by like maybe next podcast. But the thing is, we don't know when we're going to have our next podcast. Who knows if it's going to happen at all? Right?
I will update you guys if we have a next podcast.
Right.
I will preserve the peach packet.
And podcast appropriate that if one of us had to get cucked, it's FDDNM.
I am, after all, the supreme cuck lord.
The Canuck cuck. Okay. All right. So, the artist behind the now canceled Act Age manga, Shiro Usazaki, released a statement on August 24th supporting the victims of the alleged sexual assault perpetrated by Act Age writer Tatsuya Matsuki on 2 junior high school girls. I like the idea that he was writing so fast that he was able to ride, like, you know, when you're riding with no handlebars, right? You're not riding with your hands on the handlebars. If you're going fast enough, you can do it. Right? I like the idea that he lets go of the handlebars, rides right in between these 2 junior high school girls, and just smacks the ass.
Double ass slap.
Yeah. Which I like it. It's funny for the thing, but in actuality, my heart really does go out to these girls because it's fucking awful to be put in that situation. Although I will reiterate, what the fuck you doing outside at like 9 o'clock at night?
It was 9 o'clock
during Corona-chan, right? It was 8 o'clock, I think, for one of them, and then an hour later for the other.
I don't care if your parents are low on money. You need to go home. You're not supposed to be out doing that stuff.
Well, I just I detest this idea that you can't quote unquote victim blame or whatever, because it's like, bro, it's not about blaming the victims. It's about preventing future victims by acknowledging how stupid some behavior is that creates a victim, right? Obviously, it's not their fault. They shouldn't be like blamed for the fact that they got molested, but acknowledge
it's not their fault they got bootylicious booties.
The nature of this thing that he did, I obviously don't think it's a good thing. But I don't feel
this podcast are the reason we're canceled now. Like
we're canceled.
Like it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even
that's
matter.
The real reason we're canceled.
Everything turns around for me. It was that statement that decided that YouTube destroyed us. We have no coming back. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, FDM.
What I was going to say is like the nature of the thing. I think is like different from something that would be like really traumatizing, like some other form of abuse, I guess you could say. I feel like if now I'm not a woman or anything, but if that was me, I would just be like really surprised and be like, "What a creep!" I wouldn't like have this like I don't know
So,
big.
okay.
The thing is because it's a ride by. It's not like he was like
clear. No. To be abundantly clear, in actuality, he didn't ride up at 30 miles per hour and smack the ass. Okay, he rode up and like grabbed and like fondled and
he got two full dick
away. Yeah, so he like understand that somebody like coming by and giving you a spanking at like 30 miles an hour, that's traumatizing, but it's not sexually violative in the same way as somebody stopping like
and motorboating your ass cheeks
and yeah, like trying to yank off your clothes or something. Okay, so just to be abundantly clear, this is an absolute piece of shit that did this, and the victims deserve, you know.
So it wasn't a ride by ass slap.
No, that's just the podcast version, just like Kim Jong-un coming back from the isekai world.
Okay, well, I don't know the specifics then.
True podcast version is him doing bullet time motorboating 40 times per second and then going by and just keeps on going. Smoking a cigarette all along the way.
All right. So when presented with footage of the assault, Matsuki said there was, quote, no question it was him, which is weird that they call it the alleged sexual assault. I was like, no, fuck, I did it. Like, I mean, at that point, do you still have to call it an allegation? I don't know. We're talking about some weird stuff in this podcast. So here's what they had to say. By the way, the Crunchyroll translation is very different from the Sora News 24 translation.
Of course it is.
But the Sora News 24 translation has huge, glaring typing mistakes that trigger my grammar Nazi ways to a degree that I, out of spite, chose to use the Crunchyroll version. Mr. Tatsuya Matsuki, the original writer of the manga Act Age, for which I, Shiro Usazaki, was in charge of drawing, on August 8th, was arrested and detained on suspicion of sexually assaulting junior high school girls. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt sympathy to the victims and their families. It is truly an act of courage to speak about in the midst of the face of a traumatic experience. Although a judicial decision has not yet been made, I'm taking the victim's report seriously alongside the facts that the case has been filed as a result of the victim's I'm taking the victim's report seriously, alongside the facts that the case has been filed as a result of the victim's report and Matsuki being arrested and detained. I fully accept and agree with the Jump editorial team's decision to cancel Act Age, as well as the cancellation of projects, the collected volumes, and the merchandise. The scars left over from sexual harassment do not disappear. Going forward, every time you pass someone who looks similar, your body tenses up. Shit, anytime somebody rides past you on a bike, your body might tense up. Now, is that like a life-ending tragedy every single day for the rest of your life? Probably not. But
if it was the ride by, that would be one. That would be one type of thing. But I don't know what it is at this point. You're making
it so bad. Every time somebody rides by on a bike, your buttocks clenches. Fuck us. So I have to address some of these comments. First of all, Heart2 versus Seed. Lance says, we will teach our soldiers how to dodge bullets like Psycho Bushijima. No need for heavy armor. The enemy soldiers will be so distracted we will move right on in and take the victories every time. To which Versus Seed replies, but sir, our soldiers don't have luscious tits, but cocks.
Oh, God.
Speaking of which, pretty sure Cutie Honey 30 hasn't been in the chat for a good 50 podcasts.
Well, at least not live.
Oh no, not misspellings. My non-existent I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be dyslexia. Is that
Desnexlia.
Anyway, all right.
Don't make fun of him. He's Desnexia. Desnexia.
Is that the one with 3 X's or 1?
Should have 1 X, 2 L's.
Okay, so so they said,
What do they
say? Going forward, every time you pass someone who looks similar, your body tenses up. You walk faster, and you are afraid to walk down the street at night. Reiterate, should not have been there in the first place, but here we are. Bringing tension and fear into the lives of those who have been victims in crimes that should not have occurred. Totally agree with that statement. Should not have occurred. But again, willful ignorance, right? With the possibility of triggering or causing distress to the victims by seeing act age, we felt it was appropriate to end the series. So basically, I want to kind of state first and foremost, I disagree with the idea that they should end a series due to a crime, right? Like, for instance, I'm pretty sure it's probably still streaming. The Piano, the Pianist by
I have an even better example after you're done with yours.
They talked about him in Panty and Stocking. Whoopi Goldberg said it wasn't rape. Fuck, what is that guy's name? The disgraced Hollywood guy who everybody like signed these big things. He fucked off to France or whatever, non-extradition, right?
Weinstein?
Harvey Weinstein?
No, not Weinstein.
O.J. Simpson?
No.
Bill Cosby?
No. Did O.J. Simpson anally rape a 14-year-old girl? What is his name?
I have to ask. Excuse me, sir. Did you happen to have anally raped a 14-year-old girl?
Damn it. Why did that escape me? So
who?
Roman Polanski, the director.
Roman Polanski. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that like you can still buy the movies that he made, right?
Yeah.
After the fact, and his crime was significantly worse than the ride by butt slap that we make this out to be. So like I'll state I don't necessarily agree with ending or like erasing from existence, which we're going to continue to read about. Basically erasing from existence the existence of this series, right? I don't necessarily agree with that, but I will say this. If Young Again in Another World and Act Age are even though I don't agree with the Young Again in Another World cancellation on the grounds of what it was, I am much more likely to agree because I think that's a thought crime on that end rather than actual victim, right? Like this is. But if I'm just saying, if Young Again in Another World and Act Age are the, I don't want to use the term victims. If they're the
result,
like if they're the ones that are put on the firing line or whatever, in order to be the warning that all the other like Shonen Jump artists / authors need to
stop smacking ass
to go hold up, pee big, but don't need to go ride by on a bike and slap someone back, right? If that's what it takes to stop the next horny Japanese mangaka from doing something this absurd, then I'm all for those being the expendable series, right? Because, and I do disagree with the fact that, like, Rurouni Kenshin guy barely even got a slap on the wrist. I wouldn't even consider, for that fucking guy, $2,000, not a slap on the wrist. See, I don't like the idea of punishment for a crime based in a guaranteed minimum dollar amount or whatever, a fine up to $250,000 for pirating a movie or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be a percentage of your annual income, right? So like if you commit a crime and your annual, like you are dirt fucking poor, right? Then like, okay, you get caught with drugs or something, then
you pay $1.
That's $8,000, and that's devastating to somebody who only makes 20 grand a year, right? If you are a white collar criminal, that's $20 million. You know what I mean? Kind of thing, right? I think scaling that would seriously, literally, what was that? I told you guys about that time when I think it was Elizabeth Warren talked about the crimes being committed by Comcast or some company. I forget what it was off the top of my head. And the representative that they were grilling just said, fine, give us a fine. We can afford it. Right. And it's like literally the crime that they were committing, the penalty is a fine that doesn't outweigh the benefit that they get for committing the crime. You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting at here. Right. So I think that that especially you give a $2,000 fine to the Act Age author, then that might seriously inconvenience that guy. But the creator of Rurouni Kenshin, like, sneezes are worth more than $2,000 to that guy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Anyway, I
have a better example of why the arts should be, I guess you could say, separated from the artist, because there's in the black metal scene, there are some artists who burn down churches, murder people, get sent to prison. The one band Mayhem, they had one member shoot himself in the head. They took a picture of his corpse for the album cover, and then they one of them killed the other one. And some good stuff, but people still buy their music. I'm pretty sure it's on Google Play and all that stuff, Spotify. Well, why is that not canceled?
Didn't one of the people in the Manson family, the Charles Manson cult, one of them was having sex with one of the girls, and when she was close to climaxing, he shot himself in the head in the middle of the act for some reason, to give them a better sexual. People are weird is the bottom line.
You know, explain crazy.
Yeah. So anyway, let me address some of these amazing points. So Lance, may he rest in peace, says he ingested Roundup, and every time he hears a lawnmower, he tenses up. So may that glyphosate not. May you win your lawsuits in California against Monsanto. Tom Hanks question. No, never mind. Doesn't mean I stop my lawn from getting mowed. I just make sure to get on Twitter and complain about something that has no real effect on anything. And then I think this is going. This comment, I am with AC on
this.
That's
the fine thing.
With percentage talking about the percentage about how the fines are need to be scalable, otherwise they don't mean anything. The other thing is, honestly, fuck, if I was the Japanese police, if I had ultimate control over the punishment for the creator of Rurouni Kenshin, be okay, we're gonna find the victims in this child pornography that he possessed, and we are gonna give $20,000 of his money to each of them. You know, that would be a start for actually.
That's like the entry point.
Now, it is worth acknowledging, and this is fucking horrible, because as far as I'm concerned, in terms of what the victim went through in these scenarios, I think that I don't even know. I don't know what was in the content that fucking. Yeah.
Act Age is the only one that actually has identifiable victims.
Well, not only does he have an identifiable victim, but it was physical groping and touching, right? But so depending on how explicit the stuff that the Rurouni Kenshin author had, it's possible that those victims went through significantly more trauma in the production of that material. It's also possible that they had an OnlyFans account that they were under 8. I don't fucking know because they were
Ronald Toye the Fourth.
That would be hilarious. Anyway, but I'm just saying that if you look at it, the closeness of the perpetrator to the victim of the crime is significantly closer in the case of the Act Age guy, in the sense that he was actually right? Whereas the other crime is like, well, he affected this many girls' lives in the sense that he didn't produce the child porn, but he supported its production through purchasing or obtaining it in some way. So those girls probably went through far worse in the sense that whoever was controlling them was able to produce that content by abusing them. Or again, I don't know, could be the OnlyFans. I don't know, who knows? Because from what I've gathered from Bokurano, that one girl was producing her own, right? Wasn't that a thing? Or was that the teacher that seduced her and then filmed it or whatever? Anyway, the point is that in Japan, I've seen plenty of anime that have led me to the conclusion that there is a hot market for that junior high, what do we call it? Luscious buttocks or whatever.
Oh, God.
So perhaps, there is production of that existing out there that is being produced by the victim. And in the United States, at least, those people, you send a dick pic of yourself while you're underage to somebody and it, gets to the authorities, they will arrest you for production of child porn, right? If you're underage. Anyway. All right. So getting back to this, Lance says, if you make 30K or less, fines are 10% of annual income. If you make 100K or more, you should pay 100% of yearly income. I don't know about that.
You mean brackets of percentage?
Honestly, I think it should just be percentage. And I think that we'll get off into the weeds. Which hit? I don't know what that's a reference to. I'm sure it was. I'm sure it doesn't need to be said. I'm a slow typer. I try to spell check and it usually fails. You don't have to apologize for your dyslexia.
Dyslexia.
All right. Boy, this is the slowest connection I've got right now. Okay. All right. So continuing here. And to all the fans who love our work, we have a request to make. Thank you for your continued support of Act Age. Like you, I am saddened that we have to cut the series short like this. But it is absolutely essential that we do not let our sadness overwhelm the people who have been affected by the events. Of course, it's not the victim's fault that the work has ended. It is never wrong for the victim to speak up, to not have to endure the pain and cry themselves to sleep over the molestation and sexual assault. It was the right thing to do. I have to second that whole paragraph there. That courage in action should not be disregarded, questioned, or shamed. Again, I agree. And I want to put something into perspective real quick. So earlier I brought up like The Pianist and Roman Polanski's work.
Mayhem.
I think it's largely still available. I don't know. It might be on streaming sites. I don't know if The Pianist is anywhere streaming. I know that when Weinstein stuff happened, that they started taking his name off of projects he was a part of previously, perhaps as a way to not trigger people who bought it. Because I tell you, I think about him every time I watch Tokyo Pig, right? Because he's listed in the opening as a producer or whatever for the English reversioning. But I think it is worth noting that perhaps the response is exactly the same. Roman Polanski's not making movies in Hollywood anymore, right? I mean, like 90% of Hollywood signed a petition to try to get him pardoned for his anal rape of a 14-year-old girl, or maybe she was 13. I don't even recall, but that's beside the point. When it comes to the production of the product, right, the DVD of The Pianist, the Blu-ray, whatever it is, I'm saddened by the idea that Act Age is going to become unavailable, but perhaps it's actually the same exact response as was taken in that situation. The only difference is that when you're Universal or Paramount or whatever the company was, you've already produced 30 million copies of that DVD versus Act Age being produced by Viz in significantly smaller quantities. So I don't know, maybe it is. The thing is, though, that weirdly, my pre-order has not been canceled for book 2.
Yeah, same.
Or book 4 or book 5. I expect it to be, honestly. But anyway, just throwing that out there. Maybe the response is the same. And I agree. Look, I disagree with the idea that the work should be erased from existence, which we will talk about in a second. Mm-hmm. But I fully understand ending the work in this situation, because if I were an artist, I am an artist, you know what I mean? If I were the artist for this and this shit happened, I don't think I'd want to continue working on it. Especially this artist is female. You know, I don't want to continue working on it. I don't want to be forced. I would quit. I wouldn't want to be forced to continue working on the product because of some weird contractual obligation with the studio or something. You know what I mean? I would say fuck off and leave. You know? So I get it. I do. And again, I just want to be abundantly clear. The victims of this guy have no shame. They should not have any shame over what they did because what they did was absolutely the right call. Okay. Yeah. And as we're going to continue to see here, so Greenline 743 says, I would have replaced the writer for Act Age. So
the thing is, if you can manage to find two people that are like completely not connected to the project to continue the project, I mean, I think that could be an option. But the thing is, would those people want to continue?
Right. I think again, this gets real iffy. I think that the easiest option and the option that is probably the safest bet is to not fuck around and just end it. I get that, and I agree with it. I do. I think it's a shame. I haven't read any of Act Age at all. I opened the book on stream, I think, last podcast and thumbed through it, but I didn't actually read a single panel, right? I don't care about this story. I have no attachment to it at all. But the thing is that because of the way that manga is produced, it's just not an option to just replace the author. It won't be the same story, and it still carries all the baggage of the first 5 chapters or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So it's at the end of the day, it is better. It is better to leave it. Also, real quick, Lance said, I am a slow typer. I try to spell check and it usually fails.
But he didn't even spell his misspell right.
So get that looked at.
Versus C says,
oh, it's just one. No.
Oh, do you actually have dyslexia? My bad.
Or be flaccid.
Or be flaccid. My penis will never die or be flaccid. No versus C. I'm just a dumbass. Boy, I can't believe how bad this connection is for me. Okay. Yeah, all right. And he's also, my vision is really fucked. Let me be very clear. Anime characters are not real. And art in itself can't hurt people. But hurt a real person, and I say fuck. Yeah, no, I agree. But in this situation, I'm saying that from the PR standpoint, everything, it's the right call, right?
People aren't really saying that the story itself is like, I don't know, bringing up trauma. Besides those 2 victims, maybe, but
yeah, right. So in this situation, the person who would be hurt is literally the 2 victims, right? Are going to be hurt, and maybe, you know what? There might be more victims of this guy that we don't know about. These are the ones that were caught on camera that he admitted to. Who knows? True. You know, we don't know that there might be more people out there. The thing is, though, the sad thing is that all of this would be avoided if the victims didn't find out, oh, that guy wrote a manga? Weird. Oh, shit. Acting? Like, what if they were a fan of it? That would suck even worse, you know? Anyway, I want to get through real quick. I just want to power through. Go ahead.
There's one thing that's not considered. Normally when you have something that's very popular, there's always clones of it to sneak right after to try to gain that popularity.
So are you saying someone's going to make a clone after the fact and then people get their semi-fulfillment through that?
I don't think that is the same in the sense of manga. Manga is a little bit different from that. Shit, my batteries are already dying in my headphones. Shoot, I don't even know which headphone it is. I've been wearing just the left one at work when I've been listening to the podcast. Because seriously, there was nothing to do. We had no new hires. Oh, that'll work. Okay. We had no new hires at work my entire first week as supervisor. right? So that was the most boring fucking days of my life. And I was so fucking sore because, you know, you do the same thing for work every day, pushing a cart around or whatever you do. You build up those muscles, but fuck, you spend 10 hours sweeping and forget it. I've been sweating up on AM2. That's the active mezzanine that I'm in for 10 hours straight the last like 10 days kind of thing. Anyway. All right. So let me get through this real quick. But it's absolutely essential that we do not let our sadness overwhelm the people who have been affected by the events. Of course, it's not the victim's fault that the work has ended. It is never wrong for the victim to speak up, to not have to endure the pain and cry themselves to sleep over the molestation and sexual assault. It was the right thing to do. That courage and action should not be disregarded, questioned, or shamed. I also fully understand the feelings of the fans who live and breathe manga. I also live thanks to manga. This was extremely differently phrased in the Sword News 24 translation. Also, grammar Jews to the gas chambers. There should be a space here. My feelings have been overwhelmed, but please don't turn that love of manga into violence directed in the wrong direction. Please think carefully, be empathetic, don't be misled by misinformation, and choose what you say or not say with consideration.
You know what, guys? This is what dojins are for. Those fans that are bloodthirsty can make their own ending.
Sure. That's a great opportunity for... Sure. It'd be really funny, actually.
It's basically become public domain now because it's being erased, right?
What if the artist continued the story and wrote the author in, and like they just like South Park killing Kenny kind of scenarios happen? That'd be kind of funny. Anyway, they said, I also fully understand the feelings of the fans who live and breathe manga. I also live thanks to manga. My feelings have been overwhelmed, but please don't turn that love of manga into violence directed in the wrong direction. Please think carefully, be empathetic, don't be misled by misinformation, and choose what you say or not say with consideration. Lastly, I hope the victims will be able to live a peaceful life, are well taken care of, and that they will never have to go through this kind of situation ever again. August 24th, 2020, Shiro Usazaki, and then Shonen Jump quote tweeted it or whatever and all that. And then they go on to say here, Usazaki was paired with Matsuki for the serialization of Act Age and a previous one-shot that was also written by him. The Act Age manga was canceled in Weekly Shonen Jump a few days after Matsuki was arrested with the full support of Usazaki. The stage play was also canceled, as was any future merchandise based on the series that hasn't yet been shipped. The merchandise, which was already pre-ordered and shipped, can be refunded through Weekly Shonen Jump. Future volumes of the series will not be printed, and past volumes will not be reprinted. Okay. So with that in mind, just giving you another. So the Sankaku Complex version of this says, even merchandise such as the Act Age Comic Calendar 2021, the Act Age prepaid card reward for the Natsukomi 2020 photo contest, and various button pins was also announced to be discontinued, demonstrating Shonen Jump's firm stance regarding the manga code. So those are some of the things, like even like rewards, like winning a contest or whatever, you know, are being like, no, they're not happening now, kind of thing. So sucks to be you if you were the winner. Forever a loser now. All right, Kickstarter news. So the Island of Giant Insects, dubbed and uncensored. This has finished, right? It
says 4 days to go.
4 days.
Yes, yeah, 4 days left, but it's already reached its goal. I think we talked about that last podcast, right? What was the stretch goal for
5.1?
Yeah, what was that stretch goal?
I didn't keep track because I didn't think we'd get there.
Okay, it says here, next step, 5.1 surround sound at 150%, right? So we're currently at 142.1 is where it's trending. It's going to be at.
It'd be what, 160-ish or something? It
probably won't get there, the 150%. Great to know that I haven't been charged for this yet. That's expense I wish I didn't have coming out in the next few days, but I don't think I'm going to cancel it because, again, having more cash on hand right now isn't really going to do much because It's a
little difference in what you need is
it's so great that it won't even matter. And I kind of would rather have. I think it'd be more valuable for me as an investment going forward to have the Kickstarter to sell later if I had to. Although I'm going to make sure to change that date so it doesn't get shipped to a house I no longer live at. I'm sorry, did I say date? I meant to say address. That was a weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I definitely don't want a fucking phone case. Come on. I'm going to type in 5.1.
Type in.
Here we go. Oh yeah, that's right. It's
yen.
Why would you do it in yen? Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. We already talked about that. It doesn't look like they're gonna get there. Moving on. It would take a miracle. So Eiyuden Chronicle, now the most backed Japanese project on Kickstarter. Furthermore, it is also the 6th most funded video game Kickstarter.
I forgot about that. Eiyuden?
Yeah. All right, continuing. Live action Mega Man movie will be, quote, emotional and primal. Well, I mean, it's going to be emotional. Trying to watch that. A recent interview with the screenwriter for the upcoming live-action Mega Man film has alluded to the character of focal hero Mega Man, mentioning that the movie will be, quote, emotional and primal, and hopefully a good enough quality to not be deemed another horrid Hollywood-level disaster. I mean, it sounds like it's going to be pretty fantastic to me in the sense that if you're going to go so different from the source material that it's going to be, quote, emotional and primal, then I can't wait to see where that goes.
What definition of primal are we using here?
I'm pretty sure Mega Man is going to be a crying gorilla, right? That's how that works. Like they're going to take, he's going to be Harambe instead of a person. The relevant portion of the interview, right? So Polygon said, how did you approach making Mega Man functional as a movie character? Tomlin says, I think the same way with any other character. You treat him like he's a real person. I was brought into that later in the process because Henry and Ariel, who directed Project Power, are also directing the Mega Man movie. And they had been working on it for a while. And we just had such a good time working on Project Power together that they decided to be kind enough to continue to party in this other universe. Okay. Don't know what that means. My way into it was always what is a compelling story and what is the real soul of that character? We all know him as this cartoonish blue bomber who jumps and shoots, and to kind of go beyond that and knowing that, okay, visually it's going to be a certain thing that is going to please a video game fan, but you know what is the story what is the story at the center? They're like, what is it that this character can really go through? It'll be universal and primal and emotional and everybody can kind of relate to. So I'm really excited about that script. I'm really excited about what the guys are going to do with that movie, and hopefully there will be some news about it soon. So I like the idea that like the blue bomber is going to be like the Unabomber or something. Like it's going to be an actual bomber instead of. Yeah, so we decided to make it, like real emotional and primal. I just see him like with a suicide vest, thumb hovering over the button, sweating profusely, looking at the police that are negotiating with him. Don't do it. Ah! Is it a kids movie like Sonic? I think it's something that the kids will like.
Oh,
I don't want to say what our comps are because it might betray a little too much. But it is not squarely in the kid territory. But I don't think that that's an R-rated movie either. An exact release date has not yet been determined for the Mega Man. Yeah, they're not even going to start working on that for at least another year.
Yeah, keep working at it. What I don't get is why not just take what was previously animated, like the 90s Mega Man, super fighting robot, and just convert that to movie?
Because if you were to do that, you would need to have like an actual like you can't do that live action. If you could do that continuing it with animation or even going 3D CG with it, like kind of like what they did with the character in Smash Bros, where they like got all of his iconic poses and stuff copied perfectly, but like kind of do that. You could probably do that. Seems kind of, I don't know. It seems kind of weird to me that they're even trying to do this, you know? Seems like such a bad move that's going to fall flat, but we'll see.
I'm going to laugh if he plays soccer in it.
Oh, that'd be funny. You probably will. Or at least kick a can. Crunchyroll rubs the lamp, adds Genie Family 2020 to anime catalog. So there's a thing. It's coming soon. US, Canada, and Latin America. That's got to be what that is.
Technically, Saban Entertainment had the license to it kind of briefly because they played like the last season of it back in the 90s, and Bulk and Skull from Power Rangers were watching it. Okay.
Crunchyroll adds Card Fight Vanguard Extra Story If anime to simulcast lineup. So this thing's coming to the simulcast lineup. Continuing here. Crunchyroll to stream new Grand Blue Fantasy OVA on August 25th. So if you like this bland looking show, here you go. It's for you. Netflix to air Dragon's Dogma on September 17th, 2020. Furthering their attempt to make everything CG instead of, drawing it. So it can't look like 7 Deadly Sins.
3D game from Capcom.
But the anime shouldn't necessarily have to translate to being 3D, but because it's Netflix, they're doing that. Boy, look at that face. The same face. Anyway, nice mustache. Also, all 5 seasons of Sailor Moon are coming to Crave on September 18th, according to Jesse Betteridge. Shout Factory goes kaiju crazy with Mystery Science Theater 3000 Gamera movie marathon. 5 classic Gamera themed episodes will stream on Shout Factory TV on September 1st, 2020.
Sweet.
Continuing. A decade in the making, a French documentary, I'm not going to try to pronounce, explores Satoshi Kon. So they've spent 10 years working on this, and now it's finally finished, I guess. Not sure what took him so long towards the end, other than maybe the fact that he died. But did he die? How long ago did he die?
2009.
It is the 10th anniversary of his tragic passing. So it was like they started this after he died. Yeah. Manga author draws farewell illustrations for Gintama, the final movie. So that was kind of weird because remember we read the names of the previous movies that all seemed kind of like they were like, well, it's goodbye, right? This is bye-bye. What's his name? Gintoki?
Yeah.
Gintoki-san, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Says here the film story will be based on the climax of the manga. Then it also says here the film will be produced as the final chapter of the anime franchise, and its story will be based on the climax of the Gintama manga, while adding original elements that will not betray the expectations of the fans who have loved Gintama so far. The anime franchise's 3rd and last feature film, Gintama the Final, is set to be released in Japan on January 8th, 2021. So yeah. Continuing, Masaki Yuasa's Japan Sinks 2020 anime series being compiled into Shizumanuki Bo, or Bao, maybe anime film. So, according to this, Masaki Yuasa loved the 5.1 soundtrack experience so much that they decided to make it into a movie so he could hear it in a movie theater. So that's what the article says.
Okay.
Face Day Night Heavens Feel Part 3 Spring Song goes 4D in Japan starting on September 4th. And you get like a special card for the 4DX version. It also opened in Japan on August 15th to the #1 to be number one at the box office, making more. Again, this is August 15th. August 15th, making more than the second film in the trilogy, even with the COVID-19 measures in place.
People really wanted to go see a movie.
People, yeah, well, I wonder if that is like, hey, there's a movie coming out. Is like, do you want to go see it? It's like, yes, sure. Do you want to know what it is? It's like, I don't fucking care. I need to get out of this house. You know? Anyway. Also, AMC has a placeholder spot here for Akira 4K, September 24th, 2020. So
that would be interesting if that sticks.
Yeah. Well, I kind of don't understand. Like, shouldn't the film grain be a higher resolution than the 4K that they're promoting this as? You know, seems weird to me. So there's this new upcoming anime about Kevin's design team.
I knocked my mic.
So basically, the idea is, it says it revolves around a group of people in the Heaven design team as they design the many animals that grace the planet Earth, often exposing information on why they are designed as they are and leading into various comedic situations. Whilst rather formal and proper at first, the trailer quickly descends into madness. So yeah, it's just like an interesting idea where it's just going to be a story about just a fun little thing about all the animals on Earth and like, why does the platypus lay eggs, right? And all that. Like, they're just going to do a comedic, satirical way of trying to explain all that shit. So I thought that was something worth looking out for. I don't know what the English title of this anime is, because freaking Sankaku Complex refuses to write titles in English. So it's Techi Sozo Design Boo is what it's called. But Tenchi, like 10 is heaven. So heaven, it's probably Heaven's design team or whatever. Anyway.
Tenchi Muyo.
This kind of looks like a short series, like one of those 5.
Yeah, it's probably at like a 12-minute or whatever, but it still seemed interesting. Heroes and rivals gather in Magatsu Warheit Zurest TV anime key visuals. So this is another thing that exists. It does in fact exist. I'm not making it up. So they sure look German, don't they?
Yeah.
Except for this guy. He's Jamaican. Just kidding. He's a clown. He looks like Hisoka from this angle. Festivities begin in Higurashi When They Cry TV anime on October 1st. So you can see the trailer with the fucking trash artwork.
I think it looks less trash in the...
I think it keeps getting worse. Like, I like how all the characters' clothes look like they're in like saran wrap. You know, they're all like, the highlights are so fucking bright. Look at these fucking pants. You know, like it's catching the light on that shiny metal pants. You know, I don't think it's an improvement personally. That's just me.
I don't think it's an improvement with the design, but I do think there's some qualities in the animation. Like, there was way more frames than there needed to be when you saw Rika in her whatever clothing, like just taking a step for the Cotton Drifting Festival and stuff. I'm like, whoa.
Mm-hmm. So pottery-themed TV anime Yakunara Mug Cup Mo releases visuals for its live-action segment. So who cares about that part? But there's a new anime about pottery. And it seems I'm ready to see something new. You know,
what's that, Anime Collector? An anime about pot?
Also, I love this girl doing like the Sentai posing. I want to see her Ultraman mugs and things.
Are you promoting mugging, AC?
So I had a Mandela effect moment when I read this, because I always thought it was sorcerer, stabber, orphan, not sorceress, stabber, orphan. But apparently they're making another season of the new series.
Cool.
I mean, I haven't watched.
I can't remember which one I thought when I was reading.
Okay.
You've given me a bias.
Oh, so we're going all the way back to the. I should probably undo this before we get a copyright claim for showing that. But going back to the the Heaven design team, Lance wants to know, why do echidna have two penises?
They do?
Yeah.
Well, you know.
Because they don't.
He also comes in with this hot take. COVID-19 is just code name for worldwide house arrest. Some people think COVID stands for Certificate of Vaccine Identification. Just throwing that out there.
Okay. What,
a live action anime about pot? It was definitely filmed in the south of good old US. Gintama is in the King of Fighters mobile game. Everything's in the King of Fighters mobile game. Did Funimation ever finish dubbing Azure Lane and Railgun Season 3? I don't know. Anana,
I think it was a matter of Azure Lane just coming out.
Okay. Yes. All right, cool. So we're caught up with the chat here. Okay, so continuing back to Burn the Witch, which has some really strikingly good graphical like this for the CG and stuff. Looks pretty, got a good what do you call it, like a aesthetic to it, you know, for what it is. I'm pretty pleased about it.
Well, it is Bleach.
Yeah, which didn't give me.
Oh yeah, didn't they like? I meant that as the creator, but then I realized that wait, no, he actually like canonized it as in the Bleach universe. I think,
yeah,
which I felt like was unnecessary.
Yeah, it's a spinoff. Anyway, so it looks, except for the part where they're like riding Pokemon, it seemed like a good go about it. Anyway, so yeah, you guys can check out that trailer if you want. Okay, continuing.
I'm just gonna wait for Viz to release those on DVD only in 700 separate parts.
Yeah, probably. I think it's actually short though, isn't it? Like a one-shot manga. So maybe the OVA is not that.
It got a real serialization recently, I think.
I think it only had like 4 chapters.
Yeah. So anyway, I haven't read this yet, but I figured might as well go over it. It's not too terribly long. It says here, overseas demand is driving up the amount of money anime studios are making. That's good for those studios.
What's that Hirohei said? I don't think that Funimation and Crunchyroll help the industry as much as people are saying. I think it does more harm.
I mean, I get where he's coming from, but I don't necessarily agree. They've had some absurdly bad takes lately with
Justin
like
Vegas was saying how what streaming makes up like the majority of well, not even just streaming from Japan, like international streaming is making up the majority of the money anime is making.
Yeah. I mean, it gets the product to the consumer in a pretty painless way. So anyway, producer at 8 million, Yoshitada Fukuhara, tweeted that studios are bringing in 5 million yen more per episode. Anime studios are the backbone of the anime industry. Without them, we'd have no anime. For almost the entire time the anime industry has been around, in a majority of cases, anime studios have been contracted by production committees to create a series based on the committee's specifications and input. A set amount is given to the anime studio to produce the series, and according to 8 million producer Yoshitada Fukuhara, the amount is steadily going up thanks to international demand. So basically, the budget is getting higher because the return is getting higher. And you got to stand out.
The pay is staying equally as poverty low.
But the artists are still dying of ulcers. Last year, Yoshitada Fukuhara, who has worked on such series as Kimono Friends, Kimurikusa, and various others, tweeted that the average amount an anime studio gets to produce one episode was around 15 million. or $142,000 US, making a 12-episode TV anime series cost $1.7 million. Amazing to me that fucking Sentai, or ADV rather, spent $1 million on the license for Crow Phantom Memory. For the license, right? Or was it $1 million or 900,000? It doesn't matter, but yeah, roughly.
It was roughly a million.
Fukuhara corrected on August 22nd. Fukuhara corrected his record and stated that on average, some anime studios are making 5 million yen more per episode and able to get royalties for what they create if it's successful. This increase pushes budgets for anime up to around 20 million yen, $190,000 on average per episode. The studios getting these royalties are usually the bigger ones, who create the more popular anime of the season. The increased amount being given to anime studios from the production committees to help attract more talented creators The increased amount being given to anime studios from the production committees to help attract more talented creators, because there's a missing word in there. The increased amount is being given to anime studios from the production committees to help attract more talented creators because overseas licensors are interested in higher profile creators and studios to sell a series, especially prior to broadcast when there's not much to go on for promotional purposes. On the other hand, Fukuhara says that for smaller studios, getting back-end royalties is hard and that studios need to have a proven track record to even get onto the negotiating table. Fukuhara muses that future productions will see anime studios do a lot of their own in-house copyright work, like Toei Animation and Kyoto Animation currently do, with their own original titles, or have a greater seat at the production committee. Here's a full translation of his tweet. He says, this tweet is from years ago, but recently the market price for an anime episode has been around 20 million yen. This is because overseas distribution sites are focused on the popularity of the original work, the studio and the creator when they license the series at a high price, so a majority of the orders are concentrated on the more popular studios. Furthermore, the bigger studios tend to be able to claim royalties easily. On the contrary, it is difficult for smaller studios to claim royalties. Overall budgets are increasing, but the royalties made through domestic broadcast TV licensing are changing and are gradually disappearing. The new idea is that once an original work has a proven track record, the studio will be able to claim royalties. In order to achieve this, the trend in the future will be for production studios to not only produce works, but also to create a system that allows them to do their own copyright business, to merge or be acquired by a major company, or to work with a production company. The number of original works is decreasing, and it would be nice if there were more original anime created by studios. While it's great to know that anime studios are seeing more money being injected into them for each episode's production, hopefully that money is being passed down to the staff working on the series. Do note that the numbers presented by Fukuhara are an estimate and that it all depends on the contracts in place. Also note that the budget of an anime series does not reflect its quality. That comes down to the hardworking and talented staff who are hopefully given enough time to finish what they want to create for us to watch. All right, well, that was a very short article that could have honestly just been covered in just the headline. So I apologize. I didn't read all of it beforehand. Greenlight 743 says, "Oh, can we mention the analog? So the Annie-log thing again? Everybody on YouTube is saying it's the death of licensors. Not even close. Not even close. As we covered last podcast, clearly, that's wishful thinking on their part.
Sensationalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only for Japanese fans anyway. It doesn't affect the overseas.
It's not only going to be for Japanese fans. They are planning to release subtitles and stuff, but the shows are ancient. Flint the Time Detective, like old Astro Boy, really old stuff that isn't even going to take away from most of those things there isn't even a license for a physical release over here. That's not going to hurt them at all. That's certainly not going to compete with them in the streaming realm.
Also, don't forget that, Funimation, High Dive, and Crunchyroll even are all producing some content dubbed. So, they can't fill that market.
It's a joke. They're completely wrong.
Basically, all the stuff that's going to be on it would be stuff that Retro Crush would probably end up picking up anyway.
Yeah. So Cells at Work, Strongest Enemy Moviegoers to receive manga's 4.9th volume. I mean, not 4.5, 4.9. So there's the manga. Media could not be played. RIP. R.I.P. that. I mean, here you go. Is he cancer? What is he? Is he lupus? That'd be interesting. All right. So that's the thing. There you go. A little collectible for you to haggle on Makuake or eBay or whatever. All right. This one's for you. FDDNM. Canadian.
Furry DDDNM.
Black
3DDNM.
Furiously bashes furries.
Wait, what?
You requested that we talk about this?
Well, yeah, but I'm not sure about that headline. Are they... Is this supposed to be like a slant on, this is anti-furry propaganda?
The point is that all the characters are all animal-based, right? Just like in the Journey to the West story?
Yeah, this is Journey to West. Well, to be honest, when I saw the thumbnail of the video, or whatever, I saw this monkey man, I'm like, and it said Wukong, so I'm like, okay, what do I care? But then when I actually saw like the fidelity of the gameplay, and you know, it's Souls-esque, which I enjoy Dark Souls 3 and all that, so it's actually kind of more appealing than I first thought it would be. But God, those graphics look next gen, and it's also by a quote indie develop studio.
Yeah,
they're like only 40 people.
The graphics look fantastic compared to half the stuff that is being promoted as being for PlayStation 5 or whatever. It looks fucking terrible compared to this. Absolutely. So apparently it's Vic Mignogna's birthday today or tomorrow. Stan Dolan just tweeted happy birthday to Vic Mignogna. So there you go. Anyway, so
say happy birthday from the OCA podcast just to get people to come back.
Yeah, for our final podcast, we say happy birthday, Vic.
all this time that we've talked about in this podcast.
Yeah, it looks great. The graphics of this game, they look incredible, especially like the depth of field for shots like this with the bug. Look incredible. Like Ghost of Tsushima, I thought actually I don't play. I have missed many generations of games. The last high fidelity game I played was Uncharted 2. All right.
Yeah.
So I am quite behind, but when I saw Ghost of Tsushima, I legitimately thought it didn't look like it was living up to what I projected going forward games would look like. And from what I had seen, for especially that Unreal thing, which I think this is coming closer to, right? And then of course there's that Halo controversy with that awful graphics.
Oh my God. With the Brute. I love him.
Yeah. Anyway. So this has like distortion effects and whatnot in the moves and everything. It looks and
the
cool.
Fire on the freaking weapon, just how it tracks it all, and the particle effects, and especially like when he was facing that mini boss with the fur, the like subsurface scattering, looks really cool.
Oh yeah, no, it looks fantastic.
And the cool thing about the gameplay is that he has like 72. I don't think he has 72 forms, but he has 72 different abilities. So that's just an interesting gameplay thing. And they had like a number of games they cited for inspirations, like Monster Hunter World.
You'd be fucking awful as if Sean Schemmel gets cast as his voice.
Oh.
That'd be so terrible.
They're probably going to get that lady who still voices Man Goku.
Oh,
in Japan.
Masako, whatever her name is.
Yeah.
I don't know her name, so it won't.
So Greenland 743 says, sorry, it just pisses me off. I'm not the most knowledgeable anime fan, but even I know that's not how that's going to work. Yeah, regarding Anilog. Yeah, no, honestly, I haven't watched many of those YouTubers in a while, but I've seen like their tweets and stuff, and I'm just like, this is embarrassing. I can't believe. Like, I really hope that you're followers and whatnot are calling you out for how stupid of a take that is, because you guys are digging yourselves into the worst fucking hole. I'm embarrassed for you. Anyway, but yeah, look at these graphics.
Yeah, here's the fur.
Fur and shit looks amazing. For the most part.
Yeah, it's by a Chinese developer. Oh, by the way, Brad, this game... Okay, see that? It showed like a sizzle reel of all the things to expect, and things look like they could get like super epic, because there's just these 3 titans that you're expected to play.
No, it reminds me of Onimusha 4. The opening to Onimusha 4, like that opening place, you fight these like Titan-sized guys like that, and it feels like it's really evoking that sort of feeling. You know, I think it could be incredible. It could be a very incredible experience. What's going on over there? Am I still on?
Yeah.
You're here.
StreamYard just went black everywhere except for the
it says live 2 hours 15 minutes.
You're like on one page.
Hold on. What's going on? Now it's green.
I just switched to your
we
camera.
See your face.
I can't see it. It went to green. Okay. I'm gonna have to leave the call and come back. Brave is just like freaking out right now.
It was a real brave move of them to make every feature not function with the latest update.
I didn't even update. Close this.
With the oldest update.
I saw that there was an update available, but I thought probably not a good idea right before the podcast.
You're still coming in crystal clear on our side.
Right, yeah, closing some tabs here.
Lance spelling "hey" like a white girl again. Classic.
Okay, well, just give me a minute. Oh, well, apparently that was the only tab. All right. Okay, let me.
I'm reading you loud and clear, AC.
Okay, I'm gonna see. The thing is, if I close this tab, I might not be able to get back in. I can't see anything.
Really scared.
The screen is completely gray for me. I mean, I guess. Fuck. This is not how I want to end the podcast. Okay, I'm going to try to close this. I'll be back in a sec.
Increase the cut count as we see Adventure Kid.
We're not doing the cut count for this one.
All right, so series that I've seen that I'm currently watching is Heroic Age. It has this one.
The first 9 episodes, I felt like I was asleep because I could have actually been asleep, and then I woke up.
Heroic Age has like this theme of grandeur that they really keep overplaying, but so far I'm really enjoying the plot to it. Prior to that, I finally watched Dragonaut, which I like.
My brother says that one's horrible.
Okay. It's mediocre. Wasn't boring. CG is probably a little outdated for the time. I'm not going to lie about that.
It was probably outdated at the time. Oh.
Yeah.
Get suck.
Whatever. Finally finished Line Barrels of Iron.
Yeah? How was that?
Not as bad as everyone kept saying it was.
Who's this everyone? Because no one talks about it. And the people that talk about like me say it's amazing. And I even got Flip's opinion on it. And he's like, yeah, man, I love Line Barrels. Yeah.
How's it going, AC?
Knife.
Welcome back. What is it? The Anal
Corruptor.
Corruptor, yeah. Thank you. Brad, do you hear us?
Do you have enough oxygen?
Somehow. All right. So that was relatively painless, actually. I closed Brave and reopened it, and all the tabs are like fully loaded. Like all my bandwidth just decided to come back all at once.
Okay. Wait.
Well, I legitimately thought I closed the other window for a second. I'm like, well, there I go. At least we're going to end with another cuckening.
A brief thing to close off the Wukong thing is it's disproving what you were saying before when we were discussing the $70 price tag for games, because they said they've only been at work. I don't know what they cited, how long they've been working on it. I want to say maybe 6 months, but they said they're on track for it to be done in like 2 years. And you were saying how games are getting much more difficult to make, takes more time.
They're getting much more. Yeah, they're getting more costly to make, because high fidelity graphics, like for instance, in I think it was in one of the original Call of Duties, they developed a new. Hey, first of all, AWOL is AWOL. Lance. It stands for absent without official leave or something. Anyway, I know that because we talked about AWOL, the anime that was only released on VHS, in like the first podcast, and I recently rewatched that at work. Anyway, or listened to it. So the thing is that I lost my train of thought. We were talking about the cost
of games. Costly.
Yeah, so the thing
Call
about
of Duty
it is,
and their engine.
Oh yeah, Call of Duty. Yeah, so they invented this thing called LOD, which stands for level of detail, where this was a technique that they developed that made that it was like a huge leap forward in game design, because what would happen is you have your high poly hero character, right, with thousands of polygons all over his face and body and whatnot, and then when that character, like, so that's like your co-op partner, or like a main character that you hang out with, right? You get really close to him. It's Sheva in Resident Evil, for example, when you're playing as Chris, right?
Yeah.
You get real close to them. You can see all those details. You can pull up the sniper rifle and look at their pores, kind of thing. Like you get so close. But then let's say Sheva is 300 feet away, and you're using the sniper rifle to look at her. If you zoom in with the sniper rifle, you're going to see high resolution, good detail one. But then as you get midway out there, it's going to swap out the model for a low res one. And then as you get farther away, it's going to just be like 8 polygon. It gets really low, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works. And the only way back when they first did that with those Call of Duty games or whatever it was, World at War, I don't remember which game it was. The only time you'd even notice was when you'd zoom in with a sniper rifle, because that's where you would see it changing, right? Think of Grand Theft Auto Vice City when you're driving around and you're going so fast that the fucking buildings don't load in and you crash, right? That's kind of the issue that was occurring. So what's happening here is that all of these characters progressively need to be higher and higher resolution for each new game, new generation of games. And not only do the characters need to be much higher fidelity, but you can't get away as easily with low poly stuff in the background. That crate over there that's literally a box with a texture on it that makes it look like it has slats. Now that has slats, and it's destructible, right, in order to keep going. So that's why the cost keeps going up. And I'm telling you, like, they are going to try right now, because the thing is that the gaming market right now with Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever that is, this game, Ghost of Tsushima, they are at this level where they are able to continue to keep pricing as it is currently, because you make a game that is so fucking hype and you release that shit on Steam or whatever, way more people download that than would have gone to GameStop and paid $60 for it, right? For a physical game, 10 years ago. Right. But what I'm saying is that there is going to be a point in the next 5 or so years where you hit severe diminishing returns, just like how Netflix is only able to keep growing. They're only able to keep borrowing debt while they still have new countries that don't have their service with big populations that they can integrate into and start getting a bigger and bigger, constantly growing customer base. As soon as they hit that terminal point, peak, customer base,
peak saturation,
all of a sudden, investors come home to roost, and it's like, hey, you're $80 billion in debt. Time to pay up, right? That's going to happen with games, where they're going to get to the point where, okay, we can keep spending more and more and more, and make these much more expensive, super AAA blockbuster, invent the quadruple A for the next generation because it's going to be that much better. But in the near future, they're going to hit that wall. And this isn't going to be sustainable forever because they're using the same like strategy as Netflix, where they have to keep growing who they're reaching, right? So unless games are for the next generation are exclusively made for the biggest demographic that there is, in order to get purchased by as many Steam accounts, as many whatever accounts as possible, they won't be able to continue, right? And that's why I say like Mario is going to do much better because it's going to get very cosmetic how it improves. Like there's in one of the Mario Party games, like one of the more recent ones, they have this like cooking game where you're like flipping tofu and it looks fucking incredible.
Flipping the meat mini game,
are insane. Those graphics are amazing for what that is compared to Mario Party for N64. Right, so that little here and there, they're going to get a little bit better. Mario, like the texture on his jeans or his overalls is going to be a little bit more higher, where you start counting the stitching, like you could do in Super Smash Brothers Melee, by the way. But it's just going to get a little bit better. But the overall modeling isn't going to change much. You know, it's not, maybe there should be a little bit of cloth physics on it. You know, so like his hat blows a little bit more, whatever stuff like that. It's going to be a lot easier for them.
Babies will shine different.
Yeah, you're gonna walk up to a mirror, and then you're gonna see Mario in the mirror, and then Mario's reflection of his reflection in the button on his overalls. Right?
You're gonna use the sniper rifle to zoom in on the
You're gonna
button.
see the Goomba guts on the bottom of his shoes when he jumps up and his foot goes back. Right?
Anyway, the thesis I was providing you was this indie studio is defying or projected to defy what you were saying.
See, just to be abundantly clear, I don't think I articulated it well enough that this isn't going to happen at the immediate launch of the new console, but it's going to be a roadblock they're going to hit very soon, because how many people are left on the planet? We're not going to discover a new island with an advanced civilization that's ready for video games.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to ship our games out to Mars. You know what I mean? That, like, we're reaching peak civilization where all of the products that we're producing and constantly getting into the hands of more and more people, we're going to hit that wall, you know, and we're going to hit it with more industries than just gaming, movies, all that stuff, like dumping hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into the next Marvel movie isn't going to return an investment forever. You're going to start hitting diminishing returns where the more money you pump into it, you know, you're not going to attract more people to the 30th movie in the franchise. You know what I mean? Like, it's like Doctor Who. Doctor Who is on like whatever season it's on now. It's like, there's always going to be people like me. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to start it in season 38 or whatever. If I'm going to watch the show, I'm going to start at the beginning, you know? So even if you're making it to be accessible to new fans, it doesn't matter. Once you've made your 50th Marvel movie, you know, and you sunk $300 million into it so that it's the most grand spectacle ever, and to a degree, that is an investment. So you make a movie that looks so mind-blowingly amazing that you get everybody who skipped Avengers 1, Iron Man 2, Spider-Man Homecoming, you get them to go back and watch them so that they can be ready. And that brings in money, sure. But what I'm saying is that you're going to hit that wall. And it's just not something you can keep going on forever. And I just think that, like, this game may be defying, you know, the reality right now, but that's only because it's still at the front of that bell curve. You know what I mean? And as soon as it slides down, it's just gonna wreck the industry, I think. Or the games are gonna go up in price. Then they're gonna need to. Studios are gonna go out of business, just like with Life of Pi, when Rhythm and Hues won that award, that Oscar or whatever, for visual effects in Life of Pi, and they accepted the award when they had already filed for bankruptcy and were dissolved. You know, and I'm just telling you, that's what I think is going to happen. And I might be wrong, could be. I'm not an economist, but this is something that I'm seeing a similar trajectory to what happened with the visual effects industry is going to happen with games.
All right, well, I think your abundance of clarity has been abundantly clear.
Good. Let's jump on to the next article. All right. So I want to ask you this. What do you think of this? Shohei's adult streaming channel, R18 H game, launches on Steam. What do you think of this photo here?
Is that CG?
So when I had first opened this article, I thought that was a photo and that this was a full motion video game. So
What is it?
VR?
It's a 3D model.
Huh.
Like, this is the engine.
For an adult game?
It's a much more obvious thing now, right? And I got to tell you, the thing that made me realize when I stopped to watch this video, how fucking trash her hands look. Ugh!
Oh, God.
Melted wax.
God, they look horrible.
Rubber.
So that's the reason I understood that that this wasn't photo real, like it wasn't actually a photo, because I glanced at it on my phone when I looked at the article the first time. I didn't know, but when I looked at it on my computer, I was like, holy shit, like that kimono looks fucking real. Like, that looks good. This looks like you would expect. I mean, when you scrutinize it, things definitely start to fall apart.
You hit the hands and you hear like the tire screech and then
yeah. So anyway, it's funny because you can't really see the subtitle, but the question that is being, and this is like that weird thing they do in porn where they like have the interview guy ask them questions at the beginning. And so this game is literally called Shohei's adult streaming channel. The guy addresses himself. So you're about to do it with Big Dick Shohei. Anyway.
Is this your first time with the big dick?
Big Dick Shohei? Yeah. So anyway, it says here that on the downside, though, Denpasoft acknowledged that the R18 release does contain mosaics over the genitals of the 3D thespians. However, there is yet another upside to the story, and it's that Denpasoft is working on an uncensored patch to remove the mosaics. Well, I'll tell you this much. If the genitals look as good as those hands, I don't want to be anywhere near
I was about to say, you think the hands look bad? What about the genitals?
I always joke. Like,
let's look under the hood.
I always joke.
Because they're going to be mosaics, they won't put any detail. It will literally just be like cylinder.
I was going to say, I'm sure you've seen like those hentai scenes, the uncut ones, where like the genitals are like, it's like a shaft with a ball on the end of it for the man, right? And you're like, this looks trash. But then you think about, okay, well, in Japan, they drew it that way because it's mosaic, right? It's like, don't worry about it. It's like, nobody's going to see this over here. So just draw it like a fucking lollipop, like write your name on his dick or whatever. Because it's going to be like, so yeah, I wonder, to your point, I wonder how much detail actually went into the genitals or whatever. But anyway.
I forget, did you say this is launching on Steam?
On Steam, yeah.
The one that didn't allow what is it?
That's why it's alarming and like what right?
R18. R18.
Like I said when I asked at the beginning, how long is this game going to last on Steam? But
right, so that they speculate about. Actually, in fact, as for how long this game will stay on Steam, I give it 6 to 8 months before someone at Valve decides to pull the plug on it. That seems to be about the average time some newer adult titles from Asian developers last on Steam before they mysteriously get banned and end up on the waifu holocaust list. Hopefully I'm wrong, and Shohei's adult streaming channel manages to maintain a long and healthy life on digital storefronts. Yeah, good luck. That ain't gonna happen. Anyway, continuing. Games released in Japan have to sell 100,000 or more to stay in the black. So this is kind of similar to that article from Crunchyroll about anime outside Japan market raising the cost per episode kind of thing. I haven't read it yet, but I thought it would be interesting. So according to CyberConnect 2 CEO Hiroshi Matsuyama, if you're a developer or publisher producing video game software in Japan, you need to move at least 100,000 copies domestically if you want to stay in the black. Right, because if you cost $1,000 per disc in Japan, right?
Oh, this came out 4 days ago.
The game? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing in Japan. They probably charge normal game prices.
It right now.
It's $11.69 right now. 10% off.
69 giggity.
No, really.
The news comes from so the problem I was gonna say RHYS is gonna play it and get back to us on the genitals, but they're gonna be still be mosaics right now.
Oh man. Oh wow. Oh Jesus Christ.
Oh god.
Oh my god. They actually have screenshots in the preview on Steam.
What?
Knock knock. Are you winning, son?
Oh, like Jesus Christ.
Adds to wish list.
Here, send me that link real quick while I stop screen share. I just need to see what
I can't send. I don't know how to send you a link through the Steam.
Send it through the private chat.
I don't know how to set. I don't know how to grab a link from the Steam.
Oh,
store.
from Steam? I don't know how Steam works. I don't even have an account. Do I need to have an account?
Right.
I'll send
Stream
you
it love on Twitch.
I will send you a screen cap picture.
Okay. Can you send it to me like through Twitter DMs or something so that it doesn't pop up by accident on Facebook during the stream?
I'm just gonna screen cap this and then. Jesus Christ. And I gotta.
RHYS, you have a non-super chat that says, "Hey RHYS, stream it love on Twitch."
Lance is taking his dyslexia.
Dyslexia. Dyslexia.
And.
All right, real quick. I'm going to address some comments while we're here because.
RHYS.
Okay. Okay. I was AFP, not AFK, but now I ain't either. Away from penis, I'm guessing. All right. Hey, look, it is a Dark Souls 3B game, but shit ain't dead from the start. I'm reading you loud and clear. That's what I was asking if you guys could hear. Brave is really scarred. The AWOL conspirator is back. I'm totally being a troll bridge right now. Okay. Also, costly games in 2020 means purchasing a new game and then turning around and buying the rest of the game later. Yep.
Yeah.
True.
That's why Cyberpunk's trying to avoid that.
Yeah, hell if we will ever know. My opinion only, but Dark Souls 3 is the best game of the last 10 years. Detail, replayability, and plenty of crazy BS. How do you justify trash like Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Ouch.
LOL, I still haven't seen Star Wars. Good for you. Honestly, you can't convince myself to do it. Don't. No, don't show that CG trash. My already bad vision and terrible dysphagia. I can't take it.
Hey, flip slide.
About as long as someone will last watching off-brand Smentai. Hey, RHYS, stream it love on Twitch, and this is to go even further beyond dumbass. Okay. So I'm guessing yeah, these are from RHYS. So what am I looking at here?
At this point, we might as well put in the description of the video featuring Lance.
Oh yeah, because the like heads up display of this game is like a Pornhub thing with comments coming in because Shohei does the girls like live on his live stream, right?
Oh my god.
Big Dick Shohei's a little small, actually.
Excuse me, are you judging his size, good sir?
I am. I want to read the comments here. I convinced her to stay. She got rave reviews. Blowjob emoji. All right, that was a little less interesting. All right, so let's go back to reading about why you need to push 100,000 games out Japan to Japanese people in order to stay in the black. All right, The news comes from a panel that Matsuyama held as part of the virtual Otaku-thon event that usually takes place in Quebec, Canada each year. However, due to COVID-19, the event was moved into a virtual space. Canucked again, Canucks.
Canucked again.
Full name, Lance Effin Powers.
He's a distant cousin of mine, the FN. Frederick
Norman.
FDD. Frederick Norman, yeah.
Boy, Lance is just on fire tonight. Hashtag all dicks matter. Yeah. Okay.
That's racist.
Oh yeah, because
against women.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Only the black dicks are the center of this conversation. We don't need that. All dicks matter.
All dicks won't matter until Shohei's dick matters. Oh yeah. Otaku extraordinaire Lunar Archivist snapped some screen caps of the Matsuyama's video game panel. Great job with your proofreading, guys. Where he outlined some very fascinating stats about sales, marketing, investments, and growth sectors within the industry. In a thread published on August 15, 2020, Lunar Archivist highlighted some of the noteworthy segments from the panel, such as the fact that Japanese publishers are releasing fewer and fewer games each year, with their peak being 983 released in 2007, but down to just 411 in 2019. That's a near 58% drop over the course of 12 years. Kind of sounds like it takes longer to produce a game. Video game industry, part 1 in Japan. The number of new video game titles released per year has dropped from its peak, blah, blah, blah. We just read all that. This is due to the expansion of the mobile market and the shrinking of the console market and people having less time. You'd think that the expansion of the mobile market would make more games come out.
Yeah.
Additional stats showed that hardcore gamers purchase games at a rate of nearly 2.5 times as much as casual gamers every year on end. I mean, that's how do you define these terms? Also, Nintendo basically dominates the Japanese sales charts when it comes to console software, filling up 8 of the 10 slots when it comes to published titles, and 9 of the 10 slots when it comes to platform releases.
Well, it's probably because half of them are re-releases.
Maybe. In essence, Japanese really love Nintendo's titles or software made for Nintendo devices. Okay, so part 2 of the panel. In Japan, hardcore gamers purchase an average of blah, 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 8.8 new video games. That's per year. Brain explode. 8.8 new video games per year.
I still have to buy my 0.8 of a video game to meet my quota this year. Oh, is that like a returned game? Is that how they get the 0.8? I'm buying
8.8 new DVDs a month.
Get on his level.
What does that make me? Extra hardcore. The hardest core. Part 4, speaking of Pokemon Sword and Shield and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the observant will note that 9 of the 10 top-selling video games in Japan, pardon me, in 2019 were Nintendo Switch games. I'm guessing that makes a lot of Nintendo's investors happy. This then leads to the nitty-gritty of the sales data and the headline of this piece. If you want to make it in Japan as a publisher, you have to move at least 100,000 units domestically. That may not seem like much given that we report on indie and AA games selling 100,000, 200,000, or 500,000 copies in a matter of weeks, such as Frostpunk or Atelier Ryza.
Frostpunk?
Atelier, however you want to pronounce it.
Atelier.
But ultimately, those are rare. In fact, in Japan, those kinds of titles, 100K plus releases, only make up 20% of the total software released in Japan. Well, a lot of it is probably like demosaicing scams, though. I remember that from Otaku No Video or whatever. Video game industry part 6. A rule of thumb is that you have to sell more than 100,000 copies of a video game in Japan to be in the black. An even more sobering statistic is that only 20% of video games manage to do this, and 80% of them actually end up losing money. I mean, okay. If you're unable to view the images, there are links below so you can see the costs and returns. Blah, blah, blah.
See it on our Steam page.
The next bits are all are all common sense. Well, common sense to anyone who knows a thing or two about making a dime or two. Great phrasing there. You need to know your audience and sell to your audience. In Japan, investors expect you to be able to turn a profit by making a product that people will actually want to buy, hence the thick thighs and pantsuit. Opposite of the ideologically driven investors and publishers who dominate the Western market, where spiting fans and making products where the development cycle doesn't include the word fun are top priorities. All right. Part 8, given that you only have 20% chance of turning a profit, Matsuyama-san stresses that the importance of doing your best to create the next mega hit, knowing what makes your customers happy, and how investors don't like people who are oblivious to this. Let me highlight the one panel image above the others related to the investors, because it really bears repeating to what works and what doesn't. Okay. I don't know. I just totally lost everything. Okay. So here's the thing. If you're trying to pitch some kind of subversive trans romance story about evil cisnet heterosexual white, about how evil cishet, whatever that means, heterosexual white males are, chances are your game will bomb. Not only that, but chances are that the only way you'll see any kind of levity in sales is through disruptive promotion by ideologically driven media outlets and big tech social media stepping in to bolster your product because it adheres to the liberal progressive agendas that they too foster. Yeah, I don't know that you actually make a profit, though. I mean, maybe you just get the appearance of making a profit. However, once the bubble of faux promotion bursts and big tech is no longer able to protect the image of your product, word of mouth will do the rest to absolutely destroy any chance of having a profitable long tail end. Last of Us 2. But how do you make the next big hit? Well, as Matsuyama pointed out, you first have to be a fan of the products that you're trying to sell. The first step to making a good video game is to do your research, which means spending a lot of time watching anime, reading manga, playing video games, and experiencing things. Turns out veteran creators are nerds / geeks / otaku. Shocking, I know. Lance says, speaking about mobile games, Pokemon Go in the COVID pandemic is now called Get Your Weeb Ball Throwing Ass 6 feet away from me, asshole. I can't, I don't know why, but I can't, my mouse doesn't move correctly on that other screen, so I can't like click on these as easily as I used to. In fact, my mouse is like, you know what, here's what I'm going to do. 1 second. I'm going to deconnect.
Your mouse has AIDS.
I'm going to
disconnect. My mouse has a nice little red light going on instead of a green light.
Yeah, but does it have a GIMP suit? Personally fitted?
I'm trying to disconnect it. There we go. Okay. Oh, now it's connected again. Yay. Well, it's fixed. So there we go. Yay. Yay, they work. Okay, cool. I don't know what's up with that. All right. It's good, though. But how do you make the next big hit? Oh, wait about that. Oh, shocking. I know. They aren't hollow words coming from Matsuyama, though. He's a legitimate geek and otaku. Is he, though? Let me see his buys 8.8 games per year.
Yeah. I want to see a certificate of authentication as well.
As one of the biggest fans of manga since a young age, Matsuyama faithfully reads more than 60 manga magazines a month. Okay, well.
He doesn't cheat on those manga magazines.
How do you even have time to make games?
Yeah.
You know how many articles I read every week? Enough that it would be like reading 60 manga magazines a month. Being a geek and being in tune with the culture and audience you're trying to sell your games to plays a huge part in managing to tap into the success of that market. So I don't understand why that number, the 100,000, like I still don't get an answer to this. The CyberConnect 2 is proof of that, as they've managed to move millions of copies of licensed games over the years, such as Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, among many others, which managed to shift 6 million copies over the course of four and a years. 4.5 years? Is that what that's
4
supposed
and a
to be?
years?
4 and a years.
I think every time I hear CyberConnect 2, I think of BitConnect, and I'm like, what a scam studio.
Let's see. That generally breaks down to 1.3 million copies per year. Blah, 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 blah. But it's not just the Naruto titles that have sold well for CyberConnect 2. Their most recent title, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, managed to sell 2 million copies across the Xbox One, PS4, and Nintendo Switch, as reported by Kit Guru. It's kind of odd that the game wasn't made available for the Nintendo Switch, especially when you look at the sales data for the top-selling games and top-selling platforms in Japan, and they all include the Nintendo Switch. And finally, what's also quite interesting is that the console market has been shrinking in Japan over the course of 9 years. The industry was valued at $15.5 billion US dollars in 2018, majority of the sales being in large part to PC and mobile gaming, while only 400 million USD were comprised of console sales. In fact, the PS4 has apparently only moved 8.3 million stock keeping units in Japan. Weird way to phrase that. Despite having shipped 110 million units worldwide.
You mispronounced SKU there.
Be right back.
In short, the PlayStation brand. Well, now I know where that noise is coming from. Now that he's muted. In short, the PlayStation brand no longer represents Japan. I think most people figure this out already, especially after Sony began aggressively enforcing their censorship policies on PS4 since 2018. Apparently, even Japanese consumers no longer see the PS4 as a representation of their interests, hence why they are now duly focused on supporting Nintendo. At least Nintendo recognizes the majority of consumers are straight males, and straight males love lovely ladies. Something that's now become a foreign concept to Sony as they dive headfirst into trying to indoctrinate their audiences into forcibly accepting trans culture. Anyway, all right. So I still don't understand that 100,000, but all right. Don't know why that clickbaity headline was in here. Continuing, Activision removes Tiananmen Square clip from Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War after China bans the trailer. So I read this.
Bend knee to China.
Yeah. So once again, just to further that, it's like, yes, China, bow down, suck China's small show head dick. Right. But the actual thing that they removed, just to be clear, was footage of the Tiananmen Square incident in the trailer. It's not recreated for the game. It's a literal live action footage from the event that they took out of the trailer because the trailer has a bunch of civil unrest across the world, including that in it. Still bullshit, still obviously sucking China's pee-pee, but like it's at least the game itself isn't changing. The only problem is obviously we wouldn't put anything like that in the game because it's not going to sell because of China.
So this reminds me of how in Magic the Gathering, recently they added these counters you can put on the cards for keywords. So there's this one counter called Death Touch, and I'm like, that's funny. Why does this have a different symbol on it? Because on the game on the PC, it's a skull, right? And it's a hand poking on the printed out version. I'm like, did they do this to appease China? Because they didn't want to make multiple prints or something? Like, come on.
I'm so surprised Call of Duty would make it.
Well, China has this thing about skulls, right? They don't like skulls.
Yeah. I don't know about that. Is it because
the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I think, have some censorship regarding that.
Because Xi Jinping has a skull?
Yeah, Lance, we should exchange numbers since I think I have international texting technically, so cool.
All right, so Augie, you were trying to say something?
I'm surprised that Call of Duty is allowed to be in China for a game.
I'm surprised they're still making Call of Duty.
Cold War. Isn't that like based on mainly Russia and stuff?
I don't even know.
I guess.
Closing tab. Okay. All right. RHYS is going to want to be back here real soon, buddy. Hello, friends. I'm excited to announce that I've gotten a hold of the 16mm film print of one of Dr. Slump's traffic safety PSAs that Toei produced for educational purposes. I will be getting it scanned soon in hopes that we can get a good restoration out of it.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's pretty cool. Looks like it's like in a claymore, though.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have just exposed it to sunlight like that and just ruined it. Great job. I don't know. It's a joke. But yeah, that's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. I know that there was a traffic safety Dragon Ball one back in the day too.
Mm-hmm. And Fire Brigade one too.
Reese-san is back. Oh, you're stuffing your mouth. I see.
I am. Fine.
I got you. These like candies here are probably the only thing I'm going to eat for the next 5 days.
Why did you get like a ton of them?
No, I just got to fast for the next 5 days because it's cheaper than buying food. All right, Right Stuff. K7 Stories Blu-ray.
The thing that the anime no one asked for with the release that no one asked for.
I didn't think the original was that bad. It wasn't great. It was visually interesting, and there was a lot of visually interesting things that they did with it. But
that's the thing about what is it? Gohan's Studio Gohan's. They have pretty good production quality, but they always produce terrible shows. Handshakers WZ, which is the sequel to Handshakers.
Mark Scramble.
Handshakers actually got a sequel?
Yeah, the WZ anime that Sentai released that never got dubbed because presumably Funimation's like, yeah, that was terrible. Let's not license the sequel.
Oh, you're talking about this?
Yeah, the one you had, Augie, the one time.
Okay. All right. So from now on, all the things we're going to show you, I'm showing you the DVD version. There is also a Blu-ray available for the next ones. Jubei-chan 2, The Counterattack of Siberia Yagyu DVD. I always wondered, why do they call her Siberia Yagyu? Do they ever address that?
I do not know.
Well, I didn't even know that was her name, so...
Boy, this feels so awkward that, like, literally so much of what we talked about in, like, the first 2 to 3 podcasts is, like, coming to fruition right now.
Like how were we talking about how Jubei-chan 2 is like, oh, it's out of print, it's a relic.
I talked about how Jubei-chan 2 is like a completely different show than Jubei-chan 1. We were discussing something to do, I think, with the Blu-ray potentially having
potentially being able to get the Blu-ray license of Media
Blasters.
Blasters.
There was something specific. We were covering some news about, I believe, if I recall correctly, the news was that it's getting relicensed, and they said if we can get it licensed for Blu-ray, we might be able to have both series on the same set. Doesn't look like that happened though.
I thought, if I remember correctly, I thought the whole thing was they were like, we are unable to get the rights for the DVD. However, we are looking into getting the Blu-ray license. That's what I remember.
This ended up being out on DVD, and it's probably a burn DVD. I'm not sure. So originally, the original Jubei-chan was released by ADV. Is that correct, or was it Media Blasters?
Bandai? Question?
Bandai? Oh, yeah.
I thought that was Bandai Entertainment. I got the first one, and Geneon got the second one.
Jinky Extended, JoJo.
Oh wait, the second one might be ADV.
Second one was Geneon.
Bandai because it's on an anime legend. So it's kind of weird for it to be. Well, I mean, I know that was the original one. The Geneon had the other one, so it's being dropped.
My anime lists Bandai Entertainment and Media Blasters for season 1.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought so. So they're holding on to this franchise. Anyway, continuing here, Zebra Man now on DVD special edition. Except, wait, who's got this? Is this another? It is Media Blast. There, hold on. Switch the camera to me, Reese.
Switch the camera.
But is it the shiny one that I have? This film is by Takashi Miike, by the way. So there's also is in Blu-ray now.
This one might be shiny too.
Might be. Doubt it though. I don't think they're going to spend extra money on it. And then also Death Stop Holocaust. For 2 young women, an island paradise will turn into a nightmare of terror.
Okay.
Can't wait for them to get canceled for using the word Holocaust in their
That's the real downfall of Media Blasters.
They release.
Is this? Oh, it is released by Media Blasters. Okay, real quick, I have to just quadruple check good, because when all of Brave reloaded, a certain page that I have to do something very specific so you don't see any naughty bits on it also reloaded. So just double checking. Okay, but that's not quite yet. That's going to be the one after this one. So I noticed this, Reese. I think you commented on this.
I did. I have
in the Anime Culture Scholar group, they said, does anyone own the A Lull in the Sea DVD sets? I just got mine from RHYS, and set 1 looks like it was printed at someone's house. It's so pixelated, it looks like a bootleg, but they came from RHYS, so I know it's not. I was curious if anyone else had the issue. Now, look, I've had incidents like this before, and I am shocked that the pixelation on this is so bad that it actually is visible in the photo. Because every time I've tried to take a photo of this,
it doesn't do it justice.
You can't actually see it, but AIDS bad. AIDS.
The thing is, I can't tell if this is my connection or if this is the full. Okay, so we have some text for reference.
Yeah, the text looks okay.
Dude, my custom anime inserts look better than that.
So I have a Lull in the Sea, but the version that I have
the collector's edition.
Yeah, is the collector's edition, so I don't know. But I don't think that looked that bad. I mean, that was a premium quality product when I got it, right? Anyway, so that's a thing. Just throwing that out.
I have these two sets, and set one, the one that I have, I bought these like 4 years ago. I didn't even notice it just because my eyesight is absolutely terrible, but I had to look like really close. It's like, oh yeah, I guess it is kind of pixelated.
Yeah, it's like
I want you and Lance to meet up and make a video.
Like if there were dicks on this cover, you wouldn't even know because they'd be mosaicked just like in Japan. Like,
yeah, that's not her arm, actually.
It's scuffing over this guy's crotch anyway. All right, so that's a thing. Also, speaking of dicks. So J-List is selling a porn parody of the Rising of the Shield Hero called The Rising of the Vagina Hero. And I'm amazed that Japan, I mean, I know it happened for
quite a while. Why would
What's up?
This has been out for quite a while. Why would you just now bring it up?
There was a Sankaku Complex article about it that made me look into it because I was just amazed at like the level of detail put into the costumes and like the cosplay of the shield and stuff because it's like it's straight up it's just like the Faith Stay Night live action porn parody. Also something I brought up in the first podcast, by the way. But I love this. The title is a funny sexual pun. The rising means the way the dick rises and gets hard. So which kind of prompts the question, is there a specific kanji for getting erection?
No, is she a Fuda? That's the idea. Because it, yeah.
Anyway, so that's a thing. Moving on. So, I don't know what this is. Oh, yeah. So this person shared some stills from this video. It said, last night I learned that there was a Scottish band called Urusei Yatsura, whose 2000 CD album, Everybody Loves Urusei Yatsura, included a track called Thank You that began with Spectrum ZX81 program data that you could play into a machine like a data tape. Everybody Loves Urusei Yatsura. Track 10 is Thank You. And when you play it, you run the Urusei Yatsura thing. Hail Satan, lick his cloven hoof.
I believe that's the band I was talking about before. The black metal band.
So continuing here. All right. I found this randomly right before I was closing. I may or may not be working on a thumbnail for the Ultraman masks. I saw this, and this is a throwback to one of the earliest OCA podcast clips where that Thai businessman decided that he just would swindle the rights away from Nobuo Tsuburaya for all distribution. And this is just like a follow-up of what has happened. This is from 2017. Just to be clear, but this is like a follow-up of what has happened since then. So this person says,
we're really getting back to our roots in this podcast.
When I read last week's China Film Insider story about an allegedly unauthorized Ultraman film being produced in China, it felt like a personal insult. A Chinese fan-created Ultraman movie a la Xanar or whatever that is would be amazing, but the producers of this film, Chinese film company Blue Arc Animation, is just making a blatant ripoff. Or are they? So Act Xanar or whatever this is a Star Trek fan film a la Vic's Star Trek Continues that follows a specific episode about Xanar or whatever it is. Anyway, Japanese company Super Eye Productions Co. Ltd., the creator of Ultraman, alleges that Blue Arc Animation has no right to make an Ultraman film in China, but Blue Arc contends that they got the rights from Corporation, another Japanese company. And Corporation contends that they own all foreign rights based on an alleged 1976 agreement in which Tsuburaya's president, Noboru Tsuburaya, granted to Thai filmmaker, or businessman according to the other article, Sambote Sangwinchai, the exclusive, perpetual foreign rights to Ultraman. Sambote's rights were then assigned to his son, Parasite Sangwinchai? That's a weird name. Parasite, I don't know. Who in turn transferred them to Corporation, who in turn has licensed the rights to a number of companies all over the world. I'm going to open this real quick. Tsuburaya has consistently held that the 1976 agreement is a forgery, not least because Sambote didn't even mention the existence of such an agreement until 1995, after Noboru Tsuburaya had passed away. The dispute has led to a number of lawsuits between Tsuburaya on the one hand and Sambote and his successors in interest on the other. Back in the mid-2000s, Tsuburaya won several victories in Thai and Japanese courts, which seemed to bring things to a close, but not so much. The victories were only partial victories, and the key piece of evidence in Sambote's favor is that the 1976 agreement, despite having a number of inaccuracies and other indicia of inauthenticity, was nonetheless chopped with Tsuburaya's company seal. And so the litigation has continued. Most recently, Corporation sued Tsuburaya in a Los Angeles federal court on May 19, 2015, alleging copyright infringement, breach of contract, and international interference with contractual relations. I just checked the docket on that case, staffed by a number of big firm LA litigators, is still going strong. This, again, was back in 2017 when he says this. What does all this have to do with China? First of all, this should be a wake-up call for anyone with a Chinese entity who thinks they don't need to know where their company seal is at all times. That sounds like a really funny other article that I might share later. Second, it's an example of how not to license copyrighted content in China. What sort of due diligence did Blue Arc Animation conduct regarding the rights they were allegedly getting from Production or Corporation? I just love that we just covered the masks from CCP, right? CUM, and now we're doing UMC, right? As this next thing. We have conducted due diligence on numerous film projects in China, and our efforts have saved more than one high-profile project from guaranteed litigation over the source material. Chinese courts are getting better and better about enforcing copyrights. The dispute between Tsuburaya and Blue Arc Animation hasn't resulted in a lawsuit in China yet, but Blue Arc Animation has to be wondering what exactly they have gotten themselves into. Are the Ultraman copyrights registered in China under either their name or the name of Corporation? Do they have a licensing agreement with Corporation written in Chinese and enforceable under Chinese law? Is the licensing agreement registered with the Copyright Protection Center of China? Unless the answer to all these questions is yes, Blue Arc Animation will be hard-pressed to prove that they have any rights at all. And meanwhile, if Tsuburaya hasn't already registered all relevant copyrights for Ultraman in China, shame on them. If you're going to spend millions of dollars on a film project, or even just tens of thousands, as may be the case here, don't buy a pig in a poke. Okay. Weird. Okay.
Brad, I'd just like to comment on my admiration for your skills to be able to read this article full throttle while wishing good morning to Seb in chat.
Is Seb here? Oh, that was obviously Reese. Thank you. Yeah, I type with those ends, those two ends in there, because my keyboard isn't broken.
Yeah, you guys should have like a collaboration, so it's just like good more for you to type, and then Reese types N, then you do I, he does N again, then you do G. Perfect.
Yes. All right, so there's that. Now here's the actual thing, right? Chinese firm accused of making Ultraman film without copyright permission. So the thing is, it's called. What's it called?
KYS the musical.
It's called Dragon Force So Long Ultraman. Now
I see an impending secondary lawsuit.
What's up?
Yeah.
I said I see an impending secondary lawsuit from the band Dragon Force.
Oh, for Dragon Force. Yeah. Okay, so there's a trailer for this CGI thing, right? I'm just trying to make sure that there's nothing I can't show. Looks
no
okay.
prawn.
Yeah. Okay, so here you go.
Reese, I agree.
Okay, so here's the amazing graphics of the 3D people, and here's Ultraman, right? Who looks real weird. Also, he fights a dragon because it's the Dragon Force, right? Maybe he's touching the dragon's face at least.
Maybe he shreds against it.
No, for sure. All right. So anyway, yeah. So this is a weird Chinese movie utilizing Ultraman's likeness and whatnot.
But the real question is, can he play it on expert?
I don't even know where we're at right now. But anyway,
Guitar
so
Hero.
yeah. Oh, right. I gotcha. Okay, so yeah. So this is a thing. I don't think it's going to get released over here. Wow, that guy's forearm is really long. But some excellent.
It's a fake limb. Give him a break on his proportions for a minute.
Ultron here.
Anyway, so this is the thing. This is the thing. There you go. It exists, and I just thought it was interesting to see that thing we covered has actually resulted in this, right? And there you go. All right. Yeah. Moving on. I don't even know what's happening here, but this guy is body painted as Ultraman with a mask on.
I saw
where the
two
body
black
paint
lumps as that guy's sagging ass cheeks.
Gotcha. All right. Well, yeah, this is like a promotion for the actual movie Dragon Force Ultraman. All right. Not sure what this is. Oh, I clicked on that link. Okay, so we don't even get to know what it is. It's all right. Who cares? Okay. Get hitched with Pikachu on your wedding certificate.
Hell no.
Hey, wait, this guy,
like,
get out of here.
It's your
Celebi or whatever
Pikachu.
you are.
Just stopping with get hitched with Pikachu is like say no to bestiality, kids.
What the
You're not marrying
an
the
epidemic, you know.
with Pikachu.
Thanks for raising me. That's kind of a weird thing to put on your wedding. Thanks for raising me, your child bride.
Pikachu got up.
Well then.
Oh God, the rising of the vagina here.
The rising of the Pikachu wedding hero.
The rising of the Pikachu.
This seems relevant to podcasts about collecting. Although I want to address some of these chats real quick.
Which one?
Oh man, there's so many good ones.
Like
Right, my
Frosty
mouse has a maze and a shock collar. Don't worry, it will learn. Yes. If I hijack your chat, meet my on demands. Is that like an OnlyFans? Or I will not give it back. Hey FDM, I got on mid-text in Canada. Just saying, right? China has so many skeletons in their closet that they now have PTSD.
Post-traumatic stress testosterone.
I love Zebra Man. Speaking about the Holocaust, I overpaid for the Spice and Wolf box set. Gotcha.
Oh god.
Apparently I said worth it. I love Spice and Wolf. That joke paid the rest. Look, porn or not, live action remakes suck. Okay. This one definitely does. The live action Rising of the Vagina Hero definitely sucks. I can say that for full certainty.
Yeah,
Based
there's
on
100% guarantee of suck in.
Guarantee there is sucking going on. Good morning, Seb. Also, round on the end, high in the middle.
Ohio.
I tried to share this link, but YouTube says it's for kids and shouldn't be shared. All right. Guten Morgens from Seb. Apparently, I like frosted mini wheats. I like frosting mini wheats. Just kidding. That was gross. I got 4 stars on expert roll for Dragon Force.
I can't remember what I got. If mine was 4 or 5. I got like a relatively good percent, like probably 87%. I think 94 is the highest I've gotten on expert. Do you play Clone Hero, Seb? That's the real question.
Let me Pikachu forever. I'm sure that will result in a wedding. All right. Use Pokemon
the penny just dropped right there.
Is that the way the act age guy will propose to his 14-year-old wife?
All right. Stall for a second, because the relevance of a Facebook album I have is now reached peak. Like, it's never going to be relevant again. So I kind of have to go
peak relevancy.
Yes, it's Pikachu.
Popsicle would it just be juice at that point?
No, I played original. Well, I'm just saying, have you played Clone Hero? Because it's like you can download it on PC and then like get all the song files from various Rock Band and Guitar Hero games. It's pretty cool.
So it's like Mugen for music games.
What's Mugen?
Mugen, a fighting game that you can upload and create your own character if you know how to program and put it in this fighting module. That's how you have. Oh yeah, there's a huge community. I'm not sure if it's still current or not.
Well,
but
the thing about Clone Hero is you're using the song files. That, I mean, a lot of them come right from the real existing games. They just allow you to put them all together. The thing is, though, there's songs. They make it really easy that you can like customize, like make your own songs that were never in Guitar Hero or Rock Band games and put them in on it. So that's
right.
cool.
You ready for these ancient memes?
Oh god.
When I Pikachu, my Metapod hardens. There's a lot of these. I'm just preparing you.
Oh god.
You should call me Rhydon because I'll Fury Attack your Jigglypuffs. Slowpoke all night. Hey, girl, you make my rocket blast off at the speed of light. Let me zap those pants off of you. You're going to love my new Pokemon. It's Rohypnol. What if the new Pokemon games with new Pokemon are actually prequels and they're actually going extinct?
Okay.
I was blowing myself up before Al Qaeda. Kid saves my life, burn him all the time. If it rains, I die. Notice that he has knee pads. Now you can't unsee it. Sorry. My nose is an Asian ghost. Yep. Have you never seen this? Actually, all ducks have that. Like where the nose looks like the bill looks like a mask. Like
all ducks have all ducks. What the hell?
Okay. These are so cringe. Your egg is hatching. Congratulations, Genghis Khan was born.
What does that say? 2012?
Yep. Wants to make a trade with a friend, needs a machine to do it.
Is that what they called vintage memes?
Yes. Oh, so this was an interesting one back in the day. If you look at their
oh my god.
If you look at their thing, doppelganger, a ghostly double of a person. Genganger, a spirit that after its death chose not to go to the other world, but to return to the world of humans in the shape of a ghost, right? And they kind of look a lot alike. Anyway, spiked hair, spikes on back, levitates, hides and shadows, shows at full moon.
Massive pinus.
All right, everybody thought of this one.
This one.
All right. Invite 10-year-olds into your lab, offer them balls. There are some good ones about the bicycle meme. Yeah, Pokemon cannot swim or fly naturally until we give them a CD that tells them how. I spent my whole life researching Pokemon. Take my Pokedex with you. It's empty. In the millennia that humanity has existed, we found 150 Pokemon. Within the first 5 years of your journey, Ash, we've discovered about 350 more. Take funding from government to watch Pokemon mate. Yep. You take Squirtle and my grandson takes Bulbasaur. Charmander stays on my desk forever. Same joke. I came when I heard you beat in the Elite Four. Okay. Gives you Pikachu first gym is rock. Yeah. Yeah. Would you like to surf? Squirtle, you surf. Turns into Lapras. Oh, what's the item that you use that does this?
Escape rope.
Escape rope? Yeah. Professor Oak is really just a perverted old man. Anyway, there's one about the well, this is one of them, but wait, some snot-nosed punk is riding a bike indoors. All right. Anyway,
have Pokemon games advanced yet so you can ride your bike indoors?
It's Pokemon, not Fresh Market.
Dear Professor Oak, as I told you before, your grandson's name is Poopface. Anyway, all right. So enough of that. We'll go back to.
Let us highlight the latest and greatest from Lance. My dysfunctia is starting to affect Footnum.
Oh, ancient dreams. Got it. I can't even pronounce it the way you wrote it. Anyway, okay, so used Pokemon popsicle sticks are selling for hundreds of dollars online in Japan. Used Pikachu Gari-Gari-kun sticks are being bought for over 140 times the cost of a new box of the frozen treats. Nothing makes anime fans' eyes sparkle quite as brightly as limited edition merchandise does, but by this very nature, it's not something that everyone can get their hands on. However, if you weren't lucky enough to snag some piece of small quantity merch the first time around, you probably won't have to wait long for it to show up on the secondhand online market. For example, June 1st was the release of the limited time Pokemon Gari-Gari-kun, and now, a few months later, we're seeing resales of the Japanese we're seeing resales on Japanese e-commerce site Mercari. Naturally, their scarcity means sellers are willing to pay more than the original MSRP. But for Poke fans with deep pockets, they're worth the added expense, with some successful listings selling for as much as 50,000 yen or $472. Wait, you might be thinking, aren't Gari-Gari-kun those ultra delicious yet ultra cheap popsicles? Yes, they are. And a box of 6 Pokemon Gari-Gari-kun costs just 350 yen new. But what's really making this 14,000% plus markup shocking is that people aren't buying boxes of the frozen snacks, but a single leftover stick from an already eaten popsicle. So why are people dropping huge stacks of yen for what most people would call trash? Because those aren't just any Gari-Gari-kun sticks. They're Ataribo winners. A Pokemon winner stick, note the Pokeball mark, which sold for 48,800 yen and was listed as being in almost unused condition. While Gari-Gari-kun are already an affordable snack, maker Akagi Nugyo sweetens the deal by putting special marks on the sticks, which usually can be exchanged for a free Gari-Gari-kun at convenience stores. In the case of the Pokemon Gari-Gari-kun, though, Akagi is showing its generosity in a different way, as mailing in a winner stick will get you an exclusive Pokemon trading card game card featuring mythical Pokemon Zarude, who plays a role in the upcoming Pokemon Coco anime movie.
Pokemon Coco?
Yeah.
So here's the card. Some people exchanged the card and then resold them.
Yeah, so this is basically a high roller lottery.
Yep. Making the whole thing stranger, though, is that some winners who've already received their Zaro Day cards have been putting them up for sale on Mercari too, but they're selling them for less than the sticks themselves. While several sticks have sold in the 45,000 to 50,000 yen range, the cards in general are going for 5,000 to 10,000 yen less, if not cheaper. The card pictured above, for example, sold for just 30,000 yen. So it really does seem like fans are more interested in buying the sticks than the cards on the secondhand market. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are just that passionate about wooden Pokemon memorabilia. See, while a used popsicle stick itself seems far less desirable than a used Pokemon card, that secondhand stick can be exchanged for a brand new Pokemon card that's professionally prepared for shipping straight from the manufacturer. Meanwhile, if you're buying the card on Mercari, you're forced to trust the current owner to have handled it with enough care while it was in their possession, and as they packaged it up to mail to you, that it will arrive in mint condition. Good point. I mean, they could have just stuck it back in the same container, right?
Put it in an envelope and without a fragile stamp on it.
Yeah.
Or just slam that fragile stamp on it and bend the card.
Stick it between two pieces of wood. The marks on Gari Gari Kun's winter sticks are positioned so that they can't be seen until after you've eaten the popsicle. So if you have any leftovers in your freezer, you'll probably want to eat them soon while the card mail-in promotion is still going on. So get on that, guys, because I know you have these delicious pineapple-looking things in your card. All right. Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh fan makes authentic functional Millennium Puzzle, and it's a thing of beauty. No, I'm sorry. Did I read that right? I think it sends you to the Shadow Realm.
Oh, no. I was going to say, that sounds awesome, but... All
right. So this 3D printed puzzle looks and acts so much like the real thing, you may get possessed by an ancient game master. Ever since the manga and anime series debuted in the late 90s, Yu-Gi-Oh fans worldwide have hungered for a Millennium Puzzle of their very own. This is the item worn around the neck of the series protagonist Yugi Muto as he hosts the spirit of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh to unlock the dark power of shadow games. It was a prop that just screamed, "Make me into a toy, damn it!" And as a result, several replicas have been made by various toy makers. However, they were always solid-state objects, which would make as much sense as me handing you a new Kids on the Block poster and saying, "Enjoy your jigsaw puzzle." That was a very oddly specific example. So hardcore fans were on their own in making a real Millennium Puzzle. There have been some good attempts, such as this really cool wooden one made by a craftsman Sheng. While all were of very high quality, there still hadn't been a do-it-yourself one that would make people stand up and shout, "That is the Millennium Puzzle," until now. Sho Tozuka originally posted the following video on Japanese hosting site Nico Nico Doga on the 15th of August, which outlines the creation of what is without question the best Millennium Puzzle ever made. Tozuka started with a computer model of the assembled pyramid. The manga never actually gives a detailed description of how the puzzle goes together, so he started by carving in the key eyepiece and the corner pieces. Making a puzzle from scratch is no easy feat, but Tozuka cleverly diced the entire shape into tiny cubes first, then built the puzzle by addition rather than subtraction, using the manga as a rough guide.
I mean, the anime, the first episode or so, he's like assembling it. You can, the pieces you do see, you can replicate those 1-to-1.
Yeah, but they might not actually fit.
This stage took over a month to complete. Let me just show you guys roughly how this worked.
This is the old one.
This is the wooden one. So you can see he pulls out that piece. So basically the way it constructs, the pieces have to be put in a specific way. Mm-hmm. So this craftsman did a friggin' incredible job piecing it together, and it's got billions of pieces, it feels like. And he takes it apart and then puts it back together. It's very detailed, see? This one's a little different, and I could never get it to load, so I don't know.
So
what it looks
Konami
like.
never made an official Millennium Puzzle?
Not one that comes apart.
They made
Castro. Well, I can't get the Nico Dogo one to load, so
I'm gonna assume he bought one of the pre-assembled Millennium Puzzles for the line work on the outside.
I don't know. He built it in 3D, as you can see here.
Yeah.
Okay. So it says here, in the end, 39 interlocking pieces were created and 3D printed into reality, along with a gold box to hold it all. This side by side with the manga shows just how amazingly authentic his pieces look. I mean, they look okay, but the box is sure missing a lot of details.
Yeah.
Where's the string to make it a necklace?
You don't 3D print the string, you just take any
string. The string that is made of wrapped papyrus or whatever. That's only half the battle, however, as they still have to go together. The video shows Tozuka assembled the Millennium Puzzle in the same fashion that it's done in the story, starting with the square face. That alone is enough to make my money magically fly out of my pockets. But as an added bonus, there are also pieces that jut out until later on in the puzzle building when they slide in perfectly, just like in the freaking manga. So yeah, the pieces kind of like are separated until you get like that last piece in, and then it like slides together like a vacuum into a perfect kind of thing, right? If you remember from the original series, the final piece with the eye just kind of magically locks in.
By
This is
the
yet
way,
another detail.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0, that was made in, I think, 1999?
Yep.
Or 98, actually.
Still don't have it over here.
Don't you think that they could theoretically make a Blu-ray?
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
The thing is, Toei made the animation.
Are you trying to get the podcast magic to work on this one?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, you better jerk out that last bit of magic the podcast has while we can still do this.
But I doubt, A, anyone would want to license it over here, but B, the thing is, they have a new updated anime that they probably don't want this old anime to get
Joey
to see the
Wheeler
live
voicing
day.
every character dub.
What was that?
Needs a dub for it to come over here, please, with Joey Wheeler as every character.
Oh, yeah. He does play basically all of the characters. But
regarding the last piece that kind of like pops in when Yugi finishes it in season 0. So this is yet another detail that Tozuka accounted for. Only instead of the magic of the ancient Egyptians, he harnessed the far more mysterious power of magnets.
Skin effects.
Flat Earth.
In the video, Tozuka even gives the finished puzzle a shake, showing that it's both realistic looking and durable, in case you got caught up in those rough and tumble armband games of Yu-Gi-Oh! R. Unsurprisingly, viewers sang the praises of Tozuka's work. That is tremendous production. Man, you even got the parts that slide in. I'd love to wear that while playing Duel Monsters. I want that. I will trade all my cards for that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Aside, it's still a great 3D puzzle.
Please tell me this guy publicly sourced the 3D print document.
He might have. That last comment is hopefully comforting to Tozuka because he, of course, cannot sell his marvelous creation due to copyright laws. However, in the final minutes of the video, he shows that he is recreating a variation of the puzzle without the Yu-Gi-Oh! Style so that he intends to sell. So, like, it won't have the little thingy on it.
It won't be authentic, and we won't be able to get the thing for free.
The blueprints to Konami so that they can actually make it.
I'm pretty sure that if you could reach out to this guy and say, "Hey, I just wondered if I could pay you
money on the table.
I could suck you off for that puzzle."
Anyway, really though, if whoever is holding the rights to the Millennium Puzzle doesn't call up Tozuka right now and offer him a gajillion yen, US bajillion. And a Lorelei, the Symphonic Arsenal card for his design, then there is no justice in it. What is the Lorelei, the Symphonic Arsenal? Anyway. All right. How about some fake bird poo to protect your bike from thieves in Japan?
Interesting.
We've talked about this in the past a little bit.
All right.
Well, not this in particular, but we talked about how Japan has a major problem with thefts of bike seats,
underwear,
and bicycles,
shoes.
Right? Well, we talked about a guy who had his bike seat stolen, so he proceeded to steal hundreds of thousands of bike seats or whatever, so that everybody would feel his pain. Right? Hurt people, as they say. Right? Bike thefties become bike thieves. That was terrible. Okay. How about some fake bird poo to protect your bike from thieves in Japan? A psychological countermeasure that trades style for security. Japan is, by just about any metric, a very low crime society. But while no one is likely to pull a gun on you while you're walking down the street, unless you happen to be a high-ranking member of the Yakuza, crime still does occur. With one of the most frustrating being bicycle theft. Japan's National Police Agency statistics for 2018 show that nationwide 183,879 bicycles were stolen. Nearly 40% of them were properly locked when the theft occurred, so clearly other countermeasures are also necessary. And retailer Village Vanguard has an outside-the-box and out-of-the-butt solution. Okay, so real quick. So 183,879 bicycles were stolen. That means that 183,879 people had to buy a new bicycle. And that's money that they didn't spend on a video game, which is why the gaming market in Japan is suffering so severely.
Well, Lance brings up an excellent argument.
Look, I don't need to buy bird shit for my bike. I don't have a bike at the moment, and if I did, I would shit on it myself.
That's money saving tip for you. The last of the podcast.
That's money in the bank, Lance.
I just gotta say though, they'd have to generate the positioning on each print of this bird crap, because everyone would be like, "Oh, it's in the spot. That's the fake brand."
Hold on.
That semicolon right there on every bird poop on the bike seat will be quite noticeable.
Hold on. The novelty goods specialist isn't offering well-lactated pigeons for you to hold above your bike as you wait for them to do their business, though. Instead, it's hawking, quote, bird poo crime prevention stickers, coming 3 to a pack. These are rubber stick-ons that recreate the look of avian droppings. And not just the runny white part either, as the designers made sure to also include a visual representation of the solidified black matter as well.
You know what I would do? I'd buy a whole case of these and just obliterate my seat, put it all over.
Just fucking cover it, man.
Yeah, go all the way. People will be like, I do not want to use that.
So how are these supposed to prevent crime? Well, most bike thieves ride off on the apparatus they steal. So the theory here is that if someone is looking for a bike to take, they're not going to choose one that requires them to sit in bird poop as they make their getaway. Granted, that probably won't stop supervillain level criminals who are determined to steal specifically your bike. With so many bikes in Japan, though, the bird poo crime prevention stickers' purported effectiveness lies in their ability to make the thief think, you know what? Instead of stealing the bike with the bird poop on it, I think I'll steal the clean one next to it instead.
Yeah.
In that sense, it's sort of like the club steering wheel locks. The club steering wheel locks that were popular in the 1990s, just much, much grosser. Wow, I haven't thought of those steering wheel locks in so freaking long. How did those even actually stop the thing from rotating?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not old enough. But Seb brings up a good point for griefing. I would put the stickers on every bike I see.
Yeah, that's the new crime. All right, let me search for this real quick, so because I'm sure you've at least I know the rest of the podcast knows what these are. Okay, so here you go. This is what they were. They were called the Club, right?
Oh yeah.
And They were shaped like this, and they would go into. So I guess what it does is I never really realized
from doing a full rotation.
Yeah, it stops you from rotating. That's got to be how it works. That makes more sense actually. Than that's like a pretty simple device. You know,
I mean,
like,
if you see some dumbass with this giant pole on his steering wheel, you'll be able to identify a stolen vehicle pretty quickly.
Right. Anyway. So back to the matter at hand. Okay. The downside, of course, is that your bike will look like it has bird poo on it. But some would say that's an acceptable trade-off for the extra security and peace of mind, especially when you factor in that the stickers might also help protect you from being the victim of the odd class of Japanese thieves who don't steal entire bicycles, but just their seats, as I was discussing earlier. Though we can't entirely dismiss the possibility of the presence of poop would make a seat more attractive to such individuals, since it really is very hard to grasp how their minds work. I want to know what that article's headline is. Oh yeah, man arrested for stealing 200 bicycle seats. For their scent of a woman. I haven't read this one. This is brand
he's
new.
Gonna get a scent of bird crap now.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm just going to slide that fucker way over here for a second. Where was I? Oh, yes. Bird poo crime prevention stickers also work with motorcycles.
Your dysphagia from Lance is spreading.
My Desnexidexia.
No, it's his dysphagia, as he put it.
So bird. Oh yeah. Lance says, "I know what they are." AC in the U.S. they were used to make repossessing cars slightly more dangerous. Okay, so bird poo crime prevention sticker, referring to the club steering wheel locks. Bird poo crime prevention stickers also work with motorcycles. Village Vanguard says, and honestly, it seems like you could apply the concept to just about any flat surface you want to keep others away from. Man, let's stick them on my laptop.
It's got crossplay. It's compatible with some leathered seated vehicle.
You stick them on your car seat. Like they break into your car, like, oh, gross, a bird shat in here.
How did it even get in?
Bird poop on the seat.
It's on all of the seats in the car.
Hard pass. Get out of the car.
Okay. Comfiest part of your family's couch or the optimal seat in your company's break room? Just slap one of these babies down. Of course, to really sell the deception, you'll also need to occasionally leave a window in your home or office open and make bird call noises when no one is looking to create a plausible reason why there's bird poo indoors. But once you've done that, the spot is as good as reserved just for you. Also, if you have a job where your boss tells you to go outside and get pooped on by pigeons for the sake of science, this would be a great way to trick him into thinking you obediently did. Okay, though that may be the sort of problem only we have. All right, that's got to be Sora News 24 on a mission there. If you're ready to drop these duplicitous dookies, Village Vanguard offers the bird poo crime prevention sticker in a 3-pack for $13.50 US. Jeez, though it's online through its online store here. The company cautions that you should keep them off the hands of small children, but doesn't clarify that it's because the stickers can be choking hazard. But doesn't clarify if that's because the stickers can be a choking hazard or because the absolute certainty that your kids will think secretly sticking them on your back is hilarious. All right. What? Hold up. Sick of thieves stealing your bicycle? Deter them with this bird poo? This is like the same article.
I'm hearing.
They wrote this article in 2015. It's the same fucking article. Look, despite being a relatively low crime country on the whole, theft of bicycles and umbrellas is a prevalent issue in Japan. These thefts are usually born out of need and selfishness rather than for monetary gain. Forgot your umbrella and stuck in a downpour? Then you've got three choices. Get wet, buy an umbrella from the convenience store, or indulge in some petty theft. Need to get home and miss the last train? Suck it up and get walking. Or if you're someone who doesn't lie awake at night worrying about their karma, you could just borrow one of the identical unlocked bikes gathering cobwebs outside the station. Yes, it's wrong, but it still happens pretty often. Fuck, it's the same article. Oh my god. How come it's not loading though? Now, however, there's an anti-theft device more powerful than any bike lock. Behold the anti-theft bird poop sticker. The thinking behind this kind of weird method of property protection is that nobody's going to be crazy enough to steal a bicycle that's been pooped on. That's the kind of crazy logic we can kind of understand. Why you no load? Image. Fail image. While we can't help thinking that this wouldn't do much to deter more shameless or inebriated of thieves, at only what? These are only $4.50. God, the inflation on these has gone up. Oh, but that's for one sticker. So for
how many gajillions is it though in USD?
$4.50 US dollars. $4.50. Splat, take that, gullible would-be thieves. As someone who has had their locked bicycle pilfered in Japan before, I totally consider picking up one of these stickers. Of course, there's always the worry that people might see you casually hop on a seemingly besplattered bicycle seat and think you're totally gross, but that's a small price to pay for the peace of mind. These stickers are available from awesome variety goods store Village Vanguard. Is this the same fucking link as the previous article? Boy, I really hope that there's nothing gross on this site that I'm going to get in trouble for. Damn it. So all that's different, so you can write the same article again just because now they come in a pack of 3. That's what I've learned tonight. Damn it, scent of a woman. All right, here we go. That was weird. Wasn't expecting that. Japanese creeper reply badge capsule toys make us cringe with their cliche replies. If you find yourself answering girls' messages like this, you're probably a creeper. Japan is home to both the most useful, like this tiny fan capsule toy, and the most useless capsule toys in the world. And we'll give you just one guess as to which one this article is about. Our journey begins at Yokohama World Porters, where inside you'll find the largest collection of capsule toy machines in Japan. The capsule toy store doesn't take up the whole building, but it does occupy a fair bit of space. Our reporter, Mr. Sato, found himself browsing through the machines here, and he came across something he'd never seen before. God, that's loud. Kuso Ripu Oji-san badges. Kuso Ripu Oji-san literally translates to shit reply middle-aged man. Did you know Oji-san was middle-aged man and not grandpa? I always thought it was literally grandpa. Anyway. But the term itself, which became popular on Twitter around this time last year, is commonly used to refer to middle-aged men who send discomforting messages to girls online. They range from slightly awkward to decidedly creepy. Some of the phrases available from the Kuso Ripu Oji-san badges translate to things like, I'm super good at massages, and are you still busy? You should relax once in a while. Mr. Sato, who's in the Oji-san age bracket, but not a creeper, picked up 3 of them. When he opened them up, he found that they were even cringier than expected, yet so accurate. The first phrase he got was a seemingly harmless standard of creepers. Just kidding, sweat mark. We've all used this at some point in our lives, but when middle-aged men use it like this, it's usually to cover up something outright or borderline creepy. It only gets worse from here. I love you too, heart smiley. Yeah, that's definitely a red flag to stop replying or hit the block button. That leads us to Mr. Sato's final prize. Why'd you stop replying? If you have to ask why someone has stopped replying, you probably already know you've done something wrong. With all three of his prizes in hand, Mr. Sato decided to arrange them into a typical Kuso Ripu Oji-san conversation or monologue. I love you too, heart smiley. Just kidding, sweat mark. Why'd you stop replying? So he like arranges them on his shirt. Raise your hand if this has ever happened to you or if you have ever done this to someone. We can't speak for Mr. Sato, but we know what he thought about these badges after he decided to try them on for himself. It's a slightly different arrangement this time. These are the original arrangement of just kidding, I love you too. Anyway. Why would someone make these? A very good question, Mr. Sato. A very good question. We also like to know who made these peeing Shiba Inu toys, which we aren't going to pick up because we already know about that one. All right.
No lie, that was kind of deja vu with some other capsule toys we've talked about in the past.
Yes, love letters from little sisters.
That's it.
This is not a capsule toy here. Testing out Japan's fully functioning mini iron. I'm not going to actually read this one. I just thought this was actually kind of a neat idea. Because you could, like, if you're a woman especially, you could keep it in a purse, right? And all it takes is like this little power cord, right? And then, fuck, I gotta clean my blouse. Bam.
Cute.
Right? That's actually pretty good. And, you know, those really difficult to get places on a shirt, you know?
But the real question is, how long will it take to sear my nipples if I...
Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to buy it and try it out and find out.
It's podcast magic. Let's make it happen.
Yeah.
All right.
I shall do it simultaneously while eating the peach testicle candy.
You gotta go out with the scream.
This was shared by both Random 11 and Lishansky. Random 11 via Discord and Lishansky via Facebook. Woman risks life to... God damn it. Okay. Woman risks life to save husband's Gundam collection during intense flood. A woman in China was applauded by social media users for saving her husband's Mobile Suit Gundam collection following intense flooding in Chongqing municipality in China.
So what is she saving, though? The cardboard box from getting wet? Because it's made of plastic. And if it's not assembled, then it's going to be in the plastic packets. The instruction manual might be screwed. Decals are kind of plasticky.
The collectability of these is that they're in box, perhaps. You know?
Okay. Because the only thing I would be worrying about is, hope the boxes don't get damp. But brief shout out to Lishansky and Flip for advice on buying my brother his first Gundam. So he got it this week, and he seemed to enjoy it.
Maple Gundam from G Gundam, the Canadian one.
Did they make that model for us to buy? I totally get it.
All right. The woman, whose name was not revealed, is also a fan of the anime and manga franchise, so she insisted on going back and saving her husband's collection. Her husband had already given up saving his prized possessions because he didn't know how to swim, Unilad reported. So he didn't know how to swim. Okay?
Typical anime.
Typical Chinaman. Right? Like he's got a safety vest, or what do you call it, life vest on.
Life jacket.
He didn't know how to swim. The woman was a long distance swimmer and managed to
never bothered to teach your husband how to swim.
No, seriously. Like, okay, well, you know, my husband, he's really into Gundam, so I also got into the anime and mangas and stuff for him. I'm a long distance swimmer, and my lazy sack of shit husband can't.
We'll drown in a bathtub.
Didn't know how to swim. She you know what? She didn't teach him because that's how she keeps him home. You can't swim. You'll never I'll catch you.
You can't get away from me.
I can outswim you.
Well,
it's
I
like
think that was
a Tendo from Ranma.
So the woman was a long-distance swimmer and managed to go back to their apartment. She grabbed all of their boxes and got on a rubber boat. Rescuers and their dog Oreo, that's important. Her name we don't even know, but their dog's name, we know that. Rushed in to help pull her boat to safety. Right. Oh, get her. The water is about 3 inches up. It's not even over the curb yet, but we'll save you. We'll pull the boat. The woman reportedly suffered a cut on her finger while trying to save her. Oh my God, is she going to survive?
Paper cut. Oh my God.
Dear God, she got a cut. A level 1 emergency response was issued after the municipality was hit by a severe flood on Tuesday, submerging many buildings and houses in the affected area. Hui, that's how you pronounce that, right? Reported. Anyway, so yeah, that's an interesting waifu material, I guess. Although she's kind of
Lance calls her a Gundam hero.
Gundam hero.
And
did he import the official ones, or did she risk her life for Chinese bootleg Gundam? Shit, I was gonna show you the that article about the Ultraman one, that Ultraman movie. One of the things that it said in there is that the movie is being laughed at by Chinese people as being a cheap knockoff. They said a cheap domestic knockoff. Like imagine being a kid in Mexico, right? And like you're a big fan of Dragon Ball Z, and it's like you're importing the toys from KB Toys in America, and you got like your collection of Piccolo and Goku and all that, and then your friend down the street has the Mexican knockoff ones that are sold at cheap like mall stalls in America, and you're just making fun of him for that cheap domestic knockoff, right? That one with Trunks with a bazooka that they sold. All right. Look where we're at. Mouth testing Japan's porn star approved testicle texture gummy candies.
The moment we've all been waiting for.
Yeah. Do you think we should start these now?
Augie, did you get
Mine
yours?
House.
That's interesting. Guys, is it better like this or better like this?
The more intimate, close.
All right. So, shall we read the first paragraph of this before we taste?
Are you guys gonna take a testicle shot every time there's a something?
You sent mine to another house.
I know, and I gave you plenty of days to go get it.
I couldn't get it.
Well, it's the last episode.
Reese and I are the only one who are going to eat this on the perhaps final podcast.
So you might as well make it full screen on you.
Great job, guys. You ruined the podcast.
Brad, you might as well just make it full screen on yourself.
I will. I'm going to read the first thing here. All right. Mouth testing Japan's porn star approved testicle texture gummy candies. Adult video actress draws the nation's attention to gonad gummy-like snacks. Hold on, I gotta refresh this. Don't you dare do this to me. We have to do it because Reese already opened his, but I can't get these to load. I might have to open this in Safari.
Guys, just put on your VR headset to experience it.
We got a couple of them. All right, I'll make this work. So we'll see. Again, so I just want to address real quick.
I just realized, are they just textured or are they shaped? I assumed they were shaped.
It's got a... Do you know what an old grape feels like?
I thought you were gonna say something else, but
crinkly, pruny, raisin-like grape.
Like they're not like solid. They're kind of squishy. You can roll the skin around a little bit.
Oh God. This is a wonderful.
Put your hand in your pockets. You know what I'm talking about.
All right. So, and Augie, since you didn't get yours, you have to suck on your own nuts for this.
Okay.
You have
to suck nut.
So real quick, so you know how they keep banning Japanese style art for lewd stuff because the characters their faces or whatever look underage because of the big eyes and whatnot. So I just got to point out real quick, it's a of age porn star that looks like a like I don't know, an 11 or 12-year-old maybe.
Yeah.
A 69th of a year old.
Say 15, but okay.
I don't know. Koloro has a gummy texture like Kintama. Balls. All right, so there we go. So that's the one we're not seeing in the why is Audio Slave commenting on this?
Wait, what? Oh, that's just the album cover.
The Audio Slave album cover, yeah. Anyway, all right. So let's jump to. I like how she says this with them in her mouth. Tastes like balls. Teehee. Right. Anyway. Okay. Walk into just about any Japanese convenience store, supermarket, or candy shop, and you'll find a product called Kororo, a popular line of spherical fruit-flavored gummies. Kororo stands out from competitors by having an ever so slightly firm coating around the candy's soft, jiggly insides. I mean, Gushers, literally any candy I can think of does that.
Gushers is pretty hard, though.
Flip has entered the building, and he came in at the best segment. But yes, final podcast.
So
potentially,
we're eating the nut sacks right now.
Without
going out with the nut sacks.
End of TV series. Watch out for more OVAs or specials in the future.
So without going into too much detail, because I covered it at the beginning of the stream, I have been put into an impossible situation in life that will result in my inevitable death. I'm the podcast is probably not going to get to continue due to the fact that my landlord is selling the house that I'm in and I'm being evicted.
For the foreseeable future, you mean?
Yes, for the foreseeable future, or at least I won't be in it anymore for a while, because I can't continue to do this without a home. so things are getting kind of shitty. I don't know where we're gonna go right now, and the housing market has ballooned up to the point where I can't. Lance is on fire tonight. Says, "Flip me off, boy." Anyway, so yeah, this is perhaps the final podcast for a while. As I say, every time my life takes these weird turns, I will do my best to continue with things, but I can guarantee you my wife will not be happy if my days off are spent doing this instead of packing and selling belongings and all the things that are probably going to need to happen in the near future. So now you're caught up to speed. I'm gonna eat some balls now.
Okay. Before that, I'm just gonna reiterate to Flip, since he's here, that I was saying thank you, Flip, for your advice on the Gundams. My brother got his Gundam a couple days ago and he enjoyed it. He seems to like it. So cool. Thanks.
I'm gonna say fuck you, Flip, for calling me a savage earlier.
What?
The polarization in the last 10 seconons.
I'll talk to you later tonight, Flip.
Thank you for that. I mean, this is very unexpected, and I'm probably going to lose my job that I have been working the last year and just got a promotion in. But you know what? Life goes on. I'll find something to keep me going. So I appreciate the words. Yes, thank you, E. Castro, who also came in late. Yeah, it's been an interesting time. Yeah. Would I sell my collection? I might be at that point. I don't know yet. Obviously, if I do, the podcast will definitely end, because what is the anime collector without the collection?
Brad, you should offload it all to Hunter, and then he'll have an impossible amount of anime to sell.
Well, I mean, if I were to sell it, I would probably try to sell it on eBay, like the entire collection, for like 100,000 or something like that.
Wow.
And
hope that like Elon Musk buys it.
Well, I bet I could get a wealthy collector to buy it, considering a lot of the stuff that I have. The overall value would be worth it. But it would cost me probably $30,000 to ship it by that point. But yeah, if I had to do that, that's probably the method through which I would do. But I don't. I mean, I'm going to fight tooth and nail with the bank to keep it. Asset protection, bury it in the desert, maybe. I don't know what I'll do. Anyway, they'll never take me alive. So anyway, back to the ball candy. So speaking of soft orbs, Kororo has been recently getting a bit of extra attention thanks to a tweet by Japanese adult film actress Kizuna Sakura. That's the one
Kizuna Ai.
The baby-faced 27-year-old recently tweeted a selfie of herself with her lips wrapped around a pair of strawberry Kororo, along with the message, "The mouthfeel of Kororo is just like balls." Teehee.
Teehee.
Sakura's statement carries with it all the credibility of an industry veteran whose professional resume for 2017 alone includes roles in productions such as the impactfully direct 20 Bursts of Semen, thoroughly descriptive, Stepping Up to the Challenge with her arsenal of private toys, 24-hour confinement coming marathon, and non-numerical black guy mega dick lesbian. Fuck.
Brad, Seb brings up a good strategy.
Put the bird poop stickers on my.
No one will want it now.
The bank is gonna pass on. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna need Otakuso whenever he gets around to it to check all of these videos and find out if she ever sucks balls in them. Because I need to know that this girl is
authentic and canon.
Authentically describing this, especially black guy mega dick lesbian promiscuous affairs international fuck. I think that is probably
the masterpiece,
the most important one. But even with Sakura's trustworthy credentials, our Japanese language reporter PK Sanjun felt it was his duty to mouth test Kororo for himself. Thankfully, he didn't do this on Bring Your Kid to Work Day. They kind of look like they feel reminiscent to like you know those root beer like candies? They're like a barrel shape. But like a barrel, it's a garbage bag, right? For this test, PK decided to pick up 3 different flavors: orange, red grape, and green muscat grape. Good, we're on track to our test.
That looks like super.
Is he ahegawing?
Fruit gussers.
Not quite.
As a guy, PK has spent his entire life in close proximity to testicles, specifically so pair. However, he lacks Sakura's oral experience with the body parts, so he began by gingerly rolling 2 Kororo around on the tip of his tongue. I see, mused PK. So this is how those things feel on the tongue. I'm going to need to drop mine on the floor so it gets a little dog hair on it for an accurate fix. I say as I actually drop the package on the ground.
Well, it's not the podcast. Daisy dropped his balls.
He's dropping his balls. He described the sensation as soft, but mildly elastic. He then roped 2 of his co-workers, and also his boss, into the experiment. Just to be clear, PK had them try the gummies for themselves, not provide control specimens with which to better gauge the testicularness of the Kororo. Well, on this podcast...
the testicularness level is...
Well, on this podcast, we have 2 hosts without Kororo to test the testicularness of their own testicles. But while Sakura's comment put a new spin on the texture of the gummies, they still taste deliciously fruity. However, our team did report that in light of the actress's observation, they no longer feel comfortable biting into Kororo, as it now seems like an act of incredible cruelty. As mentioned above, You can pick up Colora at shops all over Japan if you're feeling curious yourself. Just remember, though, that these are candies, and so best enjoyed as a treat after a sensible, nutritious meal like a plate of anal orb curry.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
He's just going to order some anal orb curry real quick. Just don't worry, guys. In the meantime, Lance says, PK? He is a red player. What is he talking about?
The guy who you were saying was Aha Gowing.
I know, but a red player, what does he mean by that? So we have two suckers.
Earthbound was Ness saying PK all the time.
Well, when he says red player, I think of like Halo, red versus blue or something. Like, is he on the red
my
team?
initial thought, too.
I had to give one to my wife so that she could have it. I'm pretty sure she doesn't know.
You want to try it with you?
No, she's trying it in the other room laying in bed.
You're trapping her. You're going to be like, ha, that was nuts.
Okay, so...
taste some balls. Taste some
Very
balls.
strong
Right?
smell.
They smell like not artificial grape, right? You know, like
They
the actual...
smell like natural?
Grape with.
And I'm pretty sure this is like the grapes that they make types of wine out of, right? Anyway.
Oh, he's sucking balls.
Texture test.
Yeah, that texture isn't
Like I say, it's like a not ripe grape.
mm-hmm.
It's like
more sour than I was expecting.
Like the skin and the
Yeah,
jelly on the inside.
the thing that's not good about it is that there's like a seam, right?
It looks like an asshole.
What? These are actually repackaged anal candies they were just trying to resell, but everyone was tired of anal candy, so they had to repurpose it as testicular.
Texture is strange. Nothing like balls, though. Well, I don't know where she's getting that from. Anyway, but yeah, that part right there, like where the seam is or whatever, that is weird on the tongue.
It's breaking immersion for me, personally.
Anyway. Reese, do you have a comment on it, on its taste and flavor?
I would not buy these as a choice.
Okay, here, real quick. Back to me. So this one has like, all right, my wife followed up. Not that I know what biting balls is like. I don't recall that experience. So this is like a sausage, like at the end, right? Like wrap them up like a sausage.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm describing. It's like that hard.
Yeah. I've been rolling. I was rolling it. My finger like squish, and then that opened up, and I was like, that looks like an asshole. What the fuck?
Have you
like that? The
Brian,
steam,
care to
the
give us
steam
a visual
up.
of what that would look like?
Have you tried stomping on it in your high heels yet?
No, I have not. No, I wear high heels.
There's the butt, I guess. Yeah, but all right. Anyway,
You squish it with your tongue.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Lance
not
wants to know,
liquid inside. Just
can we get nipple ripple soda for non-homo consumers? I don't know. Like, how do they determine which sex the nipples are coming from? This would be the night to finish that tentacle grape. All right. Oh, by the way, the anal orb curry is Kappa themed curry.
Huh. Okay.
Oh yeah, because Kappa have that weird anal thing.
Yeah, they have a fetish for sucking your intestines out of your butthole.
Well,
I can't wait till that new anime about Heaven Design Team has an episode on Kappa.
it says you get the package promises 3 butthole balls in each box.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling these. I mean, it's the mouthfeel. I mean, just like I said, it's just like an old grape, which
Yeah, which is not something I'd want to.
It's a flaccid grape.
Anyway,
but I mean, I think to me mostly it's the muscat flavor. I'm not really digging it.
Yeah, well,
I'm glad I got peach coming my way. Pun intended.
Mystery stink haunts Kanagawa Prefecture, worries seismologists. The cause of the foul odor is unknown. But when does anything good cause a foul odor? At around 8:40 in the morning of the 21st of August, the Yokosuka Fire Department in Kanagawa Prefecture received 40 calls to their 119 emergency number. Yeah, because they do 911 backwards. Emergency number, all reporting a smell of gas in the area over the course of an hour. Aside from the unpleasant smell, no one reported feeling ill from it. No one reported feeling ill from it either to the fire department or local hospitals.
Flip says Reese last episode was the unpleasant smell.
Oh, he wants to do a face reveal.
Oh yeah, last episode face reveal. Not really.
He can do a private show for you, probably.
Oh yeah.
if you're that desperate to see the Reese,
you have
Flip,
to support his OnlyFans.
Yeah. $69 per month or whatever.
$69 just for the face reveal.
Okay.
It's worth it, guys. I've seen it.
I've seen the quality.
You've seen the face of God.
Unfortunately, he didn't even show the full thing. He had like a mask on or whatever.
Oh no, I've actually shown AC my face.
Mm-hmm. That's why I know it looks like a toe. Just kidding.
Brad has gotten the full glory of it.
Yeah.
I've been cucked with the censored
aside from the unpleasant smell, no one reported feeling ill from it either to the fire department or local hospitals. All right, here's a news report. Flip says he'll sub to your OnlyFans, so get started on that. You could save me by making enough money with your OnlyFans in order to pay my mortgage.
You won't degrade yourself to have your own. You have to use Reese's.
Well, my face has already been seen. There's no prestige there.
Oh,
right?
It's an OnlyFans
there's
for
no
his
demand
face
for it.
his facial content.
Why
Selfie
would you buy the cow if you can get it if you get the milk for free, right? So everybody gets the milk for the podcast for free. But see, the Reese has been smart.
Like this, Reese. The last episode of Home Improvement, it showed Wilson's face.
Whoever that is. I didn't watch that show.
The neighbors, yeah.
Well, I see, but the thing is that if we reveal his face, first of all, we'll get demonetized. But second of all, I feel as though we're sealing this as being the last podcast.
Like, are you suggesting that you'd have to make sure the podcast is under 6 hours
we have to keep hope that we will be continuing.
We can never top it if that happens. So,
Flip. So. Read that out loud, Brad.
Oh, yeah, let's not do that. I think he is just trying to reduce the value of my collection.
No, man, there might be a very obscure fetish of this obscure hobby that they want to see that.
And they got Pornhub videos of people coming on sexy anime figures.
It's an untapped market, Brad. He's a genius.
Room 4. I think there's a little different there. Plus, I probably go to jail because I think those characters are underage. All right. Anyway, this spate of reports is currently being looked into, but most are expecting the cause to be unknown. This is because the exact same situation has happened there twice before in as many months. In the early hours of the 17th of July, emergency calls flooded in from Yokosuka and neighboring Miura City.
I lost my hands.
I know, right? I'm
got
just
the nut juice all over.
With the nut juice, yeah.
My hands smell like nut essence.
The scent of a nut.
Wouldn't that be smegma?
Oh, gross! Oh God, Augie, why? Oh, I just ate a bunch of ball candy. This is okay.
Link's on you, huh?
In the early hours of the 17th of July, emergency calls flooded in from Yokosuka and neighboring Miura City. And in the evening of the 4th of June, about about 260 calls were made to fire and police hotlines, all saying it smells like gas. Since the hazards of a potential gas leak are nothing to take lightly, a thorough investigation was conducted following each round of reports, but no gas lines were found to be damaged, and the cause was officially unknown. Readers of the news were also at a loss to pinpoint the cause of what's happening in the area. Quote, "It's happening every month, and they still can't figure it out? What is it, methane? That's unsettling. Maybe there's a natural gas field around there." No, because natural gas doesn't smell. They put that smell in so you can identify it. I remember experiencing a strange smell like that when walking to school. One day I discovered it was a pile of rotting onions. I wonder if the bad weather had made some farmers abandon their crops. This is like in disaster movies when strange phenomenon begins before the real bad stuff starts. And lastly, I live across the harbor from Yokosuka and never smelled anything, but I'm sure people are going to start saying this is a sign of an earthquake.
Brad, you have a request, a first request for your OnlyFans.
Come on, Ron. No. I don't even have the rare one.
Call it Red Brad Blossing Rope.
Which anime do you come on next? You gotta pay a fee for your requests.
Turns out, seismologist Manabu Takahashi at Ritsumeikan University was way ahead of that last comment and issued his warning right after the first smell incident. For a long time, he has been studying the relationship between odors and earthquakes based on research that found a distinct smell was created by rocks just before they break under stress. It's like the earth is farting.
Is that like how you fart before you come?
That sounds like something that happens to exclusively you and should definitely be on your OnlyFans. Takahashi, maybe a conversation with your doctor. Takahashi explains that large earthquakes don't occur suddenly, rather they build up gradually over months, and the grinding tectonic plates slowly peeling away at each other before the main shock occurs. The professor worries that this process is what's generating the widespread smells in the Yokosuka area. Yokosuka is located near the convergence of the Nankai Trough, Sagami Trough, and Suruga Trough fault lines. Those three really big lines in the ocean. Okay, so right, I know exactly. I guess this one and this one and that one, maybe. I guess. Except that says Yokohama, not Yokosuka. So, this is Miura and Kanagawa. I don't know. Anyway, all right. Prior to the 2010 Christchurch earthquake in New Zealand and the 1995 Hanshin earthquake, there had also been reports of unusual smells that were hard to describe, but often compared to sulfur or burning rubber. However, echoing the cynicism of the last comment, warnings that, quote, the big one is about to hit parts of Japan generally come about once a week. So this too should probably be taken with a grain of salt. After all, there's no shortage of things in the world that create offensive odors, such as Tokyo Bay, which has recently come under fire for its high levels of fecal matter and bacteria, and is located right next to Yokosuka. Well, that's it. I guess that's it, guys. But it's always a good idea to be prepared for natural disasters when living in Japan, no matter where you are or how it smells on any given day. So we'd all do well to take this particular weirdness as a reminder to keep your emergency kit stocked and evacuation locations in mind. So the appropriately named Japan Sinks 2020 comes to mind. We'll see how that plays out. Wouldn't that be interesting if Japan just broke apart and half of it just sank?
No, I think more it's going to be a Gyo Tokyo fish attack.
Right. That's the aftermath, right? The Sharknado aftermath of it sinking, because it creates that vortex where the fish shoot out into the sky.
At the Anime Collector, read the last 3 comments by at L.R.WTZ up, please.
Okay. You may not be feeling it, but AC's wallet is Chris Hansen style.
That's
so
Seb.
that was
not literal.
Oh, that's Seb. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, I subbed to this channel wanting conversation about anime boobs. I like how he's censoring the word boobs, but we've got Flip with "Come on, Ron."
Well,
not what I expected.
Because he thinks that he has a couple chats that are missing. There's a couple chats he thinks were missing that you didn't see, so that's why he's censoring himself, I think.
Did I? Okay, but did I get them? Is that what you wanted? Because the one before that is nipple ripple soda for non-homo consumers. Anyway,
Lance has confirmed to me I am getting censored. He says,
"Damn, that's unfortunate."
Because I sent him a shot of what I see.
Oh, okay. Well, dang,
also a dick
you're gonna
pic.
have to censor that now.
He subscribed to my OnlyFans.
All right. Well, he deserves it then. Okay, so the gang's going great. Majority of Yakuza in Japan now over the age of 50. I am not going to read this, but that was an interesting thing. They talk in this article about how the life of crime just isn't really attractive anymore. It says, for my generation, we dreamed about becoming high-ranking gang members who were popular with women, had money, and rode in a fancy car. But the times have changed. To begin with, young people today dislike being tied down to a gang. So yeah, that's interesting. The Yakuza is showing its age, just like all the rest of Japan and the aging population. All right. Japan's Ninja Museum has been robbed by thieves in the middle of the night.
That sounds vaguely like it would be the Thief Museum got robbed.
Yes, exactly. Iga ninja become victims of stealthy, speedy infiltration. On a late, okay, just for the record, the next 5 of these or so were approved by RHYS, but not read by me yet. So we're going to experience this together. So if you hate it, RHYS's OnlyFans is over there. Send him bullying messages until he suicides. That's how it works.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. That's what I said. Iga ninja become victims of stealthy, speedy infiltration. On a late summer night when the air was hot and still, trouble was brewing in Iga. The town located in Japan's Mie prefecture is one of the birthplaces of ninja tradition and tactics, with a base of shinobi activity located not far from Iga Ueno Castle. But on this night, the Shadow Warriors were the ones being targeted, as a thief or thieves forced their way into the stronghold with the intent to plunder the riches hidden within. The alarm was raised, but the infiltrators proved too swift to capture, escaping into the night with a box filled with the Iga Ninja Force's coins and other currency. I thought it was going to be scrolls. Sadly, this is not a folktale from the midst of Japanese... From the midst? Should it be midst? From the midst? No, you wouldn't put the TS there. I don't know. From the midst... This is not a folktale from the midst of Japan's feudal era history, but the actual chain of events that transpired earlier this week when burglars struck the Iga Ryu Ninja Museum at roughly 1:30 a.m. On Monday, security camera footage shows a car pulling up near the museum's administrative office, a one-story wooden structure. Oh, the office is a one-story. I thought that they had a Trojan horse method of getting in. like a giant ninja was delivered to the front steps. They wheeled it in and then they popped out. Okay. The security camera footage shows a car pulling up to the museum's administrative office, a one-story wooden structure separate from the rest of the facility. At least one person can be seen getting out of the car and forcibly changing the angle of the camera to obscure what happens next. But investigators say a crowbar or a similar device was used to force the office's doors open. That's an unfortunate still frame. Unfortunately, the office is unmanned at night and not guarded by the museum's team of martial artists. So is this actually the museum's YouTube channel and whatnot? The break-in triggered the office's security system and the police were summoned. But by the time they arrived on site, the thieves were gone, as was a 50-centimeter or 19.7-inch tall, 330-pound safe, which had been storing the museum's recently collected money from ticket and souvenir sales. See, I thought they stole ancient ninja gold, right? The museum says that there was at least 1 million yen, or $9,430, in the safe at the time. Man, I should have stole that. I could have a down payment on my house by now. And investigators estimate the entire crime took only 3 minutes. The speed of the operation, as well as the brashness of robbing a ninja stronghold, might at first seem like the work of a rival ninja clan, such as the Iga's historical rivals, the Koga ninja of Shiga Prefecture. However, the more likely scenario is that the burglary is simply the work of opportunistic non-ninja crooks, right? Because ninjas don't show up in cars. The Iga Ryu Ninja Museum, which also houses a ninja house with hidden passages, pictured above. Is it now? Is this the hidden passage that's just photoshopped on the middle of this image of the building? It's like, hey, it's open space time, and like, haha, I'm coming out.
I have the uncensored messages of Lance.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. In order. So can we get the Nipple Ripple soda for non-homo consumers? You may not be feeling it, but AC's wallet is.
That was Seb who said that.
Wait, whoops.
Wait,
what? No, the wallet is perfect. Okay, I sub to this channel wanting conversations about anime boobs, but what I get is maybe ending with grown men sucking balls. That's the censored comment.
Okay.
And he also has a new comment.
Okay.
I must now purchase bird shit and take it to AC's house and put it on his house so it doesn't get sold. Trust me, there is plenty of bird shit that's authentic already on my house. All right. So the Iga Ryu Ninja Museum, which also houses a ninja house with hidden passages, pictured above, and holds ninja skill demonstration workshops, is a popular tourist attraction, with last week being the final 2 days of Japan's Obon summer holiday season. The thieves likely expected the museum safe to be fuller than usual, and the timing of their attack came before the museum, which closed at 5:30 on Sunday, would have had a chance to deposit the weekend cash in the bank. Making the incident even more upsetting is that the Ninja Museum, like just about every sightseeing attraction in Japan, is struggling financially as the coronavirus pandemic severely impacts people's ability and willingness to travel. The museum's manager lamented the loss of revenue that the organization sorely needed to help cope with the recent economic downturn. The police are still investigating, and hopefully the culprits will be brought to justice so the ninja can have the revenge they deserve. All right, moving on. RHYS, how many of these did you actually read, and how many did you just read the headline and say, that sounds funny?
I didn't read this one. It just sounds funny.
Okay. 670 pigs have been stolen in Japan this summer, and thieves are stealing cows too. Man, first the ninja gold, and now cows and pigs. It feels like our children were taken, says victim of Rustler's crime spree.
Oh, yeah, criminals it's like that's not a very complimentary way to compare your children.
Your kids. It's like that scene in Spirited Away where her parents start becoming pigs.
Spoilers. I'm just kidding.
While criminals exist in every country, it really is remarkable how very little street crime there is in Japan. Unfortunately, one part of the country that's seeing a rash of farm crime this summer. But wait, is there bird shit on these pigs?
One part of the country that doesn't even have streets is this place.
Is anyone else hearing that cricket?
I am.
Oh, that's on my end, I think.
We'll do something about it. Smash him with hammers.
It's in Canada?
He's outside my window.
Close your window.
It is
Tap
closed.
on the window and say, hey.
You guys hear all that thunder? I don't know how I have a connection right now. It's the fate stay night.
Okay. Police in Gunma, 2 prefectures north of Tokyo, say that since the start of July, roughly 670 pigs have been stolen within the prefecture. The porcine pilferings were committed in a total of 7 robberies so far in the towns of Maebashi and Isesaki. Hold on. Just give me a second. Got to find out. 670 divided by 7. Damn, they're still in 95.714 pigs each time. Taking place at night after the farms had shut down for the day. The vast majority of the animals stolen / hognapped were piglets, which are taken from their rearing. Okay, so they're taking like actual baby pigs. That's why it feels like their children were taken, says the weird bestiality loving
they're taking the piglet, the bacon bits.
The little cocktail wieners. Pigs aren't the only livestock getting snatched in either. That's a weird phrasing.
I take that back. There is a cricket in my room, I think.
And kill it.
Well, smash him with your OnlyFans.
Put it in a pan.
He might be in like my vent.
In the oven and prove that you're a man.
Pigs aren't the only livestock getting snatched either. Farms in 2 other Gunma towns, Orama and Tatebayashi, have each had a calf stolen this summer. In addition, a farm in Ashikaga, which neighbors Tatebayashi across the prefectural border in Tochigi, has been hit twice by cattle thieves. I like the idea that this is a way I could have been getting animals in Harvest Moon. Just go to the other guy's town and steal them. Grand Theft Harvest Moon style. After the first incident, which took place in June when thieves made off with 2 calves, the farm's owners installed security cameras, which recorded footage of a second theft last Saturday night. The footage shows a truck pulling up to the farm's barn at around 10:40 p.m. and 3 ninjas show up. And 3 men in shorts and t-shirts exiting the vehicle. While one stands watch, the other 2 go into the barn and come out carrying a calf, with one man holding the animal's front legs and the other its back legs. After putting the calf in the back of the truck, they repeat the process 2 more times before driving off roughly 10 minutes after they arrived. I am so angry about this, said Kazuhiro Tsuruda, the farm's owner. It's like, hold on, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, bless me. It's like they got us again. The calves were just 3 months old, and we were giving them their milk by hand. So the staff feels like our children were being taken.
Milk by hand.
At Cricket Senpai, what is it like at Foodnum's house? Oh, that video ended up on Pornhub.
Oh my god, guys. It's like a horror movie. I open my door and a cricket is standing in the middle of my doorway, just waiting for me.
It got all quiet with the cricket too. He's like, oh shit, he sees me.
Why are you sad about the cricket?
Well, I was about to open the door because I'm like, okay, maybe I'll lead him out of my room because I thought he was like behind my thing, but turns out he's waiting to kill me.
I'll do it.
You could just do the brotherly thing and just capture the cricket and throw it in your brother's room.
I almost, on the potentially final podcast, I got a really important special thing that arrived that I wasn't expecting from Tokyo Otaku Mode. This being the Tokyo Otaku Mode box, right? Tokyo Otaku Mode.
Is it?
It's only available on his OnlyFans, his address label.
Well, it's not going to matter. I'm not going to live here much longer.
Oh, well, dox yourself by all means.
That's fair.
World End Economica Kickstarter.
Full collection video.
Is that a DVD size case?
It sure is. I think it's actually just a DVD, isn't it? Yeah, World End Economica DVD.
Did they release a Blu-ray tier?
Well, if they did, I backed it more than once to get both, so I might have the other one still arriving. But yeah, that was another thing I got that I forgot to show you, and I'm pretty sure this is a poster, which I'm not even going to bother to take out because it's perfectly wrapped up already. Anyway, so that's the thing. There you go. Back to the bovine theft. In addition, 2 other farms in Ashikaga have had 1 calf each stolen this month, with the total value of the 7 cows being approximately 2.75 million yen. See, I feel like they're going off to Takashima or the Senkaku Islands, and they're just starting a farm there with their stolen animals. And they're going to battle the Chinese with them.
Don't hurt at Cricket Senpai, followed by the cricket has been the one using Footnum's internet this entire time.
I like that one short with a cricket and a cobbler. So they didn't have internet back then.
Because of the proximity of the crimes, both in terms of time and geography, the police believe they may be the work of the same group. As for what someone would do with several hundred stolen pigs and a half dozen or so calves, the obvious answer would be to sell them for their meat. Japanese consumers don't buy whole or live animals at the market, though, which would imply that either the thieves have access to butcher. Okay, do you kill calves or do you let them grow into much bigger animals before you butcher them?
Typically, you let them grow and then murder them.
Yeah. Maybe they're just starting a bestiality brothel. Japanese consumers don't blah blah blah. Trying to resell them, perhaps posing as the animal's legitimate owners. With the rustlers still at large, the Guma Prefectural Pig Farming Association has sent out warnings encouraging local farmers. After all, even the Ninja Museum can be infiltrated by thieves. Rural barn security cameras could probably do with a few improvements. Or maybe shoot them. Oh, wait. No, they don't have guns in Japan. They only have rifles. Katana. No, wait. No guns.
Throwing stars.
There you go.
Throwing stars. Yeah, sure can.
Or blow them up. Okay.
That was a fun read, wasn't it?
Yes, great job proofreading these. I parcel out 10% of the article reading to you, and you've not let us down yet with the last two articles. Another theft. Theft victim uses social media to catch suspects. Suspects use social media to convict selves. Insta crime and punishment. Social media is often looked at as a den of negativity and sexual predators, yes. But like most technology...
Not a den of positivity?
Is this the creeper idol stalker? Oh, yeah, the one we figured out based on the reflection in our eyes. That's some high-quality Instagram post you're making. Anyway, but like most technology, it also has the capacity for good, both intentionally and unintentionally, as we will soon see. On the morning of the 8th of August, a motorbike belonging to a 39-year-old woman was stolen from the parking lot of her apartment building in Hakata Ward, Fukuoka City. See, because she didn't have the bird shit seat. In addition to contacting the police, the victim's brother sent out a call for help on social media, asking anyone for information leading to the whereabouts of the bike. The response was overwhelming, and thanks to nearly 200 reports they received, police were able to locate the bike that same day and arrested its 15-year-old rider for not having a license. Well, son, on the bright side, you've been trending all day.
I said this one was good just for that line alone.
Well, one boy was caught red-handed. Further investigation revealed that he had an accomplice of the same age. Both admitted to the theft, and the final nail in their coffin was the fact that one of them posted a photo of themselves with a bike in the caption, quote, "I stole a bike." And so, this case was closed faster than it takes to close a social media account, and justice was served. Although, the way hundreds of people rallied together to help was very inspiring. Most comments chose to focus on the stupidity of the offenders. Quote, "Why are you providing evidence against yourself, lol? I'm worried about internet literacy in Japan. When you steal something, the first thing to do is hide it, not post it on Instagram. It's a law of the internet that stupid people will do themselves in eventually." Did anyone know that Captain Hook ended up in TikTok? Is that a joke because of the alligator thingy from Peter Pan or whatever? All right. The internet didn't get its reputation as a den of negativity for nothing, after all. But one fun detail in all this is the similarity this story has to the angsty classic 15 no Yoru, Night of 15, or just The Night, by the late Yutaka Ozaki. especially given the age of the offenders. Many commenters were reminded of the song's emotionally charged refrain. Running away on a stolen bike without knowing where to go, piercing into the dark night. I don't want to be bound by anyone and escaped in this night. I became free the night of 15. Ooh, it's like so weirdly accurate, not really at all. Sadly, Ozaki's life was cut short in the early 90s, so he can't see how the themes of his song have evolved in 2020. And yeah, like, I mean, almost as much as it's a letdown for this article. Running away on a stolen bike, stopping to take pictures and piercing them into the dark web. Escaping in broad daylight in front of 200 witnesses and turning in friends the late afternoon of 15. Wow. All right, then. You're batting 1,000 tonight, Reese. You were in a real good mood when you went on these. All right, Japanese.
I guess Cricket Senpai left. I opened the door to try and deal with him.
He's in your throat.
I'm choking on some nut. Yeah, he just disappeared, guys.
Follow the cricket instead.
The cricket started an OnlyFans.
Maybe he was a ghost, and I just saw a spirit. Ghost of Cricket's past.
Japanese man gets fired for lying on resume by saying he had less education than he really does. Anonymous tip ends 24-year career with City of Kobe.
Okay, we can skip this one.
I actually read this one. I can narrow it down for you. So yeah, the position was only open to high school graduates without any college. And
I was about to say, sometimes you can be a bit too overqualified. They'll be like, well, why are you working here?
Yeah, the position he applied for specifically stated that it was for applicants whose highest level of education was high school or below. So this boy and girl would have been eligible for the job, but not their teacher. The man claims that at the time he applied for the job, he wasn't aware his higher education would be an issue, but he actually continued to lie. Anyway. All right. Japanese police ask drunk people to please stop sleeping in the middle of the street. Liquored up naps, sometimes in car lanes, are so common in one part of Japan that there's a new vocabulary word for it. One of the neat things about the Japanese language is that by combining different kanji characters, you can create new words to describe new social developments. For example, when the restaurant industry was born and going out to eat became an option, the kanji for outside and the one for eat were combined to form the word gaishoku, eat out. Yep, I wonder if that's the same kanji used for, never mind. Theoretically, you can do this with any combination of kanji, like rising of the vagina here. Like you could take the ones for road and you could take the ones for road on/in and sleep and line them up as whatever that's supposed to be. Don't know what the pronunciation is. Which would be read as rojane. Oh, there it is. Which would be read as rojane and would mean sleeping in the street. Again, though, we're just talking theoretically here, because it's not like people sleeping in the street is something that happens frequently enough to warrant its own vocabulary. Oh, wait, rojane is something that actually does happen surprisingly often in Okinawa Prefecture, of course. Of course, in Okinawa. Oh, damn it. Boy, do I hate Twitter embeds on Brave. All right, well, I'm going to have to open it up, and we're going to just have to hope that there's nothing graphic in the replies, because one of these guys is in the nude. Great job. Sokuho.com refuses to connect. Of course it does. I don't know what I clicked on that would cause that, but let's try again. Oh, why is there primary Soku? That's the Twitter @ name? What the fuck? Of course, the only one that works.
No junk, no funk.
Let's try this again.
God.
Okay, there's a link to the thing in the Twitter thing. Okay, gotcha. Let's try that again. This is what you're supposed to see at that point. There you go. Right? There you go. Okay.
That was worth it.
That was worth it, I know. While Okinawa has a particularly unique culture amongst the regions of Japan, Rojane isn't a siesta-like holdover based in the traditional Ryukyu island lifestyle. Instead, it's a modern phenomenon and one that's practiced by drunk people, often inadvertently, after they fall or lie down somewhere between the last place they were drinking and their home. Police officers say sometimes people doing Rojane are liquored up so thoroughly, or are liquored up enough to mistakenly think they've arrived home and so slip out of their clothes. But there you go. For YouTube's sake, there is something covering his junk. I don't know why his face is blacked out and his hand. That's a little weird to me. Maybe they thought that was his dick.
Maybe there's a swastika.
I don't even want to scroll down and find out what else is on this, but in 2019, the Okinawa Prefectural Police received 7,221 reports of Rojane, and not just for people curled up on sidewalks or leaning their heads on the curb as a pillow. Sometimes they're sleeping smack dab in the middle of lanes for cars. And last year, 16 Rojane nappers were hit by cars, with at least 3 of them being killed by the collisions. So that's why in Case Closed, when he first in the thing we watched for this week's Watch Club, when he got turned into a kid and almost got hit by that car, the guy driving the car was like, "Hey, fuck you, kid!" Right? Police officers say about I read that. I read that too. Those of you who have been to nightlife districts in other parts of Japan may be thinking that you can sometimes spot people sleeping on the sidewalk or slumped over on benches in other heavy drinking districts, such as Tokyo Shibuya. And with Okinawa's police force being the only one in Japan that keeps official Rojane statistics, it's hard to say numerically how much more severe the problem is in Okinawa. Pedestrian drunks who've fallen asleep in car lanes are extremely rare in Tokyo, though, and Rojane hasn't really entered the common vernacular outside of Okinawa. I'd never heard the term before moving here, said Tadataka Miyazawa, who joined the Rojane Prefectural Police last December. Rojane is such an issue in Okinawa that the local basketball team, the Ryukyu Golden Kings, even had a Stop Rojane public awareness campaign. This is a Stop Rojane! Stop outside drinking sleep, or whatever it was. This is such a weird combination of images to put with the thing. Anyway. Good thing they put this guy in the middle, or else it would look weird with this guy with his ass really bent out far and this guy. Never mind. So why does Rojane happen more often in Okinawa? Health and safety officials have a few theories. First, unlike other parts of Japan, Okinawa's tropical climate keeps it comfortably warm all year long. Whereas trying to sleep off a bender on a Tokyo sidewalk in December will pretty quickly sober you up, at least enough to get you slinking off in search of a capsule hotel or manga cafe to crash in. The comparatively laid-back personalities of Okinawans has also been theorized to be a contributing factor, as the prefecture's representative liquor, the high alcohol content drink, is known as awamori. Another Stop Rojane poster, the one from the Uruma City Okinawa Police Department, which also says, let's drink a reasonable amount. Hey, team, let's drink a reasonable amount tonight, said no one ever. Said Buzz Killington. Let's drink a reasonable amount. Stop! Let's
go exactly the speed limit.
He's like, just imagine you're going out drinking and your friend pulls out like this red rape whistle and goes, blows the whistle. Stop! Let's drink a reasonable amount.
Imagine like that old Adam West Batman show that they're at a bar drinking and then Batman stops Robin before he does the normal, then reminds him to drink conservatively.
I'm thinking of that, Robin talking to Batman meme. He's like, let's go drinking, and then slap across the face. Let's drink a reasonable amount. All right. Despite widespread calls for staying home and social distancing this year, police in Okinawa received 2,702 Rojane reports between January and June. Damn. Just about the same number as that period in 2019. In response, police say they will be more strictly enforcing ordinances against Rojane. So hopefully the ability to avoid the associated 50,000 yen fine, $470, that's worth it for a fun night, will be enough to convince those who don't seem to think avoiding getting hit by a car is incentive enough on its own. All right. Reese, did you read this one?
Which one?
Did you read this one?
The one about the mysterious Tory story.
I did not read this one.
This is on Reese, everyone. Join his OnlyFans for better content.
Yeah, he's giving you the non-premium content. That's why.
Local government finds a new way to invite misery to 2020. At an intersection along Highway 407 in Shimizu Ward, Shizuoka City, there stands a rather large torii, a gate traditionally found at Shinto shrines. While it's not too uncommon for these structures to straddle urban roads as cities develop around the sites of the shrine, this one is unique in that no one knows who it belongs to. 3 years ago, someone filed an inquiry into the owner of this gate, the kind of which is believed to represent the boundary of a sacred place. However, much to everyone's surprise, there was no known owner. According to city records, it was erected 45 years ago to replace an older torii when the road underneath it was built, but that's about all that's known about it. Few records from the dark era of 1975 exist outside from the scant archaeological evidence depicting arcane face painting and possibly cannibalistic hunting rituals. Okay, really?
Calling back to Kim Jong-un here.
What is happening? He's in a trap. Like they're... What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What did I just see? Is that what they meant to link here? Okay. As time passed, an increasing number of residents were contacting the city and asking that the torii be taken down. Large chips in its concrete were easily visible, and without proper maintenance, it is becoming a growing safety risk. So the Shizuoka municipal government issued a public statement asking whoever owned the 12-meter, 39-foot-high spirit gate to come and deal with it. Local politician Ken Tanaka, 42 years old, to distinguish him from the other guy named Ken Tanaka on the ballot, visits the torii to survey its damage. All right? That seems like the absolute thing that a politician would do. Like, we're going to deal with this problem. I tell you what, show up at the game. This is a travesty. Vote for me. Right? Of course, no one answered. So the city decided to get it done themselves and ordered it to come down on the 8th of September at an expected cost of $11 million. Really? I'll do it. A down payment on my house. Just fly me out there. I'll take a fucking jackhammer to it. All right. $104,000. Is that the cost to haul it away? I'll just throw it in the sea. This news did not sit well with many online who feel spiritual monuments with mysterious and forgotten past are best left alone, if scores of horror movie plots are anything to go by. Quote, do not break the seal! This certainly seems like it will unleash some kind of misfortune. Man, I don't want to be working on the new crew that has to take that thing down. By removing that torii, the boundary with the other side will be gone. Isn't this the opening to gate? If we get a big earthquake in the next few months, I know who I'm blaming. That's going to be hilarious. When Yoko Fukuoka or whatever it was, that place with the smell, right?
Podcast Magic Season 2 or 3.
Podcast Magic, horrible earthquake that everyone blames on this coming down. Oh no, wrong magic. Podcast Black Magic, right?
Podcast
if
Black
we get a
Magic.
If we get a big earthquake in the next few months, I know who I'm blaming, but it's made of concrete, so it's probably not all that magical, right? Yeah, I guess. Some also put on their detective pants and deduced that it might belong to a local shrine, probably by the giant sign on the torii and stone monument next to it, which both read Kusanagi Shrine. Damn, they're taking down Motoko's shrine. Or Torii Gate, at least. However, when approached by the government about the matter, Kusanagi said it was never responsible for putting the torii in that spot. Nevertheless, that didn't stop one Twitter user from further looking into the relationship. True Man says, there's this anime I've been watching recently. It's amazing. Lance pops in. Interspecies reviewers.
Interspecies reviewers.
Yeah.
Good show.
It really is.
All right, so it says, this torii, originally this whole area was part of a shrine's precincts, but gradually the city developed over it and only the torii remained. If you look into it, you'll find that it was connected to Kusanagi Shrine, but also another one, Kubitsu Kainari Shrine. That's a mouthful. There are various theories about the latter, but it has an extremely bloody history. According to one theory, this torii was located at the site of a battle during the eastern conquest of Yamato Takeru, and its fallen soldiers were buried here. Ever since that time, a river that runs in the area has been called the Ketsuryu Blood Flow River for that reason. Moreover, paranormal spots have been concentrated around the sea. I just hope nothing happens when they take that torii down. Japan sinks 2020 is going to happen, guys. So it would seem the unleashing of an army of undead is on the table for the tail end of 2020. But as luck would have it, we've already determined that the lifespan of ghosts is about 400 years, and Yamato Takeru's campaign took place sometime in the 1st century AD, making those dead people way past their prime hunting and cursing years. So that brings us back to a giant torii suddenly collapsing on a busy road as the most likely threat going on here. So it's probably wise to bring that thing down if no one's willing or scared enough to step up and take care of it. Isn't this the one from the anime? The one that was featured in the anime? Yeah, the Lucky Star one. Yeah, we covered this. All right. Rare living. Fuck this with the stupid tweets not loading.
Rare living comable object for you on your
not.
OnlyFans?
Rare living male-female stag beetle is currently housed in Miyazaki Prefectural Museum. Local entomophiles, that's people who fuck bugs, are sure to be enchanted by this beetle, which is equally split male-female down its body the long way. That's the weirdest way to be split, if you ask me.
You need to censor that horn. It's a bit too horny.
So this one bends downward.
All right. The Miyazaki Prefectural Museum of Nature and History in Miyazaki City is currently home to a rare find in the natural world, a sawtooth stag beetle, Nokogiri Kuwagaramushi, that is equal parts male and female.
So it is a beetle fuda.
eCasher says, so it is a beetle fuda. See, not quite, because it's split down. It's more like the bearded lady, like that sideshow thing where they're like half female, half male. They like turn their head. Female side, male side, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. The specimen was captured in Saito, a city slightly to the north of Miyazaki City, and brought to the museum in late July. It is an example of gynandromorph, or an organism with both male and female characteristics. The term is especially used in the field of entomology. A museum staff member notes that this particular one must have come about by a rare genetic mutation, which has less than a 1 in 10,000th chance of happening naturally. Furthermore, as its mismatched mandibles would cause it to be disadvantaged in food turf wars, finding a fully grown individual in the wild is even rarer. Anyway, then there's the picture. Oops, wrong. This one. Then there's the picture, right? That's what should be there. Just pretend it's there. So how does the mutation manifest visually in the beetle's appearance? First, it's overall slightly smaller than a typical insect of its species. Its body is split almost perfectly in half by sex. The left side of its body is male and the right side is female. The male side mandible and legs are significantly larger than the female sides. Regardless, the beetle is in good health and very energetic. That means horny. Whenever they say that about an animal, it means it's horny. A diagram showing the male characteristics on the left and right. That's this one. There you go. As catching beetles is a favorite summertime pastime of Japanese children since ages past, we can imagine
and
there
on
must
Persona
be,
4.
And on Animal Crossing. We can imagine there and Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past with the good bee. Sorry, I've just been caught by this article. Middle-aged Chinese man's stomach pains turn out to be his first period as a woman.
Huh.
Well,
Just gonna throw that fucker way over here.
You should have ate some of that candy you just ate at AC.
I already had it all.
Oh.
Japanese children since age past. We can imagine there must be many families eager to catch a glimpse of the he-she beetle, which will remain at the museum for an unspecified time. If you happen to be passionate about insects and want to make a full advantage of it as well, make a full adventure of it as well, consider seeking out these sweet potato vending machines in Miyazaki, or even being paid to move to the prefecture as well. Yep. Read our other articles. All right, so there's the stag beetle.
the stud beetle.
All right. Did you read this one, Reese?
Mm-mm.
Can we skip it?
Well,
then?
I think this is the last one that
last
Reese has
unread.
burned.
I think the headline says enough that this is a bad idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Where are
Is
they
that your
lifting the
scrolling,
beetle?
or is that someone like exercising?
That's Reese jerking off.
He's recording his first
He saw
OnlyFans.
he saw the hand
Lotion that did it for him.
He got high requests for
lotion.
He's working on his OnlyFans right now.
what is it called? Exhibitionism or whatever. While
Yeah.
it's during stream.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay.
it is called the No Pants Podcast. I mean, I gotta make
Yeah.
the best use of my time here.
Open Pants Anime
playing with
Podcast.
Big Dick Shohei stream. Japanese grandmothers create Monkey Busters group, fight primates with air guns. Who you gonna call? Monkey. That was a really bad joke. Okay. Oh fuck! I have to load. Why you do this to me, Twitter? I'm gonna try to close Brave and come back and see if yes, Twitter is a thought. I'm gonna try to. I'll be right back, guys.
Hey. So once again, it's time to talk about things and stuff. Stuff and things.
Oh, I thought you actually had a prepared idea.
Tell you.
Did you didn't get the 1 in 5 edition or whatever it's called? The World Party
big
edition?
box, but
The 10-year anniversary set.
I think it actually saves space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you gotta have like season 1, season 2, the movie, all the movie. Season 5 and 6.
It's only like 4 or 5 spaces wide.
Huh.
I think it's 4.
I think it's 3.
I had the classics for the first set, and then I got what you just saw, classics for the last set, and I got the movie first. Still don't know what the series is about. All I know is the history is inaccurate. So, meh.
Well, I think it's literally like if you take a Contact collection where the girls are ships, these are like the guys are countries. I think that's basically it.
Welcome back, Dad.
Oh, you're watching Lovely Complex. We covered that ages ago. That was, I think, podcast like 63 or something.
I've
when
been
we first covered the Vic.
to watch that because I hear the ending sucks and is dumb. So
we also watched the live action movie for that podcast. No, we're not doing Adventure Kids. So here's the good news. So when I quit Brave, it told me I didn't have a connection anymore and couldn't get back to StreamYard for a second, but the tweets loaded. So that's good to know.
Ugh.
So do I have to redact that Twitter is no longer a thought now?
No. I mean...
A thought's good every 700 streams.
Okay. Who are you going to call Monkey Busters? In the Chubu region of Japan, and bordering the prefectures of Ishikawa, Gifu, Shiga, and Kyoto, lies a relatively less populous prefecture called Fukui. Nobody wants to live in a place called Fukui, of course. Located along the Sea of Japan coastline, Fukui Prefecture was once home to the powerful Matsudaira samurai clan. But these days, it's more famous for dinosaur fossils, paper making, and specialties like seafood, soba, and koshihikari rice.
Who is Laura in the comments?
I'm getting notifications for Hurricane Laura.
Oh, is that the name of the hurricane?
Yeah.
I don't keep up with this stuff.
Why are you getting notifications all the way in Arizona?
Maybe he was drunk and texting his friend Laura saying, "I'm getting hurricane notifications." I don't know. Whoops!
What is happening? What's the lore? Greenline 743 says the other Beatles say, "How do we fuck you?" Hey man, the back hole, the front hole may not be open, but the back hole is.
It's universally.
It's a universal.
God had to be bored.
That's what USB stands for.
Lance says, "Hey FDM, please screenshot the chat again for me."
I did, and I already sent him with another OnlyFans pic.
That is a Betafuka. Okay. All right. RHYS wants this stream to leave a mark on the internet. His mark. That's the response to the jerking off on the No Pants podcast. Oh yeah, final time for Augie to show Adventure Kid, I guess. Get closer to the mic and talk dirty to me. I need an adult. Oh god. Demonetized.
Is he suggesting we do something to get your channel shut down?
I'm getting notifications for Hurricane Laura.
Oh,
Twitter's is like a town bike. Everyone has had a ride. The only bike that asks to be stolen in the night. Right, Seb is in Sweden, right? Did I say Switzerland before or whatever? Anyway, hurricanes are like ex-wives. They take the house and the car and the kids. I heard you add the A.
I wasn't sure if I heard that right, and there was this gap, so I'm like,
Oh, okay. All right. Anyway,
we gotta come up with a new acronym for FDNM that starts with Fat Dick Daddy.
Not much.
That's.
Is that my OnlyFans profile name?
Fat Dick Daddy, not much.
Yeah, I have a really low rate. It's only 69 cents per day.
It's what?
69 cents per day rate. That it's not much.
Okay. All right. Oh, and a group of women who call themselves Monkey Busters. Monkey Buster. Wait, Bastas. This trio of Harambe assassinating. This trio of primate busting retirees made national headlines this week after their plight to save crops against monkey damage was revealed by local newspaper Fukui Shimbun. Fucking look at the pew pew machines, and this guy's got like the M4 or the M16. Masako Ishimura, that's the voice of Goku, right? Tatsuko Kinoshita in Miyuki E. Pictured in the photo above, live in rural Hikarishi town and belong to the nearby Miyama District branch of the Japan Agricultural Cooperative. The three women formed the Monkey Busters group in May after attending a class run by the cooperative in March, which showed locals how to repel monkeys. Did they show them with it's like a shooting range? It's like a fucking shooting range. You know how they have like the targets that are shaped like zombies and stuff, but this one's a fucking monkey.
Brad, is this stream being simul streamed on Prawn Hub?
Yes.
Absolutely.
It's actually being streamed to the OnlyFans account, the OCA Podcast OnlyFans.
Exclusive angles. I see. Yeah. You must have extra curricular.
We use the
cameras.
upskirt shot for that one, but on a man, it's the taint shot. You know, or we're just sitting. The rest of you are just sitting on the camera. The monkeys, which commonly appear in fields around Miyama. The monkeys, which commonly appear in fields around Miyama in March, are often seen on the right bank of the Asua River, have been damaging onion, eggplant, soybean, and potato crops in the area since 2015. With scarecrows and anti-animal netting proving to be ineffective at protecting the valuable crops, the three women decided to take matters into their own hands, banding together and arming themselves with air guns in order to scare off the monkeys. Whenever anyone from the community reports a monkey sighting, it's usually during the day when the women are in the middle of housework or farming. However, as soon as a sighting is reported, the Monkey Busters are immediately... I like the idea that there's like a, fucking...
red telephone?
Well, yeah, they lean back in their chair and they slide down into the giant robot Monkey Buster, you know, like... I like this idea.
Team Danger Force go.
However, as soon as a sighting is reported, the Monkey Busters are immediately notified. It's like the fucking bat signal goes up. That would be the thumbnail. This image with the fucking Monkey Busters.
Monkey with the monkey signal in the sky with.
However, as soon as a sighting is reported, the Monkey Busters are immediately notified and drop everything to rush to the scene with their air. I just like the red phone in Powerpuff Girls with the blinking nose, like the alarm, often arriving in their aprons as they don't want to waste a minute in responding. Hikarishi is roughly 11 minutes from Miyama by car. Once on the scene, the Monkey Busters fire a warning shot in the direction of the monkeys.
Smile, you son of a bitch.
And are often backed up by locals who use firecrackers and loud bellows to further frighten the primates. Yeah, but they take fucking 11 minutes in a town car. You know, build the Monkey Buster clubhouse with the giant flume chute that they work at the top, and like the red phone starts ringing. They slide down and shoot out and land in. Hikarishi.
They got a carpool in the minivan to save gas.
Yeah. Warning shot in the direction of the monkeys. So the locals who use firecrackers and loud bellows to further frighten the primates. Occasionally, some locals even run over the monkeys. Occasionally, some locals even run after the monkeys with hose to chase them away. Okay. I'm just reading some of these chats here. They're getting a little spicy. This is the YouTube feed.
Augie, you need to start making an OnlyFans now for Lance.
Uh-oh. What do we have here?
He's one of those cosplayers who does the Kim Jong-un cosplay on his OnlyFans. It's premium content.
There we get to see Augie's waistline. But just like Elvis, any lower is too hot. Oh.
Getting real close to that mic there. So occasionally
back away from the mic.
It's a free ASMR sample.
Occasionally, some locals even run after the monkeys with hose to chase them away. The local cooperative says the monkeys originally gathered in a group of about 20, but they've since disbanded into about 4 or 5 groups, making them harder to roll
falling out of the monkeys.
The monkey clan has been disbanded. It's fucking Wukong.
Oh my gosh.
What's it called?
Dark Myth?
Dark Myth, Wukong, yeah. Anyway, the local group effort led by the Monkey Busters has proven to be effective, though, as the monkeys actually disappeared for a period of time. However, Ishimura says the animals started to reappear with bulletproof vests in the middle of July, so they won't be resting on their laurels just yet. There are many elderly people living in the Miyama area, and the cultivation of fields is vital for their health and well-being, says Ishimura. It is essential for the area to continue working together as one in the future. The die-hard resolve of the Monkey Busters to protect not only the local crops, but local livelihoods has received a lot of praise from the community. And with the monkeys now said to be expanding their habitat into the nearby Ichijodani Asakura family historic ruins. That's the place right next to where Higurashi takes place, right? A historical site. And the Daihonzan Eiheiji Temple, the work of the Monkey Busters appears to have only just begun. Well,
then they contract.
If you didn't fire the warning shot and just took him out, shoot to kill from the beginning, this is a good one, a good fun article. I like how this. They're not monkeying around. I like how they're just like huddled up, like, don't shoot us. Save the children.
Save the monkey children.
All right, 23-year-old man arrested for splashing woman with his urine. Sorry, hold on. These
what is she doing down there?
So did he put it in a container and then splash her with it? Because it does not stipulate urinated on.
Well, yes. Another criminal is likely regretting their life choices as a 23-year-old man tried to satisfy his strange urges by splashing his urine on a female whilst riding by on a bike, a hit and run that ultimately led to his arrest. Can't wait to find out which manga is getting canceled after this one. Occurring late at night on July 29th, it's the same fucking girl. She gets groped and then piss dropped on her.
That's one hell of a bad night.
Yeah.
I'd like to imagine them sequentially, like 10 seconds apart, both incidences. Am I that delayed?
No. I'm just reading this comment here. If you believe in evolution, does the Big Bang have another synonym, Monkey Buster? Or is it just what Adam said to Eve before his final Getsuga Tencho? So did she get this urine straight from Teho's? No, it went on the hose.
Oh, God.
The suspect is alleged to have approached the woman, who was aged in her 30s, from behind on his bike and poured urine out of a PET bottle onto her left arm.
A PET bottle.
Before quickly escaping the scene. Security cameras, however, spotted this. Fuck, it's the same guy. Security cameras, however, spotted this twisted deed. According to Tokyo police, the mentally unstable man admitted that he poured his own urine on the woman and explained that, quote, her astonished reaction was amusing. I think what he actually said was, and I'm dead serious about this because what another article said, omoshiro kata, right? Which means interesting, surprising, intriguing. Like, it's got a whole bunch of different. They went with astonished reaction. Probably a fair statement. In the vicinity of the Sumida Ward crime scene, at least 2 other similar incidents are believed to have happened since April, and police are investigating whether or not the criminal is responsible for those. Seriously, the same thing. Okay, now the reason I had to open up that other article. Man arrested for stealing 200 bicycle seats for their scent of a woman. Throwing pee. I just happened to see this. I gotta know if this is just history repeating itself again. It has been nearly 3 days since we last reported on the arrest of a sexual deviant inventing a new way to get himself arrested by throwing pee at young women. So we're clearly long overdue for another guy pushing the envelope of a creepy crime. On 24th of August, Kanagawa Prefectural Police picked up Joji Kondo. I wonder if he's related to Koji Kondo. You know, the guy who does the music for Zelda and Mario games. Picked up Joji.
He's looking for inspiration, man.
Picked up Joji Kondo for stealing 3 seats from women's electric bicycles in a housing complex at around 4 o'clock in the morning. After searching Kondo's home, they uncovered a further 200 seats. According to police, he admitted to the crime, saying, "I wanted to smell the lingering scent of a woman." MSN News Japan reported the 35-year-old is saying, "I like the texture of the leather and the smell it has. I would lick it and sniff it." Oh, God, guys. You don't have to. Seriously, all these guys in Japan are exhibitionists, right? They get caught and then get off on telling people what they do. Yeah, you know, I totally just like hump the seat and lick it and shit, you know. The seats were valued at $180 US. You gotta be kidding me. And the other 200 were estimated to cost a further $12,000 US.
Listen. Jesus. They only cost that much because of the odor.
Right. There's a premium on them because the scent of a woman lingers.
Yeah, the scent, sorry.
According to the investigation, Kondo targeted bicycles which were also fitted with child seats, so he knew it had a woman rider. Not sure how that logic works out.
Yeah, for all he knows, maybe
dude, you might have been licking. You might have been licking the scent of a man. You don't know. That being said, some men surely ride bikes with child seats attached. Like when the family has multiple children, thinking one in 200 men might do that doesn't seem far-fetched either. Yeah, well, not only that. But can't you tell, at least in America, male bikes and female bikes are built differently, right? They have a different shape to them so that you don't smash your balls. Or I think actually the male ones are the ones that are designed with the ball rammer.
Yeah.
Right?
The male ones have the front bar more like a 45-degree angle. The female ones are just straight across.
Is that what it is? So I could have sworn it was the other way around for some reason. That the male one is weirdly the one with the ball scratcher. Anyway. Therefore, no matter what punishment Kondo is facing, we can rest assured that chances are he probably licked and sniffed himself some essence of male perineum at some point. How is that grosser than saying taint? Male teacher arrested for hiding camera in men's bath.
That's
another
Hideyoshi.
Underhanded educator. What's up?
I think that's Hideyoshi. I'm pretty sure from Bakken Test. That's a guy.
Oh, it's not Boku no Pico? Okay.
No, but people widely accept it as the best waifu in the show.
All right. Another underhanded educator has been caught exercising his hobby of stealth surveillance as a 33-year-old male teacher was recently arrested for planting a camera in a public bath for men, hiding the camera within a locker of the men's dressing room at Sento Bath Tatsunoyu in Hyogo Prefecture. Shameless criminal Daiki his name is Daiki. Daiki Takaoka admitted to his wrongdoings and stated, "My intention was to photograph nude young men." Aha! Yes. E. Castro, furthering my point. Female bikes are the ones with the low bars. It allows for dresses to be worn.
The low bars? Oh.
Not where I'm
Lance says, in that case, I have ridden a lot of female bikes. At least I could now write a review about that. Okay, anyway. A random male who happened to be in the bath at the time the camera was planted became concerned about one of the lockers oddly being open. Upon inspection, he found the camera wrapped in a towel. Takaoka returned to the scene of the crime later to recollect the camera, and apparently tried to escape the scene, but was inevitably restrained by others in the parking lot. Assessing the footage, police affirmed that the nude bathers were caught on film. Takaoka was arrested on suspicion of violating a prefectural public nuisance ordinance. Right. Better hope none of those bathers were underage, because that's child porn. All right. Anyway, so we got one more, which is the weird one about the Chinese man with his period pains. Congenital adrenal hyperplasia, a genetic disorder where the adrenal glands can produce more or less the hormones that shape the development of genitals and secondary sex characteristics like body hair. Women with the disorder will have all the female reproductive organs, but may have more masculine features like a deeper voice or broad shoulders. Weird. All right.
They may be able to do the same thing you do on your OnlyFans for a female.
Okay. Well, guys.
That is the final article of the final podcast.
Greenline 743.
Cannot say final podcast.
Well, it's kind of like the Gintama movies in that regard, right? Like it might come back with another installment. So last night, I rewatched episodes 1 and basically half of episode 2 of season 1 of Case Closed. And I watched episode 1 from Discotheque's release of Case Closed / Detective Conan. Now, this was dreadful. Awful.
Wow.
Everything about it was terrible. I have some tweets here that I didn't hashtag OCA Podcast in at all.
Unfortunately, I only got to watch the original.
I'm the only one who cares at all about this podcast and Greenline 743, our Lord and Master.
I watched episodes 1 through 5 because I didn't know how much it would cover. I'll say I at least enjoyed those episodes.
Good show, right?
Yeah.
All right, let me pull up my tweets real quick, just because I think it would be illustrative of what. Oh yeah, here we go. They're in a thread. That'll make this easy. Okay, here you go. Oh, yeah, I got to switch it back from your OnlyFans angle. All right, so this was I completed it, right? This was the Anime Planet automatic poster. God, that was dreadful. I'm sure Discotheque had their reasons for using a new cast and the Japanese names in their dub, even though they called it Case Closed. But how is it that none of the new voices are better than Funimation's? Christina V was the only one that was passable. And I mean that. Passable. Passable. Not good. Passable. Setting aside
so are you saying Sound Cadence doesn't know how to direct? Wait, was this Sound Cadence?
I don't know who this was, but it was so.
Because if they were in charge of that, they're also part of the Giant Insect, which you said had a terrible dub. But
yeah, but okay. Giant Insect monster slasher porn movie is is bad already. Case Closed is at least a good property, right? And it had an established good cast, right? So people chimed in and said things to the effect of, wasn't it TMS who oversaw the dub? That's very possible. It's very likely that TMS would be stupid enough to think
interfere with the way that the process.
Yeah, because I'm sure that the people at Case Closed, people at Discotheque are very bright. Okay, I'm sure that even if they had a thing against the English names like Jimmy instead of Shuichi or whatever his name is, even if they had those hangups, I'm sure that they're smart enough to recognize that utilizing the English reversioned names established already that have created the fandom over here that were used in Viz's manga adaptation translations, that catered to an existing fan base that was worth, pleasing, rather than this god awful dub. Oh God, it was awful. Let me just read these real quick. So it says, setting aside the dub, I can't think of anything that was actually done better in this than it was in the show. The shot composition, the character designs, the exposition, the dreadful camera moves. Fuck, this was terrible. Then I said, okay, I lied. Come on. Kudo deep-throating the poison at least made sense compared to how easily they got him to swallow the pill in the show, right? So they shove it down his fucking throat in the OVA thing, the special, versus just like, hey, kid, eat this, right? Continuing, said, I can't believe how much I hate the shot composition in this reveal over how it was depicted in the original. Also, just cannot stand this character design.
Huh?
Look at how ass the shape of his face is. His eyes are like bug eyes on the side of his face. Jimmy or Shuichi or whatever his name was looked goddamn awful through half of the show, right?
As someone who's relatively new to Case Closed, the designs look remarkably similar. That one looks like it's got better proportions from that screenshot. So continuing, Untied Shoes does make significantly more sense than what happened in the original, but holy shit, is that also much more immediately fixable in her situation than the laces just yeeting themselves, right? So oh no, my boyfriend is running away. Well, I can't chase after him because my shoe's untied. That makes much less sense than the situation of, oh fuck, right? When my shoes exploded, right? Granted, untied makes way more sense, but in terms of her reaction of, oh no, I feel like I'm never going to see him again, right? Also, this was goddamn awful. This is an actual video with audio. I'm not going to play it here because I don't want to get this video blocked worldwide, but this scene, first of all, this guy's got a nice accent, right? I don't know.
He's got in the English dub, they gave so many of the characters these quirky, weird accents. Dr. Agasa's got a funky accent and everything. He says, one truth prevails and throws the globe at him, right? He jumps out of the way, and then she's freaking out, oh, how did you do that? And he says, damn, my reflexes, right? So he's revealed as having been the one who did it because he jumps out of the chair and lands on his feet.
Fake cripple.
Yeah, he's faking that. In the other one, okay, so first of all, look at the shape of his face, right?
Okay.
This is how it was originally shaped. Look at the eye work too, like how his eye looks. Now look at the ass version. It looks derpy as fuck. I hate it. Well, you'll see it better you'll see a better comparison in the next one. Also, this god awful CG cylindrical globe mapping on the globe for the wood texture that didn't even need to be super attempting to be hyper photoreal or whatever. I mean, not photoreal, but the fidelity is way too high for this. Didn't need to be that way.
My power's flickering.
And then the guy gets out and then stands up. As if that's even no, I'm kneeling. I'm leaning on the side that isn't broken. Is fucking stupid. Oh God, no! Oh, I'm standing on it. Terrible. Yeah. This one too. Look at the shape of his face, right? Look at the shape of her head, right? Kind of soft, round shapes. Also, the way that she like punches it versus how bad it looks here. Look at the shape of their faces. They're so fucking angular. Look at how fucking the eyes compared to how they used to look. This is a bad example, but the eyes look so bad throughout half of this thing. Oh, here's a perfect. When he opens his eyes, look at
5 spaces between them.
Look at these
go back.
insect eyes.
Oh my god!
This is what I'm talking. It was so horrible. And then I showed this because of the fucking camera moves. Look at this camera move. Look at this camera move. Stuttery as fuck.
I couldn't tell if that was my stream.
No, that's how it looks. Go watch the tweets. Look at the tweets. Anyway, yeah, I hated this. This was terrible.
Once again, AC does not like anime.
He likes the
disappointed with it. And so not only that, but the movie was okay. I was really like genuinely impressed with how they condensed that thing down to like the 24 minutes or whatever for the episode, right? They really did a great job. They introduced the characters of Kenta and I forget Georgie and the other girl's name. They introduced those characters with them sneaking on to the roller coaster, which was a great introduction to those characters instead of the god awful stupid ass thing they did. I don't know if this was just the dub or the whole thing, but it's like, here's these characters. I'm gonna say your name like that. While they're playing soccer, every one of them like has to like in the weirdest, most obvious way, specifically say, "I'm gonna pass it to you now, Kenta," or whatever. You know, like just it was so bizarre and awful.
Unnatural.
The way that it was laid out. Unnatural, very much so. And then right after the point where he turns into a kid, there's that long ass montage of basically the first 12 episodes, right? That completely disjoints the entire thing we've watched up to this point. Not to mention that they threw a bunch of characters in there just for people who saw like that previous movie from the Zero the Enforcer one about the like Fist of the Blue Sky weird thing, remember? They threw that character in there. There's just a bunch of shit like that. Just seemed like a weird thing for the fans. The exposition was god awful compared to how it was handled in the show, because it just felt like they were throwing so much in there that was completely unnecessary. It's like, I don't know who this was for. Was this for newcomers to the show, or was this supposed to be for established fans? Because it was.
This is supposed to be for established fans.
Fucking, I hated this guy's voice in the new dub compared to his like sleazeball like New Yorker accent or whatever in the original. I gotta say, like I said, I am shocked that not one of the characters was better. I am shocked that Colleen Clinkenbeard is a better voice than Christina V for Ron/Rachel. Also hated Rachel's dad, Richard, who I think his name's Kogoro or whatever. I hated how in the original he's kind of like incompetent.
I loved that.
He's just a fucking asshole. He's just a fucking asshole, like the way he sounded, you know? So as I was saying in these tweets, if I continue watching the series, I'm not watching the dub anymore because this is just awful compared to. I mean, I as I said in the tweets, I guess when you strike gold, I said Funimation. Hold on, pull it up real quick.
Were you able to see that Detective Conan movie premiere at AX a few years ago?
I was not.
Okay.
I said.
I see the word harmony and think, oh, Harmony Gold dubbed it.
It almost felt like they looked at Funimation's version and said, okay, then none of our characters can sound anything like that. No accent for Dr. Agasa. Richard/Kagoro is an ass instead of incompetent, etc. Truly a disappointment. I guess when Funimation struck gold, they didn't leave any for the runner-ups. At least Discotheque's Lupin casting has been pretty decent. Which I say, but they've been putting Richard Epcar as Inspector Zenigata, which I assume is due to
the one called Fujiko Mine.
Yeah, which fuck Funimation for that too. Anyway, so I guess it could be worse. Funimation could have used Krillin and Piccolo as Lupin and Jigen for that too. And then we could be stuck with them for those. That would have been worse. At least we got Lex Lang back, and Christina V has been pretty freaking great as Fujiko, in my opinion. Anyway, so yeah, I was very disappointed. It was awful, and I hope TMS understands that this was not a good idea, and that if they continue to release this stuff, they either don't even bother to dub it and save the money, because I don't think anybody is watching this and thinking, wow, that dub was good. But again, it's not even just the dub, like the character design, everything about it was ass. It was ass compared to how it looked originally. Very disappointed. And I love the features. Clean opening. Oh, and the song. Funimation sang this, they dubbed the songs, Right. Like, so think about Chala Head Chala for a second. Like, really think about the Dragon Ball opening, Chala Head Chala, and think about that old ass, sounds like it was recorded for like a record player with the big horn, right? Style sound that has. When you watch Dragon Ball Super Broly and they throw the Chala Head Chala in there, they have redone it, like revamped it for a modern recording experience, new band and everything. But when you do that with this movie, no, just the old ass Mune ga Doki Doki opening, right? The old ass sounds way dated version of it. If they had at least been able to use the American reversioned English dubbed version of it, it would have stood out way less as being just bizarre, So very disappointed. Really made me appreciate all the work Funimation put into this back in the day. And perhaps it's a good thing that the series was only released up to like season 5 or whatever, because maybe it was better for it to die before it got ruined, like, I don't know.
What do you mean? Like the case closed cast got all wound up in a lawsuit?
I don't know. If they had gone further, it's hard to say. Well, let me put it this way. Again, I didn't like the dub. But if it was just the dub, I would have been okay with this. But when it's the dub
and the character designs and the fucking terrible camera moves, and like it was a betrayal of the style to the point where like I'm a big fan of it. Like I watch it with my son. We've gone through all 6 of the movies that have come out over here. Very much enjoyed it so far, But for me to try to pick up the more recent stuff that Discotheque has released, I don't think it's going to look that good. I don't think it's going to be a good experience, even if I'm watching in Japanese instead, just so that I can not be distracted by the terrible voice acting. Because at least if I'm watching in Japanese, it's going to remain more or less consistent. Character names aren't going to change from the original Japanese, even though I don't think perhaps Funimation actually had the Japanese on it. I'm not actually sure though. English stereo, Japanese stereo. Okay, so they did actually have it in the old one. So yeah, I'm very I expected to not like it. I expected it to not be as good, but I didn't expect it to be this terrible. I thought that they could at least do something. What else have they dubbed? Konosuba? Did Sound Cadence or whoever did this, did they also do Konosuba? Anybody heard that dub? Is it awful? That one sounded pretty decent when I sampled it.
They did Hosen. That was pretty good.
Also, Dakota Broski loves the dub, apparently.
The dub of what?
Konosuba, because he went into it expecting to hate it, but he loves it. I think he said the one time.
Didn't Sound Cadence also do Kengan Ashura's dub? And that dub's pretty decent. I don't know what it is about this. Maybe it's just because you can't help but compare it to the original. But fucking even Monica Rial as Amy is better than what they had, you know?
Yikes.
But seriously, Inspector McGuire's voice, Dr. Agasa's voice, Richard Moore's voice, like perfect casting, perfect flow for the show. You know, the only thing that Funimation had a problem with was the fact that they had to keep taking things that were distinctly happening in Japan, and like they gave them, like they changed all the character names, like Andy killed Shirley or whatever, instead of, you know, Shunichi killed Makoto or whatever, you know,
killed Junichi.
But yeah, they so there were a couple of parts in the original DVDs where like there's kanji, and they're like, just pretend that that's written in English and we're going to make something up for this explanation, right? There was stuff like that I get, but for the most part, the show actually feels more likely, like when you experience it, not as it's happening in Japan. I mean, it's happening in Japan, but that it exists in sort of like this crime-ridden, seedy world, like Chicago-y style, like all the characters had those accents, you know. It really fit more with the fact that there's that fucking much murder every single episode. This kid and his family is experiencing some murder, you know.
I love how like in the TV show, freaking what do I even call him, Jimmy, like anytime there's like some crime scene, he's just on it and he's like not even fazed by it. He's just like, yeah. As a true detective, you see.
Yeah, but also with
the inspector thinks he's bad luck every time he shows up to a crime scene.
Well, the other thing is that in the for instance, in that clip I showed you with the globe, in the show, he says one truth prevails. In this, in the episode one thing, he says the cat's out of the bag, right? And it's like,
where's that iconic line?
Isn't his catchphrase in the manga, there is only one truth?
Yeah, something like that.
Dude, the thing is, when I was like buying the Conan release or Case Closed releases that I have, I saw One Truth Prevails on like a lot of stuff. So then when I heard the line drop in the TV show, I'm like, oh, he said the line.
It's on the fucking logo for the American title of it.
That must be why I'm so familiar with it. But yeah, when he dropped the line for the first time, I'm like, oh, he said it. Oh.
He said the thing. He said the thing.
He said the thing.
So Greenline 743 says Bang Zoom did both dubs, Konosuba and Detective Conan.
I find sound cadence and Bang Zoom gets like interchangeably mixed up a lot. But yeah, it makes sense that Bang Zoom
is sounds so like fans did it, and I don't hear 30,000 other characters' voices in the show. Hold on. Let me scroll way back because there's a much larger conversation happening here. Straight from the hose. Yes. Someone stop me. Wow, anime guts so much shit. But real people get so much shit, but real people are the true problem. Also, can we get smell-o-vision? I can't tell them apart. The bikes, right? Female bikes are the ones with the low bars for dresses. In that case, I've rode a lot of female bikes. Also, how dare you confuse my sweet Hideyoshi with that Boku no Trash? He is best wife.
Yep, agreed.
No, not the end. Yeah, I know. This is only the beginning. The anime, all my subjects. A picture of the Funimation Fuka Essentials. I only really enjoyed Wendy Lee. Everybody else was meh to me. So here's the thing. Wendy Lee voiced young Conan and still wasn't better than the original.
Alison Victorin has that high voice range, and it just is so good.
And I think that as well is that what I really liked about the original is that the Jimmy voice and the Conan voice were so
separate.
Different. They were so different that you could immediately tell when he was talking versus when he was thinking, right? In this, like, Wendy Lee has a different voice than the guy who voiced Shuichi or whatever his name is, but it wasn't different enough, you know, to get that really great look.
Contrast.
I gotta know real quick. Hold on. Where's Lupin? Here it is. Right next to me. Okay. Okay, when I look at this, I'm not seeing.
Looks more.
I'm not
more
seeing
authentic.
this. I'm not seeing that design. Oh, also those
That was
fucking
2016.
awesome noses. How did I not comment on that yet?
The what?
Dear God, those side view noses. God, they were sharp. They're like the golden triangle running off the face or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they look pretty bad on the back here, actually.
This came out. The Lupin movie came out in 2012. The Conan special came out in 2016.
Right. So, I suspect that there was a new designer and all that. Also, the fucking guy that they like blow up at the beginning after he has that drink, like, so much of this seemed completely useless to the story. You know,
It was just distracting.
it was. I was saying in my tweets, I really was holding out for this to get a dub, but now I don't even want to hear it. If this gets a dub, I'm going to take that 5.1 and I'm going to swap out all of the case closed characters with the Japanese dub.
I'm going to swap them all out with my own voice.
Or I would just recut it with lines from.
Wait, what do you mean you'd swap it out with the Japanese?
Even though these are stereo.
Why would you swap it
Japanese
out?
in there so I can hear the Lupin dub, but not the case closed dub.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Yeah,
that would be an interesting
I don't
experience.
want to hear this terrible. I don't want to hear the terrible effect of those characters clashing with, a great dub with Richard Epcar and all them. I don't want to hear that get tainted with fucking.
Does Discotheque get God? What's his name? Tony Oliver for Lupin.
Mm-hmm.
Did they for season part 5 and part 4 or whatever?
No, that's Funimation's dubs with Sonny Strait.
No.
That was Discotheque's dub. Discotheque got season 4 and 5.
Yep, Discotheque got season 4 and 5. They also dubbed the Legend of the Gold of Babylon.
Hold up, why is Sonny Strait like credited for part 5 and 4? Is that like a Toonami only dub?
Sonny Strait's not credited for part 4 and 5.
You're an insane person right now. Let me check right now.
Tony Oliver's in that dub.
Okay. English version directed by Richard Epcar and Ellen Stern, starring the voices of Tony Oliver as Lupin III, as Lupin III, Richard Epcar as Daisuke Jigen, Lex Lang as Goemon Ishikawa, Michelle Ruff as Fujiko Mine, Doug Airholes as Inspector Zenigata, Cassandra Lee Morris as Rebecca Rossellini, Michael McConaughey. I mean, we already got all this is next anyway. So we established it's not Sonny Strait. You're insane.
Cool.
You're an insane person.
I like Tony Oliver better.
Oh yeah, Tony Oliver is way better. Bruh, why are you so lazy?
They use the same back cover.
Back cover.
And because one's the sub only and one's the dub only, they had to make it different.
Right.
I know that. But
animated in Italy, the other one Japan.
No, that isn't a thing. Augie, that's not a thing.
It's not
you
made.
said that on the very first podcast. That's not a thing.
Part 4 was broadcast in Italy first.
We have debunked this like numerous times on the podcast.
It was broadcast.
The difference with the Italian version is the music. The music in the Japanese version is
it's not just the music; it's also the cuts,
the background.
Right. So it's not.
They couldn't sync up the dub. They would have to manually move it because it doesn't sync up perfectly. Right. There's like home video cuts versus broadcast cuts.
Why the Sherlock Hound was dubbed in English first, because they found it easier. They drew it to the English dub because they found it easier to translate the English dialogue into Italian and Japanese than from Japanese into Italian and English, or Italian into Japanese and English.
Huh.
Anyway, so yeah, do you guys have anything else you want to say for case closed?
Seems like a cool show. it's a special that if any special were to be bad, it would probably be this one because it's essentially a recap, remake.
I mean, it's like fucking Comic Sans episode 1. You know, like, yeah, it's like it's self-aware how awful it is.
I did a video on comparing the two. Channel had more positive highlights. However, the biggest drain to me was Richard not voicing Richard more, because he had that 3 different tones he had.
So, before we wrap up, I just want to establish that I don't know if we're going to have another podcast next week. I don't know if we're going to have another podcast this year. I just don't know. Okay. I'm always going to be hopeful and keep trying to strive forward. If I get a huge purchase on Stealth Weeb or something, and I can do that down payment and like have cash left over to start that mortgage and buy this house. Not that I especially want it, but it would be better than buying a shitty house that I don't want in a place I don't want to live, that I haven't spent, 6 years living in the community of. But if we have another podcast, I have decided now. I know for some reason this is extremely expensive on Amazon right now. I'm sure it's probably cheap on eBay though. This was requested in the comments of the first podcast. And we never, or the first one we did like an actual, I think it was the third podcast. The first time we did an actual watch club. Okay. So we're doing Tokyo Revelation. It's short. I think we all have it, or at least the people who need to have it. Augie got it because of the discussion way back when this was requested. I still haven't watched this, so we're finally going to do this. But again, I don't know that we'll have a podcast next week. I don't know where things are going. This is a really unfortunate time for my family. I don't know when I'll be able to pick up and where we left off. But while I'm on break, I'm still going to compile articles as best I can. I'll still keep up to date with things as best I can.
Seb.
And what's Seb saying?
See you, Space Podcast.
2 questions for you, AC. When you finally get things straightened out, will you release an update video on your channel? And before you pack up, would it be possible to do a full room collection video?
Absolutely impossible. I don't have that kind of time right now.
All right.
I mean, obviously, the update would be that we do another podcast. I mean, there's no... The update videos don't exist because the podcast is where I can update everybody. Dang it. Lance says, by the way, read my comments. We had so much still left. I totally stopped when we were picking up where we left off on these. Wendy, we stopped at enjoyed Wendy Lee. The Funimation cast felt like they put their heart and soul into it. I don't even know if they put their heart and soul into it. I think they were just having fun. Doing the quirky like Germany scientist accent for Dr. Agasa, doing the Inspector McGuire voice, Richard. I was going to call him Roger Moore, the actor who played James Bond. Richard Moore. I think honestly, they just had fun, and you can feel that came through. I don't even know that they put their heart and soul into it. I think they were just having a good time. Like this podcast shines when we are having fun rather than trying so hard. He took that like I took that roundup. Okay. Explosion. Okay. I am blocked worldwide. That is what she says every night. ACDC be damned. There's so much happening to Lance right now. I saw that and was thunderstruck. Was it JoJo's? Was this the sound cadence question?
I think he's just going on a tangent of.
This is supposed to be Neko Mimi Mode, but it's Neko Meme Mode. Mimi Mode would be M-I-M-I because this is Mimi in Japanese. That's ear. And Neko Mimi, of course, is cat ears. Are you saying it died a virgin? The podcast?
Beetle?
No, the Detective Conan, because they cut it off right like a season 5.
Yeah, I guess. I don't think he had sex. Although, weirdly, Rachel decides to confess her feelings to little Conan. I've never told anybody this, and I bet you literally 10 seconds ago, but I have a crush on Jimmy Kudo, right? The Konosuba dub is good. I really enjoyed it. Bang Zoom did both dubs. Bang Zoom didn't do the Conan one because that was long enough ago that they probably outsourced it, though, because that was before Okratron was like right in-house, right? Mm-hmm. It sounds like fans did it, and I don't hear 30,000 other character voices in the show. That's a reference to the Konosuba dub. So you're saying that it sounds good because it's not like, oh, there's Piccolo again. Bang Zoom did both dubs, Konosuba and Detective Conan. Holy shit, the audio just broke up and I had AC in one ear and Augie in the other. Definitely did not expect that so abruptly. Well, sorry about that. In Funimation's version, when Conan is thinking, it's Jerry Jewell. Yeah, his adult voice. Yeah, I just said. Yeah.
I didn't mind Jerry Jewell, even though sometimes his voice doesn't fit into something.
Well, it fits perfectly as Jimmy Kudo. My roommate just heard me laugh so hard he got out of bed and checked to see if the dog hurt itself. Okay. If having a good time was a crime, then arrest me. He's going to load him into Audacity and resync the audio.
Well, all I gotta say is that what is it? When you said we're going out with a blast, Lance said, "Hold my beer."
Yeah. Look, man, last year I almost died and sold my studio to keep myself off the street. Trust me, take your time and don't worry. You may be silent for a time, but you will never be forgotten. By the way, read my comments. You got it, man. We're all caught up now. Just slowly pan the camera over your collection.
Kamokra.
This is me saying, fuck YouTube censoring. All right. So, yeah, look, I literally got this news last night, like about 26 hours ago or so, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more, 28 maybe. But a lot can happen. I talked to the financier and all those people, and it's just like, it's a joke. I mean, look, the only thing that would change right now is if my mother-in-law was in this state watching my kids and my wife got a job so that we had 2 incomes. That would make every difference in the world. But there's no way we can keep that going. My son is schooling, from home because of coronavirus. So my wife has to be there to keep him on track. It's just we're in a real bad spot for this to have happened. So unless we get another stimulus check and it's like twice as much as the previous one, that might get me that down payment. And then if all that other stuff happens, so I had that babysitter that I could trust, that I wasn't going to have to pay out the nose for, that would completely eat up the second income, and my wife was able to get a job that would allow us to have 2 incomes coming in, because I support a family of 4 with 1 income. This is not easy to do. But if all that were to go through, or if Stealth Weeb got way more popular very fast, then we could do it. But I don't. That's very unlikely. Now, the other alternative would be that I talk to my landlord, who clearly wants to sell now because this is where the market is, and he decides that we can stay here for another year before he sells. That would be the only thing that would allow me to stay here. Because if we stayed here another year, I would have worked for 2 years, qualify for a better loan because I would show the employment history and stuff. Lance says, if the law passes that keeps people from being evicted, that should help. I mean, yeah, but that had better happen fast. That had better be an executive order right now, because those 30 days are already, like, the clock will be ticking as soon as September rolls around, So anyway, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know yet, but like I said, I'll keep you guys posted. I'll try to, keep up to date with things, and I'll continue to do a podcast even if I pack all this up. I'll try to keep going for as long as I can. It's just that it becomes difficult because spending my days off doing this for one day and compiling all the articles for the other day just isn't ideal, especially when my days off should be spent getting me out of here, getting my family to California or wherever I end up, So Greenland 743 says, it's been fun, you guys. Hopefully this isn't the end. I came in for some Vic stuff and stayed for how great this has been. Thank you. You know what, man? I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I really am, because I've had a blast too. I really have. This has been an extremely fun ride. And I, so long as I can keep what authorizes me to be the anime collector, I don't plan on going anywhere. It's like you said, if I have a time, a sun setting, for a time, it's going to rise up again, and I'll come back. It's just that I have to get into a place where this is stable. And the thing is, look, there's so much momentum I had going. Stealth Weeb, honestly, if I actually had the time to sit down and fucking work on that, that could be paying that second, income. That it easily could. It easily could. But the thing is that when you put the time limit of, now you got 30 days, fucker, that completely makes that impossible. It's like I could run maybe a Facebook ad for $50 and hope that I make $300 back, But honestly, what I need is to sit down and design some real fucking popular designs that are as popular as the I need to get that other Fire Force hat out there. I really need to get on that. Need to find out what episode that's from, because that was a good seller when it was in its prime. I got to get the mug for the My Hero Academia thing done. These are all things that if I had the time to get those out there, and I didn't spend my time off doing the podcast, I might get, I don't know, $500 a month instead of $100 a month. But that's still not going to be enough unless if I had been given this warning and it was going to be 6 months away, then it'd be all right, well, time to get real serious about this. But the fact that I've only got 30 days is just what am I going to do? I really don't have that opportunity. Call the white. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think. Dear Mr. Trump, can I have a loan? I know that it's probably going to be impossible for you. I need real figures. Oh, I don't know what that means. Real figures as in the money, figures of money, or anyway. All right. Well, oh damn it! I forgot mine is torn. I always thought it was a muzzle. I'm like, that's a sword. Wait a minute. That's a tear.
Oh no.
All right, guys. Well, I'm sorry to end it here for the time being, at least. Again, I still have 4 weeks before I'm forced out of the house, so that we may very well have another podcast next week or the week after. I don't know. I want to.
Forewarning.
Yeah, but I'm just letting you know that this has put me in a situation that I just really don't see getting out of easily. I really don't see it. And you know what? Speaking from a religious standpoint, this kind of pressure happens, and then it forces you into, if I wasn't put in the situation I was put in last year, I wouldn't have actually tried to pick up the career that I did. And I wouldn't I skyrocketed that company, I was supervisor in 3 months, even though I didn't get officially paid for it until my next paycheck. That's astronomical to do that, and I never would have had that opportunity if I hadn't been put in that situation where it really, that uncomfortable position of you're going to lose everything if you don't apply literally everywhere, and then start to get to the point where nothing was giving me a call back, because as I found out when I went to interview at one warehouse, they didn't know how to read a resume for an independent contractor. And it's one of those things where when you do the same thing for 10 years, you either have a resume that's this fucking long that says I did this for 10 years, and then there's a big blank page, or you have a 30,000 page resume, and they go, so why have you worked only 2 weeks at every job you've had in the last 5 years? You know what I mean? And it's that's contract work, bro. That's how it works, So yeah, if I hadn't been put in that situation, I would never have applied at Amazon and the place I'm working at now for where I work now without a resume, and gotten the job and gotten in and managed to, like, I can do much more now with this on my resume than where I was. And
we got a super chat.
We got a super chat. It's in Swedish money. Appreciate it. OCA Podcast forever. If we come back, I want to name the next podcast that. If we get to come back, but that's a podcast title that I'm going to reserve for when the podcast is stable again, And unfortunately, this is the thing that really sucks is that from a religious standpoint, why did my land break into my apartment and steal my guns while I was in the hospital? Oh, your landlord, I assuming is what you mean. That sucks. From a religious standpoint, that sucks. May he burn in hell.
What does that even mean?
We do OCA Podcast forever. We better be doing the Evangelion for the last.
Yes, I was thinking that as well. So that would be like the pickup. We also better have a fucking logo by then. Which, by the way, I was so close. I was about to contact Kenichi Sonoda about that, and then all this broke loose, and I was like, no, can't spare that money. But yeah, there was a lot of plans. I see. God, I don't know where we're gonna be, because when it comes to, appreciate it, Lance, $5 super chat, I really do. But I don't know where we're gonna be, because it's like, although it doesn't feel like it, this is an election year. Like, where is the world even gonna be? Like, I mean, podcast or no podcast, it's like, I mean, am I gonna be like fucking Terminator, running around in back alleys with guns and shit in the next 3 months trying to protect my kids? I don't fucking know, but this might mean nothing in a couple of months, and maybe this is the sort of wake up call you need to start getting on things that matters. I don't know, but
wake up call you need to move to Iowa.
I considered it. I would love to work at Right Stuff. I would love to live in the house directly fucking across the street. I would love to do that. I have been talking to my wife about Iowa or New Hampshire for a long time. Freest state in the union, bitch. Yeah, I've been talking about that for a long time. But you know what? It cost me something like $15,000 to move to Arizona from California. I cannot make it all the way to Iowa. That ain't gonna happen. I mean, if my company relocated me, then that would be one thing. Because if I could, I'll $300 a month for a goddamn storage container. My family lives in a hotel with me for a little bit. No big deal. Fuck, I don't care. Move me to Iowa or Texas or wherever, and give me that time, and just let me
move me to North Korea.
Let me accumulate that money so that I can have that down payment, and then buy a fucking house or whatever the fuck I got to do. But where we're at right now is just like, the promotion I got is only for peak. It's a temporary promotion. Now I might get full-time supervisor afterward. They might give me full-time supervisor in another state. But the thing is that I won't make it there. I will not make it there because I'm out of here by September 30th, So I don't know what I'm going to do. And I don't know what my options are right now. But again, it's only been one day. So I really do appreciate the prayers, guys. And I don't really know. Again, I obviously don't know what the future holds. I don't even know what I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. But my best option, my safest option right now looks like going back to California and working 7 days a week, 10 hours a day for a while, at least, until I find another job there that, God, I hope pays more than I would be making here. Better because of the cost of living being higher, but that seems like my safest option, and I say safest in the sense that it's the one that's most secure, not in that I feel safer going to California, because I really don't right now. That seems like a really bad move and putting my family in danger, but at least we've got more family in California, and we could huddle together if shit hit the fan, so to speak. So anyway, I hate to end this podcast on a bit of a downer. But I think that we should wrap things up. And I just want to tell you guys that it's meant the world to me to be able to do this for so long. When did we start the podcast? Like 2017?
2017, June 26th.
Yeah, so it's been going for a while. I mean, this is podcast 112. We've been doing this for a long time. Like I said, the podcast playlist is now 505 or 6 hours right now, worth of content, not all of it's excellent content. Sometimes I accidentally yeet Augie off the stream for like an hour. I think in the Ghost in the Shell podcast, but it's there. And I've been pleasantly surprised how long it's taken me to get to those podcasts where the connection was so bad, where I thought everything was going well, but then it was terrible.
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah, that hasn't happened yet. But yeah, I just got through Detroit Metal City podcast, which I think is podcast 6.
Reese,
so anyway,
what's the counter at?
What's the what?
Cut counter before we leave off.
Should I eat myself off the stream one last time?
Where are we?
See, the thing is though, and this was part of the reason why I was rewatching the podcast, is I needed to find out what the actual number is for that week you weren't here. So that's not even accurate.
I don't even remember what the first podcast I actually started following.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this: FDM was in the comments of episode 1, and we were talking about him guesting by episode 3. And then he was supposed to be there for episode 5, but wasn't, nor was he for episode 6. So I think you came in probably episode 7. But again, keep in mind, episode 7 is 14 weeks. That's like 3.5 months, that was going on. So because we had done it every other week back then. Anyway, have fun with Hurricane Laura. I'm looking at it on Twitter right now. Landfall in Louisiana as a Category 4 storm. Okay. Trending with Katrina. That's weird. Anyway, I guess it makes sense. All right. Aizawa is trending with My Hero Academia 282. Okay. I've never looked at the trending thing before. This is interesting. All right. Well, I'm going to let you guys go, honestly, because otherwise we're going to do this for another hour, and we're not going to say anything new. So thank you guys again for supporting the podcast. The Patreon, Super Chats, all of that has been outstanding. I have loads of content that's varying degrees of edited that I would like to release at some point. Don't know if I ever will be able to, but I would like to try. So I appreciate the funding that has come in so far. And if I can help it, hopefully, even if I'm not here, we can keep the podcast going a little bit longer to prevent the watch time apocalypse from happening. Even though, again, it is negligible monetization in the end. And I think even if we lost monetization, we'd probably still maintain Super Chats. I'm not sure about that, but still would obviously not want to lose them because getting it back is really fucking hard. Anyway, that's my thoughts for now. And I'm going to let us go. So I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Bye.
Laters.
That's not appropriate. There we go. Take it easy, guys.
Take it hard.